Last week I Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's going on? What's up? What's up? What's up? Nice to see you all. Nice to hear from you again. It's me. What you all been up to? I will say I've been feeling a whole lot better recently. Things have really started to. I had a bad patch there. Things are really starting to get better. I'll definitely say that. Things are really starting to come up a lot better. Your boy was struggling a bit, I have to say. I wish I was lying. I was struggling there for a moment. You guys ever struggle? It is time. It is time. Hope to be here a little earlier tomorrow. I would love to be able to get here around like 2 to 4, something along those lines. It was just a really busy day. So basically, right, for the last couple days, I've been trying to get my, well, some of you all know that I bought a car not too long ago. Really nice car, really enjoy it. It depends on what you mean by got a really nice car. It's not like a $100,000 Cybertruck. It's not a Cybertruck or anything. Lord, I wish. I want the wing. I want to drive a freaking toaster, man. Can you imagine how crazy that goes? But anyways, no, it's not a Cybertruck, but it's a nice little car, nice little used car, honestly. I bought it from Tennessee, and I had to drive it back to Kentucky, and that was a little bit of a trip, but okay, it was done. Recently I needed to register it here, but it was a bit of a struggle, I'm gonna be honest with you. So out of state cars, I need to pay like the sales tax in the state I bought it from and in the state that I'm taking it to, right? So Tennessee wanted their cut of my car, and the dang Kentucky government wanted a cut of my car too. So when I registered it, I had to give them a couple bucks for that, which is unfortunate. That's really how it is, right? It's so hecked. They should just split it, honestly. But no, they both want their cut. Government sucks. So true. So true. Also, if you're a member on the YouTube channel, 2 videos are up and ready for you to watch early. No videos going up today, but we should be back to uploads tomorrow. So the members have a little bit of time to watch some videos early. Gooberment should heck off, Gooberment. Suck my dick, Gooberment, because the only fair is laissez-faire. But all right, so I've never registered a car before. This is my first time buying a car, and I hope to only buy a car like 2 or 3 times in my entire life. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not even sure if any of them are gonna be new. This one was definitely not new. And so I like gather all my stuff. I hear about all the stuff that I need. I gather all my stuff. I think I'm ready to go. We go, we wait in line for a while, right? We finally get up there, and they sort through all the papers for a while we're just standing there. Well, car registration. And they look through the papers, and she's like, yeah, this is not gonna work. And I'm like, what do you mean this is not gonna work? She's like, you see this paper right here? This paper, I need your dealership to sign and notarize with the sale price on it, so you can pay sales price taxes and not, so you can pay the sales price tax on this car and not the retail value of the car. And I'm like, what do you mean? I gave her the certificate of sale, right? Because they printed out how much the car was and how much I need to give them for that. I handed it to them, and I was like, here's everything. They were like, nah. Signed, notarized, and everything. I was like, this is craziness. What, are you serious? And she's like, I'm double dog serious. And so we had to leave, because she was like, yeah, if you don't do that, I can just get you I can just give you the license plate, right? I can register you. But the problem is, if I do, and she pulled out her phone, because apparently they don't have calculators, and she started tippity typing on it, and she said, you're gonna have to pay, I think it was like almost $700 in taxes for this car. Bro, I was in the registry office. I almost fell to my knees. I almost fell to my 700 buckaroos. Are you serious? Really? And I was okay. I was like, duh, I don't think we're getting this car back. I might just have to start riding dirty. I'm gonna be honest with you. I might just have to start pretending like I was so close to being like, babe, and then going to like Michael's, picking up a piece of paper and then making a fake license plate and getting it laminated and putting on the back of the car for a little while. I was so close. Like, what do you mean the real one's gonna be like 700 bucks? Really? Dude, I bought the car for $9,000. They wanted another $1,000 on it. They want another $1,000 on top of that. And that's when I realized that libertarians might have a point. But anyways, we left. We also needed a sheriff's inspection for the car. So once again, since it was bought out of state, the sheriff needed to come out and then inspect the car. And right? I need to go into another place, get the sheriff, pay him $5 for some reason. $5 for, and you know what this $5 job was? I parked in the designated spot where he inspects the car. I turn on the headlights. I turn on the windshield wipers. I show him that the rear lights work and I honk the horn and he's like, have a good day. I'm like, what? What? They do this at the dealership. What do you mean? Every car, you do this every single time. This happens. What are you saying? Every single time a car is sold, this happens. What's going on? I have $5 for that and my time? Are you serious? The fact that I haven't been pulled over yet should be proof that my fucking headlights work and my brake lights work, right? But no, I need to give him $5 for that and get back in line. Okay, so wait a second. Wait. I had to grab my tablito. I forgot to grab my tablito. It might be time to overthrow the government. I'm so serious. Ugh. Okay, here we go. I gotta get off of Shonen Jump. I was reading Mashal earlier today. I'm trying to finish Mashal. Okay, let me plug this in real quick. Okay, let me continue the story for you all, because it's not done. It's nowhere near done, honestly. Okay, so with that being said, I then had to call back my dealership. All right, I had to call my dealership, and they were like, "Hey man, what you calling for?" After I got back, thankfully it was easy, and they sent me over to like the sales representative or whatever. Okay, because I explained my situation. I was like, I need this paper signed with the sale price and everything on it, so I could finally get like register my car. And they were like, okay, let me send you over to these guys. I wait. All right. They said that they're in a business meeting, so I have to leave a message and then call them back. Surprisingly, literally 2 minutes after I'm off the phone, after I left a message, they call me back. All right. And you know what happens? I tell him my situation. I'm like, I need you to sign this paper. Can I email it to you? And he was like, no, I don't do that. And I was like, if that's the case, then why did the front office send me here if you don't do that? And he was like, yeah, I don't know, but I'm gonna have to send you over there, right? And so I get back on, so they send me again on hold back to the front office. And he said, when you get back to the front office, ask to talk to Christy. And I'm like, okay. And so I go to the front office. They send me to the front office. I'm like, I need to talk to Christy. And she's like, all right. And then Christy picks up the phone. I'm like, hey, Christy. I tell her, you know, what I need again. All right. So I can pay the right taxes so they don't charge me $700 for this. So they don't charge me like $700 for this, like $9,000 car. And she's like, what are you talking about? She said, huh? She said, I'd never heard that before. I was like, listen, this is my first time ever registering a car in my whole life. I'm just telling you what they told me. I got this paper right here, and she said I need you to sign here and have it notarized. Okay, so not only does she have to sign it, she has to have somebody witness her sign it, and then who's like a registered notarizer, notoriety. Okay, and then they sign that they saw the other guy sign the paper, the notary, yeah, and they need to write the sale price of the car. Absolutely crazy. And she was like, I've never heard of this in my entire life. This I just hand them I sent you a packet. Just hand them the packet. I said I was like, I handed them the packet. This is what they told me. There's nothing I can do about it. Please, is it possible that you could sign this? And she was like, all right, okay. And so she and so she did it. Right? And she was like, okay, this should be fine. I'm like, yes, finally, let's go. But at that point, the line was so long. Wait, my bad. I'm missing something. Oh, wait. Okay, so she was like, I've never heard of this before in my entire life. And I was like, okay, well, fine. And if that's the case, then maybe there's a problem. And so I went back and I grabbed everything because I left 2 things. Okay, I left 2 things, and I was like, maybe these are the 2 things that I were meant to take and I didn't take, and that's why it was. I handed them back again. They told me the same thing again, like, nah, we need this signed and notarized, period. And I said, okay. I call back Christy. Christy's like, okay. When I got off the phone with Christy originally, she was like, if there's a problem, just tell them to call me, okay? And I said, and I told the guys at the registry that, the county clerk, and they were like, yeah, nah, like her talking to us wouldn't really help. I need this signed and notarized, period, or else it's gonna be $700, please. And okay, so I called her back, and I told her that like they basically said fuck off. And so I said, I guess I need this signed and notarized. I took a picture of it. I scanned it. I emailed it to her. She told me her email. I emailed it to her. Okay. And then we waited. We waited outside. I was sitting on the ground, just kind of staring up at the sky at the county clerk's office outside, because I was just waiting for her to send it back. She couldn't get it back to me in time. I guess it's because there was a notary. And we've been at the county clerk's office for 3 hours or something now. And Melissa, the GF, she had to go to work. And so we couldn't finish this. We couldn't get the car registered in time. Right? She didn't send me the thing back, and like the clerk takes a while to flip through like 70 pieces of paper that they have to flip through to type into the computer to get us our license plate. Right? So we've been there for 3 hours. The GF has to go. So we have to go home after all of this. And I get an email after the GF leaves from Christy that this should be it. This should be good. And I said, thanks. Okay. And so I was like, we'll just go tomorrow. I wake up today, because this was yesterday. I wake up today and I look at the email finally. And I'm like, finally, we should have everything we need. But there was something missing. There was something missing. She did sign and notarize it. She did sign it and get a notary, but the problem was she didn't write the sales price. So they were still going to charge me like $700 for this car. And I was like, please, everything is fine, but please send me write the correct. Write the price of the car. I'm begging you, please. Okay, like in the morning. And I didn't even know if she was gonna see the email or get back to me or what. But you know what? Within 30 minutes of me sending the email, I was, and while I was about to drive to the Home Depot to pick up about like 10 to 15 piece length of length of rope for, you know, private purposes. She emails me back. And it had the right price on it. I said, thank you so much for your help. Me and the GF, we like to go on morning walks now. We wake up, we're 6 a.m. babies now. So we wake up at 6 a.m. now, and we go on our 6 a.m. walk. After that, it was a beautiful 6 a.m. walk. Incredibly nice day. I got to wave hello at all my 55-year-old white neighbors doing their morning walks as well around the neighborhood, right? Thankfully, they're all nice people. I did not get Ahmaud Arbery. Thank God. I like to bring my reflective vest when I go walking in my neighborhood, just so nobody thinks I'm a threat. I'm a really nice boy. I have a nice face, okay? And so the walk was fine, thankfully. And we make it there. We make it there to the county clerk. I hand them all the papers. It was the same guy who helped us out last time. He was there once again, almost like it was his job. It was like fate. He was there once again. I was like, hey man, I need it. No, I need a license plate. I need a license plate. Okay. But there's one more wrinkle to this story. The final wrinkle. And you know what that is? Money. When I originally bought the car, they charged me a little extra for the car. I was kind of wondering what that was, but I found out what it was afterwards. In the packet that they sent me, what also came with it was a check. It was a check for over $600, almost $700. And I was like, why in the world did they send me $700? But then I thought, who gives a shit? Free money. Free, yo, let's go, free money. And so I cashed the check. All right. But then I realized that they charged me extra when I bought the car, specifically because they were going to register it, but they decided not to. So they just sent me the money back that I spent to register the car in Tennessee, so I can register it in Kentucky instead, right? But the bank didn't clear all of the cash, so I was a little sweating. I was sweating a little bit. I was like, oh my gosh, is this going to be enough money to be able to, you know, pay for the actual registration here? Because Tennessee taxes are actually more than Kentucky taxes. But he told me how much I needed to pay, and I was like, let's go. It was enough, even though the bank held some of the money from a singular check, which makes no sense to me. They gave me like 80% of the money from the check, but they held like another $100 off for just God knows why. I actually have no clue why. It was a whole check. It was just one check. I thought they were just going to give me the money for the check. Incredibly stupid stuff, but it all worked out. We paid the money. I got the license plate. When we got back, we drilled it into the ass of the car. And guess what? It's all working out. There was one other wrinkle, I'm gonna be honest with you, and that was the fact that I kind of forgot to register the car, and so that meant that the car was actually expired. The temporary license was actually expired on the car for a while. But I was just like, yeah, I'll like fix it later. I'll fix it later, and we did. We fixed it later. So yeah, we got it done. We got it done with some extra cash on top too. Yeah, car registration, impossible to... I don't know if you guys have ever registered a car, or if it's that hard where you guys are, or you've ever went through something along these lines, but I was fighting for my life. I was fighting for my life to register this car for like no reason. Really for no reason. The feel good. It's a real feel good story at the end of the day. But yeah, we got a couple things to talk about today. Elon Musk wants you to have his next baby. An interesting article came out by the Wall Street Journal about how Elon Musk has been treating women in SpaceX, which surprise, surprise, is very questionable, right? Apparently, he's using his multiple businesses to hunt for his next baby mama. And if somebody thinks this kind of isn't true, just remember that one of his newest baby mamas is actually, I believe his secretary at SpaceX. So he is definitely hunting to impregnate as many women as possible. He's rivaling Nick Cannon with how many babies that he's like helping pump out. It's a little scary because there's no way he spends that much time with his kids. It just doesn't happen. Do you guys think that he's trying to build an army or something? He might actually, at this point, he might actually be trying to build an army. Fighting a grueling siege campaign to drive a single car. I just want to drive my little Honda, man. I just have this nice little Honda, this nice little utility car. It helps get the GF from home and work safely. Okay, we run groceries in it. I like to put my e-bike in the back of it every now and again and go bike riding in other places because we don't have that many great sidewalks. And I have to suffer like this. I have to suffer. Why? What have I done wrong? What have I done to deserve this? You got an e-bike? Very bad. Yeah, I got an e-bike a long while ago. It's an Espen. It's a nice little bike. I think it's actually nice. It's pretty heavy, but it's a nice little bike. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's more of like a cargo bike, right? The fruity bike. Don't say that. I like to ride my e-bike down to the local creek and take a look at the frogs and the fish. Okay? That's what I do in my spare time. When I'm not streaming, I ride down to the local creek and take a look at the frogs and the fish. It's calming. Fruity Creek? I'm gonna whoop your ass. You picked up crochet. I did see you making little wampa fruit with crocheting. I thought it was cute. Much more important than cars or politics, opinions on CSM chapter. You know what? I've made it a habit recently for some reason to talk about manga I've been reading at the beginning of stream, but I might as well keep it going. The other day, while I was trying to do work, my internet went out. The internet went out from like 12 to 4 for just no reason. It just went out. And so I wasn't able to get a decent amount of work done. And so instead I just read. I read two things that was actually really nice. I got much further in Dying of Whiteness, which is really nice. So where I am right now in Dying of Whiteness actually is Missouri. So he's covering Missouri. If you don't know what this is a what's he so he's a sociologist and he's a sociologist and psychiatrist and a researcher. This guy who wrote this book, Jonathan Metzl. Really interesting. So he's from like rural Missouri, right? And he wanted to write a book about what's going on in rural America. And this book's actually really good, right? The title's a little provocative. I know a lot of the right wingers and people who are uninitiated might think it's a little crazy, but it's actually a very interesting book. Right now he's in Missouri, in his home state, and he went to this little place in Missouri named after a mountain that was destroyed back in the early days of America to build a railroad, which is so ironic, honestly. But basically, he was invited to a suicide like help group, basically, which is of people who are family members or loved ones of people who have committed suicide, right? And in that help group, he just kind of sat in and listened. This is where I am in the book right now. He just kind of sat in and listened. And one thing that brought them all together, right, that they didn't really notice or really talk about, was the fact that every single person who had a family member who died via suicide killed themselves with a gun, a firearm, right? And in this part of town, and in Missouri specifically, Missouri over the last little while has become incredibly radical when it comes to their gun policy, like anywhere in the world, really. It's, yeah, they lowered the age to where you can buy a firearm. They expanded the use of firearms, so now you can shoot way more people than you used to be able to before. They removed the they removed the obligation for you to run away from dangerous situations. So now you can just, if you feel threatened, you can just blast people and everything. They made it way easier to have guns. It's just Missouri, and it was really interesting because the Missouri that he grew up in, the early 2000s and even the 1980s and 90s Missouri, was actually a Missouri that was, it still had that same sort of like gun culture. Like guns are a part of their culture, but they had honestly some of the stricter gun laws in the entire, stand your ground, and also castle laws, right? They had some of the stricter gun laws in the entire country. To buy a firearm, you had to have a sit-down interview with a sheriff to be able to actually buy a gun, right? But as Missouri got more radical, they removed almost all of those laws, and Missouri is now like a shooting ground, right? It used to be called the show me state. People now call it the shoot me state, because guns have been so incredibly prolific in the state. And so gun violence has gone up dramatically. It's actually so super interesting. And so he sat in on this suicide help group, basically. And he was listening to all these people rattle off these horrifying stories about their family members who died via suicide via gun. And at the very end, he asked a question, and he said, all of you have brought up how your family members have died by a gun. Has this changed your outlook on guns at all? And everybody there instantly jumped to no, not at all. Guns are a part of us. I actually just bought some guns for my niece and nephew. We love guns. Guns are a part of our. We're gonna go hunting soon. Guns are everything. Guns are like a part of it. I mean, you don't want guns. You don't want the government to come take your guns. Listen, we don't blame the gun. It's not the gun's fault. It's the people's fault. Guns have nothing to do with this. And he talked about how all these people talk about how guns are used for these people want guns to be used for protection, but guns for these people have been elevated to a holy item of worship that needs protection. Instead of guns being used for protection, guns are an object of protection. Guns are an object that deserve protection to them, which is it's just been so incredibly interesting when it comes to this from somebody who's from Missouri. And honestly, I can kind of say this too. Recently, I was talking to my parents about, just, growing up and everything. We used to live in Missouri. We used to live in St. Louis, actually. And in the early 2000s, I can attest, gun laws in Missouri definitely were way more strict and honestly reasonable in the state before the country just started to, especially conservative states, just started to radicalize wildly on the issue of guns and firearms in deadly weapons in the country. Then now St. Louis is one of the most dangerous places in the entire country. Yeah, I was looking for something. Here it is. I detail how legislation that substantially deregulated gun purchases set Missouri on a path towards becoming the top state for gun suicide. Even among other pro-gun states, the primary victim of these trends were white Missourians, particularly white men in rural areas. As I show, lax gun laws ultimately cost the state roughly $273 million in lost work between 2008 and 2015, and ultimately led to the loss of over 10,506 years of productive white male life. He went to Tennessee as well. Looking closely at the data on health outcomes between Tennessee and neighboring Kentucky underscores how, when averaged across the population, Tennessee's refusal to expand Medicaid cost every single white resident in the state 14.1 days of life. So yeah. So yeah, he got there. It was interesting. So he talked about how he got back to the state. He was on a really small plane because the area doesn't have a real airport. It's that rural, basically. It's so rural. And almost every single person was wearing camo and had a gun. For instance, a team of investigators by Daniel Webster, director for Johns Hopkins Center for Gun Policy and Research, analyzed crime data from Missouri and found that the state's 2007 repeal on its permit to purchase (PPT) handgun law was associated with a 25% increase in firearm homicides between 2008 and 2014. The Missouri gun homicide rate rose 47% higher than the national average. Rates of gun death by suicide, partner violence, accidental shootings soared as well. In 2014, gun deaths topped deaths by motor vehicle accidents for the first time in the state. News outlets referred to Missouri as the shoot me state. So yeah, super interesting stuff. Super interesting stuff. So yeah, I was reading, so I got through a little bit of Dying of Whiteness. I also finished book 5 of Chainsaw Man. That's what got me started talking about this. I got through book 5 of Chainsaw Man, and I started book 6 of Chainsaw Man with a naked 16-year-old girl on it, with the 16-year-old girl titties in it. Very famous book for Chainsaw Man fans. The 16-year-old booby titty fans. What the hell is a series, man? What the hell's going on? I guess I don't know what more to say, really. It's a little bit of what the hell's going on, man. I'm gonna be real with you. It's just been quite curious, a bit worrisome, I must say. Yes, very worrisome. But I wanted to finally get through Chainsaw Man because I don't want it spoiled for me. I do actually want to read the series. I do actually want to read the series myself, so I'm planning on that. You aren't caught up? No, I'm not caught up with Chainsaw Man. I don't know what's going on in Chainsaw Man right now. I know some people think part 2 is bad, but I don't know what part 2 of Chainsaw Man is. Bop and Wop, thank you so much for the gifted tier 2 sub to VCC TV. Congratulations, freeloader. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. I really appreciate you for that. Hey Tyrannex, nice to see you, bud. Nice to have you back. You don't need to know what's going on, trust me. I guess not. I guess not. Part 2 is the best JoJo part. But yeah, I want to catch up with Chainsaw Man. So I need to finish. I have book 6. And then after that, I need to get to book 7. I have no clue what's going on here. I'm going to be real with you. I have no clue what the fuck's going on here. So I need to get through book 6 and 7. And I think I'll pick up 8, 9, and 10 after that. And then I'll be... I don't think I'll be anywhere near caught up. How many Chainsaw Man volumes are out now? Okay. I will say I like the introduction of Beam The shark fiend. Yeah, the shark fiend. The shark fiend. I like Beam. Beam is my homie. I'm gonna be honest with you. Beam's the homie. Manga anime just gives me emotional turmoil. I simply cannot. I mean, it really depends. There's a thing now. Well, I mean, yeah, there you go. I guess so. Yeah, Twitch has been adding a bunch more new things. A bunch more new things. I mean, it depends on what you read. Listen, if that's the case, maybe Ruri Dragon is more up your speed. Pick up Ruri Dragon. There you go. That won't make your heart go. That won't make your heart sad. Or if you want your heart to kind of explode but be okay at the same time, pick up Undead Unluck. It's not like, you know, it's I don't even know how to explain it without like spoiling anything really, but I think it hits on all the great parts of a story that you need. I think Undead Unluck is great. Undead Unluck's one of the goats, honestly. That's my goat right there. Hands off my goat. Did Sharkcore get nuked? It will be nuked. It will be nuked. I think I'm gonna nuke it this weekend. I think I'm finally gonna do what I said I was going to do and finally nuke it this weekend. I'm not sure if I'm gonna make another Discord, honestly, but I think I don't know. I don't have enough time to moderate it myself, and I don't want people to be like selling child slaves or anything in there. You know, Discord can be a weird place. So I think I might just, you know, finally get rid of it. I don't want some video to be like, this YouTuber's Discord is the most evil Discord to ever exist. And I'm like, huh? I watched half of the first episode and the anime and I will never touch it. I'll never touch it again. Undead Unluck seems ass. For one, you're banned. Hands off my goat. And two, I get it that the beginning's kind of weird, but I gotta make a video about this. I think I'll make a video for the second channel about Undead Unluck. I think it's not fair that the original editor decided to kind of ruin the beginning of Undead Unluck, because it turns into such a great piece of art, honestly. Undead Unluck is genuinely fantastic. It is very, very good. Be gone. Very, very, very good stuff. I think the anime didn't do it much justice either. I don't know what they were doing with the anime. There are a whole bunch of like needless flashbacks. I have no clue why. Yeah, the editor for Undead Unluck at the beginning was like, yeah, this is a cool story you got, but it needs more sexual assault. he was literally like, cool, but needs more sexual assault. That's what'll sell it. And then the poor author was like, oh, okay, I don't want to get canceled, I guess. And so he had like Andy, that's one of the two main characters. Grab Fuko, that's the other main characters. Big fat booby titties, right? And that's just like a bit that runs for like the first 3 chapters for no reason. It's just like a running bit for the first like couple chapters for literally no reason, and then the author fires the editor and gets a new editor, and it literally has never come back since. It just makes no sense. Why has it been? It's been 48 minutes. Holy crap. Hey, buddy. Hey, Sam Sauce. Hey, Sam Sauce. Yo, chat, I kind of stumbled upon this video the other day. Do you want to take a look at it for me? Do you guys want to take a look at it with me? We could just take a look at a little bit of it. It's called I'm a 35-year-old loser parentheses, how I got here, end parentheses. Would you rather star in Undead Unluck or Jujutsu Kaisen? If I'm not gonna become a negator, I think I'd rather be in Undead Unluck. If you're in Jujutsu Kaisen, you're like constantly subjected to terrorist attacks. To Jujutsu terrorism. Wait, am I Japanese? Huge thing here. Am I Japanese? Because if I'm not Japanese, it makes it a way easier choice. But if I have to be fucking Japanese, then I don't know. I might be a little scared for my life. I don't want to be under the pen of Gege Kaisen. I'm gonna be honest with you. Japan JJK or Palestine IRL? You ever think about how Netanyahu is basically Sukuna? That when Sukuna went into Rafa City and said domain expansion, Iron Dome. Domain expansion, Hellfire Bomb. And he dropped a bomb that had that's Mushroom Cloud, looks like a Star of David, just for no reason. It was crazy. And you can't say that? What can't I say? What did I say that's wrong? 35-year-old loser. Yo, take a look at this. I just stumbled upon it the other day. I thought it was interesting.
I am a 35-year-old loser.
I'm sorry.
Unemployed with no prospects. I'm bald. And what little amount of hair I do have left is like quickly turning gray. Like my beard is pretty much all gray or white at this point.
You should just shave that, man. Not the beard. Keep the beard. You can keep the beard. You should definitely shave the hair, though. Trying to dox me by showing my vid? Yes, fuck you. I'm coming to your house.
Yeah, I'm bald. Never had a girlfriend.
Never.
No friends. I live with my dad, and I'm a loser. I mean, there's nothing. There's no way to argue that I'm not. I am a loser, and it's just like
I'm sorry, buddy, man.
I can't blame anybody but myself. Like it's my own fault. I'm not gonna sit here and like blame society. It's not like society is like unfair to me or anything. Like it
probably has been at some point.
It's like I fail at everything I try to do. Like I said, I live with my dad. I'm 35. I live with my dad, but that wasn't always the case. I mean, I actually, you know, a few years ago, I had like a decent job, and I quit that job because it's so.
He's talking about this for 32 minutes. We're not gonna watch the whole 32 minutes. I'm just interested in what's gonna, like, how he lays his case about being a 35-year-old loser, balding, no girlfriend, no job, living with his dad, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, especially if his dad needs help or something and he's older.
So stupid. Like, this is why I kind of deserve my fate, right? Like, I had a good job. I quit my job.
Yeah.
Moved in with my dad. And why did I quit my job? Because I thought I'm going to start doing YouTube, and my YouTube is going to take off, and I'm just going to make money. That my career. I'm going to make enough money to make a living off YouTube. And look, in my head, I'm even thinking like maybe I might be famous. You know, like I might I might really make it big and become rich. And it's like, God, I'm so stupid. I mean, I don't know why. I thought like I studied YouTube. I studied YouTube channels that have blown up. I studied YouTube channels that were like that failed and didn't work. I thought I knew like what works and what doesn't. I had like you know, I knew how to record with like pretty decent audio quality. I knew how to edit videos pretty nice. And if you look at other videos on my channel, you'll
brother. Oh, brother, no. No, 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 no. I mean, I guess he had a real big passion for YouTube. Like, I get it. Never mind. I see why. I guess he had a passion for YouTube. I don't know if he still does, but I mean, listen, that's not a problem. It's not a crime to have a passion for YouTube, but he did it backwards. He did it backwards. Okay. You don't start YouTube and quit your job. But you don't quit your job to be YouTube famous. You become YouTube famous and then quit your job. you like until you're making it just my personal, this is just how I feel, right? Until you're making the same amount of money on YouTube as the job that you're working in right now, there is no reason, and I mean consistently, right? Like even if you have bad months, you're still making about the same, if not more, than what you're. Yeah, he did the wrong orders of operations. Unless you're making the same amount or more money than your actual job, your ass should not be quitting your job. Just keep your day job. Don't quit your day job, man. What's going on? He did not follow PEMDAS. Yeah, he had it backwards. I'm gonna quit my job, then start YouTube. That's actually crazy. I want to know what got into his head. Was he cursed by like some evil sorcerer who put a stupid curse on him? not to be mean or anything, but just like I feel so bad because that's you don't know. That's not good. That's absolutely not. Is this guy's name Looks Maxing? Yes. I think the name should change too, if I'm gonna be real. Did he ever have a direction for this channel? I have no clue. Actually, let's check it out. This is such a curious case for me. You know what I mean? It seems like after this, he deleted his videos and then started being bullied at school as a high school inhabitation male. Missed opportunities, the brutal experience of high inhabitation inhibition, my bad. Normie advice is horrible. Crying in public. Yeah, dog, I think you should like, I'm gonna be honest, you should just talk about other things. Inhibition. You should just talk. You should find a new shtick. I'm just gonna be honest. I mean, this is starting down the right path. I think this is a more interesting topic. I wish I was never born. Okay. Minding your own pain for YouTube is something that should be you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful about that one. Homie needs some help. Loser maxing, my bad. Loser maxing.
see like, okay, like they're not bad. Some of these are actually pretty good. Yet still only one of those videos actually like got, you know, but
it seems like he deleted his like, newer videos.
Every video to do that well, and you know, it took me like, it would take me like a month sometimes, or like at least like 2 weeks to a month to make a video. So it's just like, yeah, God, it's just, I don't know, man. I feel like it's so over at this point for me.
It's like, over.
Like, you know what it's like being 35 years old, no friends, and never even had a girlfriend? Like, it's tough. And then on top of that, I'm bald. So, and I have a weird shaped head too, right?
Oh, no.
You can verify this. Just look at any of my other videos, and or not any of them, but some of my videos. Like, I'm in the video, so you'll see it. Man, I think there's not much I can do. And it's like, man, I don't know. Like, I used to have so much potential, for real. Like, now it's pretty much.
Oh no, he's not a potential man. He's not a potential man, is he? Not the oblong cranium. Did he get tummy time when he was a baby? He's dead, dude. Yeah, it's like the edited picture of Tyler One. I know a lot of weird shaped bald people. Y'all look okay. It is you are fine, especially if you have a beard. As long as you have some facial hair, you could just trim your facial hair and you'll probably look fine.
Over. There's
probably some girl who likes your weird head.
I'm laughing, but it's not funny. Like, it's pretty much over. Like, I used to have so much potential though. I like facially, I'm not that ugly, right? Like, I don't like some people might say that no, you're ugly as hell, but I think, I'm probably.
You think he's
average.
grifting?
I think I'm about average.
I'm not sure if this is what the term grifting means, but do you mean he's like being insincere about this to like garner sympathy to get a video out?
That's good. And it is kind of like the one thing that makes me like not a total loser is just being tall. But nice. I know a lot of guys out there will be like,
white, 6'2",
never had a girlfriend. That's
fuck you,
man. You're 6'2". It's easy. You're 6'2", white guy. It should be easy for you to get a girl. It's like, bro, I'm telling you, it's not. I'm telling you, being at 6'2", with my face, my baldness, and me being a 35-year-old loser, and that's not even, I'll get into this later, but the biggest problem in my life is my social anxiety. That's really what does it for me. But, and I might be on the autism spectrum as well. I don't know. But either way, I'm just telling you, being sick,
aren't we all?
It will not suddenly, does not make you, not a loser. You,
I'm going to be honest. I think if you have a little autism, I think girls think that's a little cute. I think there's a lot of girls who think that slight autism is a little cute. I think you could pull it off. Right, as long as you're just a little self-aware, I think you could definitely. If you're a little self-aware but not like too in your own head, I think you could definitely pull it off. I think you could definitely make it work. You could definitely make it work. Nah, man, I don't know. Like, he's trying to launch some niche content. You think so? You think we're gonna see him in 2 years at the top of the YouTube poll? He's gonna be up there with the greats. I'm just gonna be honest with you, Mang. Like, if he had a good job before, why can't, I don't know, maybe it's Joe Biden's America, but why can't he just get a good job again? Right? Or is this just me? Like, if you had a good job once and you have the skills to be able to land a good job and you don't live in literally bumfuck nowhere, you could probably get like a good job again, right? In time, especially. File for unemployment, play some Risk of Rain 2, help your dad take out the trash and then wait to get a good job again. I definitely think he should get a job again and then try this whole YouTube thing on the side. Why is your YouTube colored so weirdly? It's colored in a way that I like. Opera GX allows me to, hey babe, you just have to unlock it. Thank you. Opera GX allows me to color my YouTube however I want, and I want it in dark mode, and I kind of like the pink. It makes it easier for me to read, especially at a distance. When I don't have my glasses on. This is just easier for me to read personally. Now, I don't know. You don't have my special eyes. Hey baby, what's going on with you? You had a good day? A lot happened today. Well, I'm glad. Oh, you finally had people come into the store? No, you just talk to the girls? There's a new woman? Wow. Is she cool? Is she taller than you? Is she very short? No. About the same height? Twitch is dying? I don't know. It's not dying on my side. I'm sorry, partners. Get a job, get a hobby. He has a hobby. It's YouTube. He has a hobby. It's making looks maxing, or I guess like Wojak YouTube videos. That's his hobby. Well, no matter what you think about the hobby, it is his hobby. He likes it, and I'm not gonna take it from him. So he has a hobby. Now he just needs to get a job, and then I don't know. I think he should get a job, get some cash, go to the therapist, work on his social anxiety before he's 40, and then I think he'd be perfectly fine getting friends and a girlfriend. I think he could make it happen. I finished the chicken. The chicken's marinating. The only thing you need to do is add the tomato. I just realized after I started streaming that I forgot to put the tomato paste in the chicken marinade. So you're just gonna have to like do like a good little dollop of tomato paste, mix it around, then you can put it on the tray. Put it in the oven at 3. So, oh no, I didn't put in olive oil either. Put in olive oil in tomato paste. It's just those two, olive oil and tomato paste. Mix it around, put it on the tray in 375 for about 10 minutes and just watch it. And then you have your chicken, okay? You've done it before. It's literally 2 ingredients. Tomato paste and olive oil. I know you can do it. I believe in you. What topic are we discussing today? There's a couple topics. I just want to take a look at this video real quick, and then after this, we're gonna jump into Byron Donalds. Rub that shit. They said rub that shit down with oil. Oil that meat. You go, girl. You get that meat. Yeah, you get that meat, girl. Making your GF work bad? She kind of deserves it. What's up? Work? Yeah. You deserve chicken. She looked back down on her phone. Chat, we won.
Girls aren't just throwing themselves at me because I'm 62. Yeah. It's, in fact, not at all. Not at all. Okay. So anyways, where was I going with this? Okay, yeah. Like, so perceive it correctly. But I look back on it now and I was like, oh, girls, they liked me. But I didn't pick up on it at the time because I'm just like, my social anxiety and possible autism, like I'm just like retarded basically. So I didn't pick up on it, and nothing came of it. But for a brief period in high school, I was actually like, I was good looking. I had like a full head of hair. I had pretty nice hair actually.
See, I think I know what his problem is. He's too unemployed. Genuinely, he's too unemployed. He needs to spend less time thinking and more time working with his hands. Like doing something else besides sitting in his room, just thinking. It's too much for him. Look how much is harming his life. He's like, he's thinking of, bro, he's 35 talking about, back in high school. Dog, what? 30 back in high school? What do you mean? You're 35. It is jobless mentality. He needs to get out of the jobless mentality, and I feel like his life would be way better. He needs his walkies. He does need to go on. He needs to go on walks more. He needs to go to the local park. Get a part-time job. Dog, be a Walmart greeter. I don't know, man. Just something. Back in high school is stuff 20-year-olds think about. Yeah, because they're like 2 years out of high school. Barely, right? I don't even think I go back in high school that often, right? You go, back in college, right? More than you go back in high school. Yeah. Yeah, we talk about like, oh yeah, back in college more than back in high school. A part-time job really helped me.
Get a hobby or get some friends.
Oh, it's so true. Get a job, get a hobby, or get some friends. He does need that. All right. Well, I hope this 35-year-old loser has a good life or something or whatever. You know what I mean? I do wish him the best. I do wish him the best. There was this video that I stumbled upon. You guys want to watch a little bit? I dare you to find a better analysis of masculinity. Let's look at this TikTok, guys. This TikTok bros, masculinity takes, Pride Month, pandering, and prison politics. Let's give it a little check.
Whoever was in charge of assigning Men's Mental Health Awareness Month on Gay Pride Month has mastered their craft.
It's a little devious. I'm not gonna lie, it's a little devious. Let's check it out.
Because the male loneliness epidemic is our reward for centuries of homophobia. The two things are forever linked. Nobody supports men's mental health. Yeah, because holding up the next man is gay, right? You can see it even as young as kids like 6, 7, 8 years old. I do a lot of mentorship, right? They are absolutely terrified to be caught by their peers doing anything that's associated with femininity, even things like gentleness, kindness, thoughtfulness, right? Under fear of being called gay or not manly enough. And this thought process only gets more warped and twisted the older they get. Liking women too much is considered gay.
Okay.
If I was to get on this app right here and start talking about, I love women so much, the way they smell, the way they look, the way they talk, the way they act, That's how I feel about black women. But if I were to make a 5-minute video about it, right, what are people going to call me? Soft, panderer, beta male, a lesser man, gay. Now, homophobia at this point has created a vacuum where men can only fill it with things like loneliness, isolation, hypermasculinity, hypersexuality. Why is that? Because the only straight way to show affection is with a romantic partner. And this typically creates two realities. Either one, you end up burdening the other person with the entirety of your mental and emotional well-being, right? Or two, because you've cut off these thoughts and feelings for so long, you're unable to emotionally express yourself. I get so irritable sometimes when people be like, oh, men are better friends than women. We don't be falling out over nothing. We should. We need to fall out about more. Only spaces you can show affection to another man in are
I'll just tap it a little bit. I think guys do be falling out about stuff. Absolutely. Just in different ways. They do it by like fighting and getting angry. They fight, they get angry, they get loud, they yell, stuff like that. But they don't get like they don't cry. Well, they don't want to show themselves crying or something or getting upset. Increase the window size on blind. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I'll do it, but I don't think it's gonna help you because it's the same as you see. It's the same size. Nothing got bigger. It's it's literally the same size as it was. There's just more blue. You want more blue? I can give you more blue. I can do that. I can give you more blue if that's what you want. I can do this. Is this easier for you? More blue. Thanks so much. I got you. Women tend to be more passive aggressive. Yeah, women are conditioned to be more passive aggressive. Men are conditioned to be more like aggressive, right? And so that's how we show it more, instead of when we're upset or there's like some slight against our pride or something. Guys would just like kill each other for like stepping on your shoes and not being groveling over it or something in the bar when you're drunk.
Be falling out over nothing. We should. We need to fall out about more. Only spaces you can show affection to another man in are sports and music, right? Like if I were to say, oh, my best friend of 6 years, I haven't seen him in a month, man. I can't wait to see him later on tonight. That would be quite queer of me. But if I were to say, oh, I can't wait to see Gunna in concert later on tonight, that's totally socially acceptable. Like I used to be a college athlete, and one of my friends is a wide receiver at UCLA, and we walking around campus one day, and people are coming up just, oh my gosh, bro, you went crazy last night, you so da-da-da. And it's an audience primarily of men showing love and affection because it's within the context of sports, and that's socially acceptable.
I would say, like, he's saying sports, but it's not just sports. You could broaden out a little bit. It's about achievements, right? Like, it's more about the theory about guys. Love for men is conditional and conditional upon the and it's conditional to the extent of they have accomplished something. So you can't just show affection towards a guy for just being himself, being alive still, and being just who he is, right? Just for the person that he is, right? You can't be like, I really love my friend. He's such a beautiful person, right? You then have to be like, he did so well in his job and his sports and he's like ripped now or whatever, right? It's more about accomplishments, and men only find value in their lives when they have like something to either throw their life away for, like going to the military and then dying for your country, or you've accomplished something like having a lot of money, having a lot of clout, being good at your or at these certain socially acceptable things, right? Because I mean, maybe you could like maybe pottery or something if you're like a really good pottery guy, but in like a cool masculine way, like a sort of Greek like you make like little Greek statues or something. I don't know, man. You can't make like cute little pots. You can't make cute girl pot. You can't make female pots. Okay, you got to do something cool and masculine like.
As soon as that context is removed, so is the love and affection, right? And I think that's why so many people turn into absolute burnouts as soon as their sporting careers are over. Going from experiencing camaraderie, affection, kindness every single day between your teammates and your general community to just zero in day-to-day life is jarring, bro. The average man can name an obscure compliment they received platonically 3 years ago because it's so rare that they receive one. You've ever just been out?
I remember with these glasses, back in high school, Was it high school? Back in college. Have I had these glasses since high school? I think I did. Back in high school. I think it's been that long. Yeah, back in high school, I had these glasses. Um and I went to Walmart. I was buying something, and a girl passed me by while I was checking out, and she said, "Nice glasses." I'll always remember that. I'll always remember. She's kind of she was a nice lady, right? Did Ethica Tire shut down? I'm not sure. I just put it in there because they sent me a shirt and everything, and they were cool. They might have. They might have.
outside with a woman, you know their reality is completely different. They're constantly being showered with comments and giving them, right? I love your hair. I love your glasses. I love your eyes. I love your smile, right? And I think sometimes this can create a twinge of jealousy that you see a lot, especially on the internet, right? Where people feel like, oh, women's lives are so much easier.
Yeah, the whole thing of like women are playing on easy mode. Um, our lives are I would say like about equally hard, but just in different ways. Really. And guys, and for women, and for women, love is also conditional as well. But the problem is that they start with more stock because women's femininity is more valuable than masculinity in this marketplace of affection.
No, the biggest difference is that as a straight man, it's not enough to just be straight.
Oh, also working out, being really jacked. You can compliment a guy for being like for working out in the gym and being like really jacked, right? You can definitely do that. I think that's also why a lot of guys get into workout spaces and exercise spaces because the barriers to complimenting each other is broken down. Camaraderie and the complimenting each other is like broken down because where you can inspect each other and love each other like cars or something. Like you're two cars talking to each other like, nice spoiler, bro. When you compliment how he's been working on his traps, you can notice how he's been working on his traps and deltoids. You can see that his spinal erectors have been bulging recently. Nice work, bro. Yo, when you picked up that bar, I saw that your radio brachialis I saw that your brachioradialis has been it's been going nutty, man. Nice work, buddy. God damn. Whoa there, son. Whoa there, son. Whoa there, buddy. Mhm. So I think it's way closer to sports. How you can get closer to people without having to worry about closer to other guys specifically, without having to worry about being called gay or something. I talked about this a little bit in a video a long while ago now. How I don't want to say gay washing. I don't know necessarily what to call it, but when people take two fictional characters, guys who just spend a lot of time with each other, and then they just call each other gay or something. You know what? You know what's really interesting? I'm not sure if I have any other JJK fans here who either use Twitter and like the JJK fandom or whatever. I see a lot of guys come out and be upset about people shipping Gojo and Ghetto in the show, right? Calling them gay, right? They had a little gay relationship or something, right? They were having a little too much fun in the jujutsu tech bathrooms or something, right? Um, because like they have a strong relationship that's not implied to be sexual, like in the show necessarily, but now because they spend so much time with each other and how they care for each other, right? Now that's seen as gay. And so I feel like a lot of guys who like relate to those characters. For one, they don't want to relate to. It could be they don't want to relate to a gay character, or a character that's seen as gay. But also, I think there's a little problem in there as well, where guys who are to who show affection towards each other, no matter what, they will be seen as gay, either gay. Wow, congratulations for being so gay sexual, or like f you for being one of them homosexuals. Right? It's one of the two. Which I think is unfortunate, right? Which I do actually still think is a little unfortunate. Just a little gay as a treat. It's not. It's not just us. The show itself made it hella homoerotic. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that it's I wouldn't say hella homoerotic. The only like the intro where our blue is, you had to look up what the lyrics of where our blue is, and also wait, let me see, because I know people were unless you're asking like read Japanese or something. Let me see the translation, because I know about like, you know, Gojo's hidden inventory, um like the lyrics. I went through some of them. There's nothing to block the front of my eyes. Oh yeah, the pre-chorus. Even if these days fade away, even if I've come to know your scent different from mine, in the depths of eternity left behind, right? All this stuff here. No matter the prayers or words, though they draw near, they never reach. It's like a quiet love in the summer-like colors running down my cheeks. The words that you curse, that you are, sorry, the words that curse you are stuck in the back of my throat, right? But let me, for one, this is the show, and you didn't know that. This is the TV show, and you didn't know that. But I will say, you can, all of that's there, but it doesn't, none of that specifically is gay to me personally, right? I know you can read it as gay. I mean, two guys spending time with each other in one of their rooms. Oh, homosexuality, right? But I mean, in the show itself, I think the only thing that I would say would be that you could even point to really is Gojo remembering what ghetto his friend smelled like. Like he remembered his smell once, and also he said, "You're my one and only." But he also had one friend. He also had one friend, and that was also ghetto. The scent comment was the sus part. You guys don't know what your friends smell like? I'm just gonna be wait, chat. What for the ones who don't have friends, don't comment. I don't want to hear your words. Okay? I love you though. For the ones who have friends here, yo, one in chat if you could, like, if you know, like, if you remember the smell of your friend at your friend's house. Like if I took one of their shirts from their fucking closet and I gave it to you, you'd be like, oh yeah, this smells like my friend's house. It smells like my friend. Right? Or is that seems like a very normal thing, I think personally. My bestie definitely has a smell to him. Like dog or sweat. Yeah, there you go. Weird? I said people with no friends don't speak right now. I think Ghetto ripped ass in that hallway personally, but that's just me. I think that's what he was sniffing. But yeah, I mean, so anyways, wrapping back around to this. Yeah, I think I think it can be a little much when it comes to the whole gay stuff, you know. When it comes to labeling guys who just spend time with each other gay, guys reinforce it themselves a lot more, unfortunately. I don't know. Like I don't think about the way people I know smell, but I just like each person. I don't know, each person's house. Like their parents kept it like a specific, or they keep it now since we're older now, like a certain way. You remember this? I don't know. I remember like I could walk into. They can show me a picture of the front of their house and be like, yeah, that's my friend's house. Yeah, like they have a little stank to them. Boys have a little stink to them. Like I don't know. This doesn't seem controversial to me.
straight. You have to prove you're straight every single day. That is not natural. I'm not here to smut nobody or be like men are trash, because I understand most of us are doing right.
So I guess this topic would be more about the how masculinity is very fragile, in the sense of very small things shatter masculinity very easily. It's way femininity is way more robust and stable. You can do whatever you want as a woman and you could still be feminine. Really, you can't do very much as a guy and still be like seen as like just overarchingly masculine. The more things, the further you start to deviate from traditional masculinity, the more people will start to bug you. The more people start to bug you about it. So yeah,
Our best. We just trapped in a system that
very
was
fragile,
founded by us. But at any given time, you can really walk out that cage, bro. There are no locks. There are no guards. You know what I'm saying? There's no shackles. And I'm just giving free game that was given.
I disagree with this. There are locks and shackles, absolutely. Like losing friends, being bullied, discrimination. Yeah, I think there are absolutely shackles to masculinity. I don't think it's just walk out. I personally don't believe it's just walk out the cage, bro, and you'll be chilling. It's really not, because if it was, I think it would be a lot easier. For women, it's just walk out the cage, bro. In many ways, not all the time, but in many ways, because they can. Once again, you could be a girl who never does her makeup, looks a little sloppy, right, and then always wears baggy fucking flannel shirts and sweatpants, and guess you'll still be relatively feminine, and nobody will really say anything about it. Yeah. Walk out of the cage and get groped by tech bros. So true. They keep wanting to throw my fucking They walk out of the cage and they start throwing weird tech bro bullshit at me. Help! 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 I think it's an interesting analysis. I'm going to be honest with you. This is what we mean when we say men also benefit from feminism. He's cooking, but it's also my birthday, so I'll get back to you tomorrow. Bro is not lying. He spoke truth. My friendships with men have. Who are you? My friendship with men have lasted longer on average because of the lack of depth and emotional safe space. Just they hit me when your favorite player puts up points or favorite rapper does something crazy, versus women. You gotta be emotionally. You gotta be emotionally shit. Then women be emotionally shit. Sheesh. Broke it all down. Won't change the nature of man. Don't really agree with that whole spiel. No one actually straight needs to prove they're straight. Homosexuals are the ones trying to prove they're gay. What? Dude talking's gay himself. We found it. The exact person being talked about in this video. I say homophobia falls under the larger category of being anti-woman, femininity, misogyny. We have a word for it. Misogyny, anti-queer viewpoints are linked all the way up. Whack comment. Whack. Your comments. Whack. Growing up, it was so queer to bathe and dress as well. They had to invent metrosexual to convince men that it was okay to shower and buy clothes. Yeah, being like well groomed. This guy took a shower this morning. What was new sexuality just dropped. He cleaned his booty hole. New sexuality just dropped. Thank you. Is it gay to wash your ass? Yes. That's why I have my girlfriend do it for me. What did you say? I think you heard what I said. This meme is very real. Lord, I hope. Lord, I hope. Shark, do you want to cover some wild ass news? Check this. Check this news out of Arizona. What happened? What is this? Arizona man accused of plotting mass. I saw a bit of this. Yeah, guy was kind of crazy. I saw a bit of this, yeah. There's been a couple of these stories recently.
Tonight, federal court records are revealing how the FBI broke up a plot to stop a mass shooting. Back in October, the FBI says it began its investigation into Mark Prieto after a confidential informant who spoke with him more than a dozen times over 3 years at various gun shows said Prieto called for a mass shooting targeting blacks, Jews, and Muslims.
Oh no, he's casting such a wide net. Chat, any black Jews or Muslims in chat? Any of these guys up being scared for their lives? I don't know, a whole fight. I still think the concept of a gun show is just it's so funny to me. It's so silly. It's like having a like an explosion show. Like here's our favorite here's the next up and coming bombs that we made, man. I think a gun show is about as silly as those pie bombs from SpongeBob. It's a bit of a ridiculous concept. Look at all these. Look at the guns he's got, man. This is the guy. Is this the guy? Wait a second. That's him? Oh my lord, it's uncanny. All I need to do is put a gun in his hand, and it's actually him. It's actually him, dog. We found him. It's the real life virgin.
Before the 2024 presidential election. During a January gun show in Phoenix, Prieto tried recruiting that informant and an undercover.
My question is, when you go to the gun show, are you allowed to bring bullets, or is that kind of like seen as taboo? You can't do that.
Cover FBI agent.
Oh, me at the gun show. Me at the gun show. Oh yes, that's definitely a firearm. Yes, that is indeed a gun. Picking up everyone on the table. Ah yes, that's a gun. Yes, that's definitely. Yes, right. Well, once again, that's definitely a gun. Wow, that's a gun right there. Do they all start looking? I don't want to be racist or anything, but all guns kind of look the same. All guns really, after a while, they do all start looking the same. Is that racist for me? But like, I feel like if you mixed up almost all of these guns, I wouldn't be able to tell them apart. Yes, bullets go into this one. Indeed.
An undercover FBI agent. According to court records, Prieto wanted to carry the plan out in Georgia because, he says, when he was a kid, that was one of the most conservative states in the country.
Wait, what? The reason I say Atlanta, why is Georgia is such a effed up state now. When I was a kid, that was one of the most conservative states in the country. I'm not even sure is that true? I'm not sure if Georgia was necessarily that conservative. I know they're definitely. I don't know. I could be wrong. I definitely could be wrong. Some states have, as conservatives have gotten way more crazy, a lot of states have moved to the left generally. Arizona being one of the examples.
More specifically, Prieto wanted to carry out the attack at a rap concert because he said there would be, quote, a high concentration of African Americans. During a February...
Really? Really, buddy? I want to go to a rap concert. I don't even think he'd know where a rap concert was. He'd have to do so much research about it. Dude, what's rap? Wasn't he trying to go to like a DaBaby concert? Or am I wrong? I think I heard that he was trying to go to a DaBaby concert. He was trying to shoot up a DaBaby concert. It was Bad Bunny. Okay, yeah, it was a Bad Bunny concert. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know who the hell Bad Bunny is. I'm glad the FBI is doing something. I feel like a couple years ago, they were not stopping many of these shootings after all. We're hearing these a lot more. I feel like it's been a while since we've had a really brutal mass shooting like this, just completely go off without a hitch. There was one that was being planned against CPUSA. My bad, TPUSA? Did I say CPUSA? Wait, isn't that also what it's called? Am I wrong? Wait. No, it's not CPUSA. It's TPUSA. Sorry, my bad. CPUSA is the Russian asset. CPAC. Thank you. Close enough. Yeah, CPAC. Here we like to call it CP. So yeah, when conservatives were all gathering to go to CP and buying their CP tickets, there was a like a Nazi fan, like this little weird Hispanic kid who threatened to shoot up who threatened to shoot up CP, who actually had CP on his computer. He was stopped by the feds. You're right. Don't correct yourself. My bad.
Meetup at a gun show, Prieto began offering details of the plan, including...
Why is he caressing the gun like that? Do you see that? Why is he violating that gun?
Meetup at a gun show, Prieto began offering details of the plan, including the number of guns to be used. During this meetup, Prieto sold that undercover agent a gun for $2,000 and said he would also like to use grenades during the attack because it can, quote, cause panic. At another gun show in March in Prescott Valley, Prieto provided more specific details. That attack would take place in Atlanta at State Farm Arena on May 14th or 15th. Performing that night was rapper Bad Bunny. During that gun show, Prieto sold an AR-15 rifle to that undercover agent for $1,000 and told them to, quote, bring as many magazines as the gun could carry. In the following weeks, agents continued to monitor Prieto's movements. During an April meetup, Prieto continued to fine-tune his plans, even discussing heading east to do reconnaissance, but emphasized the attack, quote, must happen prior to the election and as soon as possible.
Prior to the election, as soon as possible. What's going on with these people? I know it's a bit of a silly question, but what's his problem? What's his deal? Like, does he have a stated, like, for, I think I heard it was to have a race war. Okay, but like, why? Why? Like, genuinely, because here's my thing. You're white. We all know you're white, all right? You shooting black people, even if it does cause a race war, it's going to be against more racist white people like you. I think to start a race war, one that you think you could win to get rid of black, it would be, the race war would start and like the stated goal would be to stop racist people from doing shootings. Like, to only have a race war, it would have to be like some black guy going into like shoot up a fucking like mayonnaise convention or something, you know? Like something like this. He has to do it the other way. See, his real problem was that he didn't cover himself in shoe shine, all right, and come into the Bad Bunny concert with his pants sagging instead. That would have really started a race war if he tried to shoot up the concert like that, honestly. because conservative sites would have picked it up, and then Tim Pool would be like, race war time, boys, 100%. He wanted to kill people. There's no rationale. Nah, that's not true. He did have a rationale. He has a goal. He wanted to start a race war. He wanted because this has happened before. I remember during the 2020 during the BLM protest, there were a bunch of these guys making moves as well. Just the vast majority of the people who were, I think over 90% of the people who were killed during BLM protests were killed by people outside the protest. Like the people who came to the protest to cause trouble, to shoot people specifically. And most of those times, those were like these guys, these types of white guys who went in to shoot either black people or white people and then blame black people to try and start a race war. Remember those Boogaloo boys who posted? Remember how conservatives were talking about BLM, the BLM riot killed this security guard, and they were trying to hype up the security guard. These guys don't even remember that dude's name anymore. They haven't talked about him in years, right? Umbrella Guy's a different guy. That's that security guard that died, right? He was shot by Boogaloo boys, white dudes who were outside of the protest, shooting into it to try to start like a race war or something. Conservatives almost bought it. They bought it for a while until it kind of came out the guys who actually shot them and the fact that they had nothing to do with it. Then they, instead of correcting themselves, they just dropped the story and moved on. But that was a story that they were running with for like a couple months. For a couple months, if I remember correctly. Him going to a Bad Bunny concert and only seeing big booty Latinas. Yeah, like this is also, wait, isn't Bad Bunny like Hispanic? Isn't he like a Mexican guy? Isn't Bad Bunny like Mexican or something? And he speaks Spanish and he like raps in Spanish. Are a bunch of black people going to a Bad Bunny concert? I really feel like that one's for the Mexicans. He's Puerto Rican, my bad. He's Puerto Rican, I think. Okay. Are black people like his main audience? I really feel like it's I'm just gonna be real with you. I really feel like it's like Hispanic people, Puerto Ricans, people from south of the border, not black people. He had no clue what he was doing, huh? He's dumb as fuck, huh?
Authorities arrested.
And we all know, yeah, I mean, we know that too, right? Because he was also talking to a Fed this whole time.
Prieto back on May 14th as he crossed into New Mexico. Investigators say he had several guns in his truck, even more found at his home in Prescott while executing a search warrant.
There is some mental illness going on in this country. We have such a massive mental health crisis in this country, and it needs to be solved. It needs to be solved yesterday, man. Honestly, I feel like they could have probably let him reach the concert and he would have found out that the concert was filled with big booty Latinas and he would have dropped his guns and realized that racism wasn't worth it. Sometimes all you need to do is to just, you know, have contact with the people that you don't like and you'll realize that they're people too. You'd be like, I get it now. I get it now. I see. I see the error of my ways. Start looking at his hand. What have I done? What a fool. What a fool. What a dirty freak. They could have fixed him. Yeah, they probably could have saved him. If they would have, if a nice Latina woman would have met him a while ago, she probably would have been able to fix him. Unfortunately, now the criminal justice system has a hold of him, and that's where that's the life that he wanted, man. He would gain spiritual enlightenment. Yeah, he just needs a nice Hispanic girl to make carne asadas with him, and he would have stopped the whole like mass shooting thing. What a dumbass. But yeah, that definitely was a crazy story. Is there any more to the story? Is there any more to the story? Because that was it's I just heard of the story, but I never thought about covering it for video. I don't know, would you guys like me to cover these types of situations for videos? I was thinking about starting to cover police brutality a bit more, or like police misconduct more. I feel like that'd be an interesting thing to throw in for segments as well. Just crazy things that cops are up to sometimes. We used to talk about it a little bit more, like those cops that got caught for keeping a woman on train tracks locked up in their car. Like the police parked their cruiser on train tracks and then locked a woman in there, and then a train came by and hit the car while she was in it and locked in it. We did that story. I would love that, to be honest, because there's one recently that came out that was genuinely insane. It was of this this young guy. I don't remember how old he was, but he was a little mentally disabled, and well, he had a mental condition, and his dad went missing, and the cops labeled him as perp number one, enemy number one in suspect number one in the murder of his dad, even though they weren't sure if his dad was actually murdered. He was just gone. And so they took him in and they brutally questioned him for like 2 days straight, keeping him in like a suicide a vest, right? And then mentally torturing him by saying that they're going to kill his dog if he doesn't admit to killing his dad. And so they were like, we're gonna kill your dog. Tell us that you killed your dad, or we're gonna kill your dog. And he's like, please don't. Why are you doing this to me? I didn't do anything wrong, dude. We know that you killed your dad, and now we're gonna kill your dog, and it's gonna be your fault. And then they got the dog. They found the dog. They brought the dog into the interrogation room, and they said, go ahead, say goodbye to your dog, and let him know that you killed him because you didn't want to admit to killing your dad. And so he was just laying on the ground crying with his dog because he thought that they were going to like euthanize his dog for just as a punishment to him. And then they took the dog away. They ripped the dog from him and said, now your dog's dead. We're executing him. We're executing your fucking dog right now, you dumb piece of shit, because you didn't want to admit to killing your dad. You killed your dog. How does it feel to kill your dog, dumbass? Yeah, it was, both of those guys were fired. And you know why they were fired? Because his dad turned up alive. His dad came back. He was just gone. He just left without telling anybody. And they didn't know that they were searching for him when somebody put out like a missing persons report on him. And he came back and he's like, what's been going on here? They can get prison time. I haven't kept up with the story, but like if you want a full coverage on that story, I can do that. I can research the story and everything and probably wrap up a lot of wrap it up with some like a story about police misconduct and everything. I feel like it'd be interesting. Also, if you're liking the stream, hit the like button. If you're watching on YouTube, helps other people find the stream. I'd appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, I don't get why people dislike cops. That's crazy. That's crazy to me, honestly. Who could not like the cops? Who would not like these cops, man? It's cartoonishly evil. There's something wrong. There's something wrong with the brains of police officers in this country. There is just something mentally wrong with all of them. That can't be legal. It wasn't legal. It was not legal. It was not legal at all. You can't do that. You can't tell somebody you're going to kill their dog unless they admit to committing a crime. This isn't like medieval Europe. There's some more stuff about it. Okay, I'll save this. Let's look back at that sometime. I think it'd be fun. All right, but I want to talk a little bit about Byron Daniels. Do you guys want to talk about Byron Daniels? What Byron Daniels has been up to this last week? No. Who? Who he? Oh, geez, my rock. Oh, I have 4 rocks on my desk now. I love rocks. God damn, I love rocks. Holy. Boy, I love rocks. Okay. Let's talk about a little interesting guy, a curious boy by the name of Byron Daniels. Byron Daniels is a U.S. House Representative member representing Florida's 19th district. And Byron Daniels is a black congressman, one of the few black congressional congressmen, and one of the even fewer Republican black congressmen in Congress today. Byron Daniels is a very curious man. Byron Daniels loves Donald Trump with all of his heart, and he's doing anything possible to make sure that Donald Trump gets elected into office. Anything at all, even praising Jim Crow for black people and how they were actually a little better off in Jim Crow. But before we get there, I'd like to talk a little bit about what Byron Daniels has been up to for this last little while. I said Byron Daniels loves Donnie Trumpy. He's a big Trump gagger. And so Byron Daniels has been taking time away from his own re-election campaign this year to help the re-election of Donald Trump back into the presidency so he can hopefully become the God King Emperor of the United States and he gets a cozy job in the administration, and then parlay onto like a lobbying gig that'll pay him money for making the world a worse place. Normal conservative, normal politician things. Byron Daniels has been spending time doing one thing and one thing specifically, trying to get black people around the country to realize that Democrats aren't good for them and that Republicans, specifically Donald Trump, should be their new king, the new king of the blacks, and how they should all come out to vote for him this year. So he's been holding black meetings, black fundraising events, black voter outreach events in specific states, especially the Rust Belt, to be able to get black people out to vote for Donald Trump and get them registered and to talk about how black people should be voting more Republican, how Republicans actually have black people's interests in mind. We all know that's wrong by the fact that Donald Trump, a guy who's actually been convicted of being racist against black people by not giving them housing back in the 90s, by making jokes about how, actually I can't even say making jokes, talking about how he doesn't like black dudes counting his money. Like, this is not a good guy who called for the execution of the Central Park Five. This guy's a horrible guy for black people, but Byron Daniels loves him, and he's been hosting events that he calls Cognac, Cigars, and Congress. And Cognac, Cigars, and Congress is this meeting where he tries to lure in black people to talk about, lures in black people to try to get them to be Republican by offering them cigars and alcohol, because the only way they can be receptive to Republican talking points is apparently by being drunk first. So he's got to loosen them up a little bit. But while he's been doing that, and while he's been on the campaign trail for Donald Trump, he's been saying some very, very strange things. Very strange things indeed. I want to talk a little bit about them specifically. There are a couple articles about it, and I want to go through some of them here and watch a couple videos about what he's been talking about. Bro's a weirdo. Trump surrogate reached out to black voters in Philly with cigars and cognac. So this is Byron Daniels himself here, and this is his buddy. I don't know what's his name. Wesley Hunt. This is Wesley Hunt, one of the other black conservative guys, right? Byron Daniels, Wesley Hunt. Byron Daniels, actually, if you're wondering why he's slobbering on Trump so much, one of the big reasons actually is because he's on the short list for Donald Trump's running mates. I think he's going to go with like a brown guy this time, or a brown person this time, specifically to try to reach out to brown voters to trick them into voting for him right before he tries to take their rights away. But I want to read some of this because it's really interesting. He was during this cigars, cognac, and Congress, which is, for a moment, I know I've been talking about it a bit, but it's so funny to me because there's a health crisis in the black community when it comes to obesity, heart health, cancer, all these things. And you know what the number one thing he wanted to do bring poison in the sense of alcohol, cancer sticks with cigars, and then sell them with a self-destructive ideology, which is being a black conservative. Wait, I don't know. It's like he was perfectly crafted to kill black people. perfectly crafted to strangle black people or something. It's so crazy. The triple threat. He's got the hat trick. Hey, come with me to talk about how you can get lung cancer and liver cancer. F, really? On Twitch, there's an F again? Yo, YouTube, side chat, you guys okay? Is everything good? Yeah, he was crafted in a lab like Mewtwo, but specifically made to harm black people. We back? Twitch drops you constantly? Really? I'm so sorry about that. He's basically doing what settlers did to the Native Americans. That's true. That's true. How can I get black people to want to come out to talk to me? Oh yeah, I gotta give them alcohol. It's cigars. That's it. That's what'll do it. That's what we blacks like. And they sent out an interviewer to talk to him. At one point during the discussion, Tafoya asked Donalds about the differences between how black men and women view politics. Polls show that Trump support among black voters is largely just among men. Yeah, there's something wrong with a lot of black guys out there. I hate to say it, but it's true. He responded with one of the craziest statements I've ever heard in my entire life, but here this is, okay? Let me read this out to you verbatim. I promise you these are actually his written words. Quote, "First of all, there's a difference between men and women anyways. Men have been created by God to be conquerors, to be hunters, and that's who they are. And so a black man in today's America is looking around and saying, how can I hunt for my people and for my family? And they're looking at Joe Biden, what Joe Biden has done, saying, I can't hunt. He took my spear. He took my bow." Oh, me. Honestly, this is so true. I leave my girlfriend in the car and I walk into my local Walmart barefoot with a leopard pelt on my ass tied with like a piece of twine. I combat roll into the Walmart. Yeah, bologna. Milk. Eggs. That's just how it works, man. I'm out there like the goddamn Green Arrow. I got different arrows for everything. I got my credit card on one arrow. I got a net to capture in the meat section on one arrow. Goddamn. I do not joke. We do not play around. I need to hunt for my people. I'm hunting for my family. Very true, very real black man. I'm sorry, but this is something that you would imagine that you would say. He's like a villain that needs to get captured by like the gang in Scooby-Doo, you know what I mean? The gang hop out of the fucking mystery machine and wrap this guy up. There's a net covered by cigars on the floor and he goes over to get another hit of cognac. He's already drunk as fuck. They catch him up. They rip the mask off of him and it's just fucking Mitch McConnell. I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for... McConnell, you okay? You good? He just start 1,000-yard stare right after that. 1,000-yard stare. It was crazy. Setting up traps for produce. I can't wait for the 15-year-old who works at Walmart to walk by with a massive pallet. I capture them up, take whatever I want. How do I hunt for my family? What do you talk? What do you even? I don't even get what he's talking about, man. He said black women may also turn against the Democratic Party because of, yup, you guessed it, transgenders. They said, quote, black women are looking at their sons saying, now, wait a minute. You telling me that my son can become a girl? Nope. You're telling me my son and my daughter who need an education now have to go and be less than because of illegal immigrants in the city of Philadelphia? Nope. What are you saying? What do you even refer? Why did trans people do these people genuinely have trans people on their mind every single day, man? It actually blows my mind. They remember that research that people did? They were tracking how much the word trans gets brought up in conservative and liberal spaces on Twitter and Facebook, and conservatives talk about trans people like 3 times more than trans people talk about trans people. Actually, being transgender comes up more in conservative circles than it does in actual transgender circles. But every 10 minutes they have something to say about trans people. It's so weird. That's so funny. I'm not sure. Wait, let me see. Let me see if I can pull this up. Can I pull this up? I saw this chart. Yeah. Yeah, take a look at this. They actually can't help themselves. Number of Facebook interactions earned on top performing content about trans issues by source type. Queer people, 10 million. Left leaning, 2.6. Non-aligned, 6.8. Right leaning, 44.3. Right? Conservatives talk about trans people more than every other group of people combined, and double that, and it's still more. They literally rent free. A little trans girl is kicking up her feet in pink, white, and blue socks in trans people's heads 24/7. It's so weird. These people are so weird. It's blowing my mind. It's so comfy in here. Yeah, I bet it's nice and spacious in there. Nice and spacious indeed. Yeah, no, I don't think single black women in Philadelphia are looking at their young boys and going, oh no, the Democrats are going to make my boy transgender. They're going to cut off his pee-pee and he's going to be getting his back blown out sloppy style soon. Like, what do you refer? What? You're so weird. I hate you people. You're so weird. You're so weird. Okay. But that was his response for why he thinks black people are definitely going to start. Very, very, very educated people, just so you know. These are the children that were definitely not left behind. This is the reason for why they think black people are going to start making their way to the Republican Party soon. They went on to go, at another point, Donald's. My bad, I said Byron Daniels? My bad. I meant Byron Donalds. Wait a second. Was that right? Is he from Florida? Wait a second. Yes, that's right. It's not Byron Daniels, it's Byron Donalds. Sorry, Byron Donalds. At another point, Donalds said he's starting to see the rejuvenation of the black family, which he described as younger people forming nuclear family units by helping to breathe the revival of the black middle class in America. He went on to say that those family values had previously been eroded by Democratic policies that black voters embraced after becoming loyal to the party due to the civil rights movement. And this is where it starts to get a little saucy. I would advise you to strap in, because he starts to go. He's gonna run us off a cliff here. Okay, so be careful. You see, quote, during Jim Crow, the black family was together. During Jim Crow, more black people were not just conservative. Black people had always been conservative minded, but more black people voted conservatively, he said. And when HEW Lyndon Johnson, you go down the road and now we are where we are, he added, referring to the former US Department of Health and Education and Welfare. Okay? The so-called Great Society program, spearheaded by former President Lyndon Johnson in the 1960s, included civil rights legislation, the creation of Medicare and also Medicaid, just so you know, food stamps and other welfare and other housing programs. So when he's saying things like food stamps, housing programs, the expansion, Medicare and Medicaid drove black people away from each other, and that's why we were just better under Jim Crow. And before these uppity Democrats came to ruin everything, we were all vibing under Jim Crow, and black people were better than we've ever been under Jim Crow, you see, which is dumb as shit. It's so wrong. It's so incorrect. I don't even know where to begin. But let's start here. During Jim Crow, black people were just getting randomly hung. During Jim Crow, black people were kept out of forming wealth, and wealth was being stolen from them, i.e. the Tulsa race riots and other and other riots across the country. It's even hard to name them all. There's so hundreds of racist terrorist attacks against black people during that time that I can't even bring them up all up off the top of my head right now. One thing that he's saying is true, and that is that the marriage rate of people who got married, black people who got married in the United States, was higher when Jim Crow and segregation was around. In the late 1800s to early and mid 1900s, black people were actually more likely to get married than white people were, right? There's a chart, and don't listen. It starts at 15. I'm just telling you what I read. Starting it from how they describe it, females from age 15 to I believe 25, black and white. If you compare them during that time, those black girls were more likely to be married than those white girls. Were more likely to marry than those white girls specifically. They're also more likely to be widows. They're also more likely to be separated as well, but they were more likely to, for one, get married. All right. But that changed over time, and definitely after 1960, the black single rate and the black divorce rate skyrocketed. Right. We all know that this is true. How black people are less likely than white people to get married, to stay married, and to be at any point in time be in like a 2-parent household or just have a partner. Okay, well, this is true, but that doesn't mean that black people or black families were better under Jim Crow. I think dramatically not. They were poorer, more likely to be killed, less likely to have food on the table, less likely to get educated, more likely to be victims of racist abuse, violence, all those types of things. They're way more likely to have a horrible life than black people of today, right? Even if we're less likely to be married and stay married, all right? Even if the divorce rate is so high, even if we have other problems when it comes to the family. Saying that under Jim Crow, black families were better is ridiculous if the only thing you care about is the fact that people were married. But even back then, let me remind you, if you got married, it was near impossible to divorce. Divorce, like no-fault divorce, and divorce laws were basically non-existent in the United States before 1960. If you got married, guess what? You didn't get divorced, you just stopped talking. The man just walked out of the house and then just never came back. All right. But on paper, don't worry, you're still married. And that's what Byron Donalds really cares about. As long as the paper still says you're married, then we can help wrangle in. What is going on with all these dogs? Babe, what's happening here? We got every dog in the house chilling out with you. You're like Snow White. You got all the animals coming after you. Do you sing to them? They love her. They love this girl. Right, it's in or out. So you're telling them in or out. How's the chicken going? Is it okay? Oh, okay. Does it look okay? Okay. They want to protect her. Okay. What, you want to go now too, dumbass? You should have said that when she was going. Go then. The second you closed the door, he looked at the door and he was like, oh, what's going on? Oh, have fun. Ugh. Okay then. Now where was I? Where was I, chat? I was popping off just a little, wasn't I? I was popping off just a little, wasn't I? What was I talking about? Jim Caro? Okay. I see, I see. I see, I see, I see. Okay. Byron only cares about the chart going up. That's true. That's true. But there are also other cultural reasons for why the black marriage rate was lower, and I personally believe probably will always be lower than the white marriage rate, specifically because I think white communities in this country have really unhealthy marriage practices. I mean, especially back in the day, white couples, they didn't get divorced, they just killed each other. I mean, especially if you're from the South and you know, like if you have a couple white friends, you've probably heard of them talk about a story about where one of their like someone in their family at some point in time like killed their like spouse, and that's just how it was. I mean, I remember there was a story from someone that told me about how this woman's about how this woman in their family's husband was abusive, so she just shot him. He was beating her, so she just fucking blasted him. She just put a hole in him and he died. Just straight up killed him, and everybody was like, and just moved on. They just be killing each other just like that. It was so crazy. On top of the fact that not only were they killing, not only is real queen shit, right? Not only was there that, there was also the fact that there's also the fact that shotgun marriages are a big thing. Now, if you don't know what a shotgun marriage is specifically, a shotgun marriage is a shotgun marriage is a marriage for which you get pregnant. The woman gets pregnant, where you two know each other, and you just are forced to marry, or you're either forced to marry culturally or forced to marry, like you're like literally her like brothers and or dad comes to your like finds you with a gun and then forces you at gunpoint to marry that girl after that point, right? And so yes, you are technically married. Is that a healthy marriage? No, but once again, those are one of those like cohabitation marriages. You all are married, but you're just living in the same house. You're not actually married. You don't love each other anymore. You may not even loved each other to begin with. Those things never really took off in the black community. All right, after slavery and black people and their families that we made were no longer just tools for white people to be able to get more free slaves, or to like sell off, to like settle debts or anything to other slave drivers, and black people could just marry each other and love each other without the fear, the specter of like a slave driver tearing your family apart, or enslaving your children. or you were being forced to make children, black people got together and they formed relationships, as you would imagine. But then white people still terrorize those relationships, and they still do to this very day, right? That was a really big thing. But no, black people were not, and all those reasons kind of combined, in the freedom to make relationships and get out of relationships being the case, means that black people were just less likely to marry over time, especially when, and what he's referring to was true. Yeah, the civil rights movement came around and black people married less, but what he's leaving out is that everybody married less. Everybody is marrying less these days. They're marrying less and later. And also black men are more likely to die before we turn 25. And so that's why the men to women ratio in the black community is much higher than even other racial and ethnic groups in the country, because black men just are less likely to make it to marriage age than white men or Hispanic men or Asian men do usually, or they're more likely to be the victims of over policing. More likely to be the victims of laws that are put into place to help criminalize drug use and put them in jail for years and years. Mass incarceration also made it more difficult for those for black people to form relationships again, back into bondage, right? From the plantation to the prison cell, just like that. And so these and also black women, usually due to racism and other issues, usually make around the same amount of money that black men do, or the gap between black men and black women is was never as stark as the gap between white men and white women. So white women were also really forced to marry white men, usually because they were going to be destitute either way. Anyways, right? They weren't able to make a bank account. They weren't able to get a credit card. They weren't able to live a normal life. They were literally locked out of having a normal life until they got a husband. It was like getting a husband. You never, those like open world games, and you finally reach a point and they said, make sure that you're done in this area because you won't be able to come back and continue. Or like you see just like a bunch of stuff locked off behind invisible walls. That's what life for white women were like, because they were property, right? Their property, right? They weren't able to own black people in general as property anymore, and they just turned to the last property that they all communally owned, which was white women. And so white women were forced to marry more, but black women just weren't forced to marry more. That there just wasn't that forceful cultural and legal pressure to marry when it comes to black women than white women. So that's why our likelihood of marrying each other is also less. And also, one last thing, because I know I'm listing a lot of things, but Byron Donalds is just a stupid fuck. So that's why, okay? That's why I'm listing so many things. The one last thing is those Great Society programs were also helping the reason why marriages go down, because once again, when men have kids with women, and then they walk out of the house or something else happens to them, and women have to take care of those kids more likely than not, then they're less likely to want to be forced, that feel like they're forced to marry, because they don't rely on a guy to provide that the money coming in, food coming in. There's less of a risk that they'll starve to death without a man in the house. And so Byron Donalds wants to do one of two things, okay? Forcefully change society that we marry each other when we're not ready to, or we can't, or make it so that women have to choose between getting with a guy they don't want to marry, or starve, or them and their children starving to death, which I think is a disgusting world to live in. But at the end of the day, that's what you have to do to really change this trajectory on marriage, outside of more liberal and left-wing and leftist policies, like making society less atomized and getting away from the need for work for your capitalist overlords and everything. But that's not a conversation that he's ready for at all, right? To separate, to get business out of our lives and have more time for us to spend times with our friends and family and form those relationships, and stop making places that require you to dump money into to stay in, or like loitering is also loitering laws are also a bit of a problem too. But that, once again, long talk. That's a talk for another day. Okay. Is this also why they're heavily against interracial couples? Insecurity over owning white women was what drove a lot of lynchings back in the late 1800s, early 1900s, right? And that's why one of the number one claims against like black people were that they committed some wrong against white women, right? And why they like in those lynching photos they love to like cut off the penises of the black men that they were killing and torturing, right, to like emasculate them because they were scared that black men were gonna take all their girls.
Yeah, baby, that's what I've been waiting for.
And yeah, that plays into why they don't like interracial marriage, but too, yeah. Peanut, thank you so much for the raid. Hello, Raiders. I'm happy to have you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So yeah, that's what's going on. But black people definitely were not better under Jim Crow. They were suffering more poor. Simply because the marriage rate was higher does not mean lives were better. And so obviously everyone started and so everybody obviously started to get on this guy's neck for what he said, and they absolutely deserve to get on his neck for what he said. They absolutely deserve to clown on this guy. He's an absolute disgusting freak. Who said that? We're talking about Byron Donalds right now. Byron Donalds. Hakeem Jeffries stood up in the house to roast him.
Mr. Speaker, it has come to my attention that a so-called leader has made the factually inaccurate statement that black folks were better off during Jim Crow.
I'm going to be honest with you. Hakeem Jeffries is kind of nerd-pilled. He kind of looks like a nerd. I don't like his voice very much. That's just me. But also that once again, that's just me. This has nothing to do with his politics. I don't like his politics either, but he's a bit nerd-pilled. He's like Barack Obama's nerdy little brother. You know what I mean? He kind of has negative riz. I don't want to be that guy, but he really does kind of have negative riz. He's a bit of a dweeb. Madam Speaker. Okay, buddy. I'm sorry.
That's an outlandish, outrageous, and out-of-pocket observation. We were not better off when a young boy named Emmett Till could be brutally murdered without consequence because of Jim Crow.
That's true. True and real. Right? True and real. True and real. Who is Byron Donalds? Who is this Byron Donalds clown? Who, as a black man, praised the Jim Crow era? Obviously, too young to remember. He said black people then had family values. Where do you find these people? I was here during that time. I just come to America in 1959. Okay, they go on. They go back in my day. Okay. I was born in 1959, lived in Ohio, and went to a mixed school with black families, and they did have better family values. And most of them had fathers in the home. Byron Donalds is a good man, and his family has lived through this, and he knows what he's talking about. Came here in 1959, saw enormous struggle. I boxed in the ghetto of Compton. I had friends with black fathers, with friends with black fighters. Played soccer. Oh my lord. Oh, the yapping's crazy. I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah, Ms. Giselle. So don't tell me about this. Yeah, this idea that so he's also touching on like a racist idea that black people are way more degenerate or something now, don't have family values. No, they don't have his values. Okay, doesn't have his values of making women more property and trying to force marriages when they don't need to happen. One thing that he won't tell you is that even though black men and white men have different rates of being married and staying married, black men are more likely than white men to spend more time with their kids when they're not married. So this means that black men spend more time reading to their children. Black men spend more time giving like time and love and care to their children than white and Hispanic men do on average. There was a study about this. Actually, those black men, when they have time to give to their kids, they absolutely do. And black people just more likely to have families that look different than the white picket fence, married, 2.5 kids, American, like 1959 commercial fake advertiser family that you would imagine your conservatives think of these days when they think of families. They have family units. Black people's families are incredibly strong. I'm not sure if I have a couple black people in here. Your families are pretty strong. You probably have big families, big extended families where you all know each other. And if you need something, you could probably stay over at a family member's house, or you go to like a big cookout, or the next time you go to a party, the party's huge and filled with people who come up to you and be like, I remember, oh, you're so big now. I remember you when you were a kid. Black people have family values. Black people have big, healthy families, just not the same exact families that Byron Donalds has, as he tries to force black people to fit into white people's mold of exactly what a family should look like in the United States. I say no, right? And this is not to say that black people don't have problems with family. We all have problems when it comes to our families, absolutely. But to say that we're so much worse at forming families, we have no family values. I'm sorry, black people were more likely to vote for Republicans. They were not more likely to vote for conservatives, okay? Conservatives back in the day were those racist Democrats trying to vote David Duke into those racist Democrats trying to vote David Duke into Congress, okay? That was the party that Byron Daniels would be a part of, not the Republican Party today. Absolutely not the Republican Party today. The Republican Party today is nothing like the Republican Party post-slavery in the late 1800s, early 1900s. Absolutely nothing like it today. He's a clown to say otherwise. Okay. And so obviously Broseph was roasted. Obviously bro was completely throttled when it came to this when it came to saying that black people were better under Jim Crow. So I want to take a look at some of his news appearances afterwards, because obviously he wanted to come on and kind of clear his name a little bit about what he said about Jim Crow, because things aren't looking too good for him and he's worried that he's going to be disinvited from the cookout. So let's take a look. This was his appearance on CNN the other day.
One of Donald Trump's vice presidential contenders, Congressman Byron Donalds, he made some comments that has a lot of you talking and a lot of Democrats fired up. I'm going to speak with him live in just a couple of minutes, but here are the original remarks. They were made as a part of a pitch to black voters in Philadelphia, and I want you to hear it in its full context. Listen.
I grew up with my mom. My dad and my mom, things didn't work out. As an adult, I look at my father and I say, bro, I don't know what happened, but you my father and I love you. Wow. I don't know what happened. I wasn't. Wow. But I'm gonna tell you.
Are you saying wow? Bro said, I love my dad. Wow. Wow. Is this his personal hype man over here? I woke up this morning. I drank some water. Wow. Wow. What's happening? Wow. Wow. Oh man. He brought his hype man in here to he's on the mood.
The one thing I knew I wanted to do, and this is not about my father, this is about what I wanted to do, is I wanted to be a father to myself.
Wow.
So one of the things that's actually happening in our culture, which you're now starting to see in our politics, is the reinvigoration of black families with younger black men and black women. And that is also helping to breed the revival of a black middle class in America. You see, during Jim Crow, the black family was together.
Oh no.
during Jim Crow, more black people were not just conservative, because black people always have been conservative-minded, but more black people voted conservatively. And then H.E.W., Lyndon Johnson, and then you go down that road, and now we are where we are. What's happened in America the last 10 years, and I say it because it's my contemporaries, it's Wesley's contemporaries, you're starting to see more black people be married in homes, raising kids. It's when you home with your wife raising your kids, and then you look at the world, you're saying, now wait a minute, time out. This does not look right. How can I get something to my kids? It goes back to the conversation of generational wealth. Not just having a job, generational wealth.
Now, we should note that many Democrats who jumped on Donald's today claimed that he said that blacks were, quote, better off. As you heard there, he didn't use those exact words in the clip, but the congressman joins me now to talk about that. Congressman, thank you for being here. I want to just...
Even though he didn't say that exactly, he was saying aspects of black people's lives were better off under Jim Crow, and I also disagree with that. Black families were not better off under Jim Crow. Absolutely not. And they were also not more conservative. Well, not more, everybody was more conservative than today, sure, but compared to the time that they were in, they were not more conservative. Really, no. Is he divorced? Actually, I don't know. He's not divorced. He is married. He is married, actually. Yeah, he's married. He's married, and this is his wife. This is his wife. Beautiful, beautiful black wife. Okay.
Just focus on really the substance of what you were saying or trying to say in that clip. What did you mean by black families were more together during Jim Crow?
Frankly, what that is about the empirical fact that before the Great Society, before Lyndon Johnson's policies, there was more black families united. The marriage rate in black America was significantly higher before the Great Society. The period of time that coincides with that, obviously, is Jim Crow era. And then after the Great Society, the marriage rate in the black community plummeted significantly. The Great Society is a part of that reason, not completely, but it's definitely a part of that. And what you're seeing right now in America is a reformation of black families in America. That's a good thing, not only for the black community and for black families, but it's also a good thing for the country.
So what was the point of tying together the black family and Jim Crow specifically? I mean, Jim Crow, as you know, was a period of racial segregation, of racial terror. Why would you make that connection?
All I was doing was referring to the time periods when you talk about the historical timelines in America and coinciding with black families and what the marriage rate in black families are. The overarching point is obviously talking about what polling shows today, that about 25% of the black vote, depending on what poll you're looking at, is leaning towards supporting Republicans and supporting President Trump. The corollary to that is that when you...
So here's the thing, like, even there are some polls that show that. There have been polls that have shown that type of stuff during 2020, and that didn't work out either. So the likelihood of that happening, once again, I think is very low. I think Donald Trump will probably max out at 15% of the black vote. And I think that'd be pushing it. I don't think he's getting 20% of the black vote, personally. I haven't seen any information to say that like any of those polls will actually be will hold. And the higher ranked pollsters don't show those numbers. they don't show those numbers. They don't show those numbers. He's gagging right now so he can be the VP, so he can be a VP pick. There's a couple names on there that he's fighting for, so he wants to be top Trump gagger. Top Trump gagger. It's a hard fight though. You know, there are big Trump gaggers out there, you know. Hard-working Trump gaggers who've spent the last 8 years honing their craft. Honing their craft.
Family unit, husband and wife, living together, working together, thriving together. You're raising your kids. Your thought process is now talking about building generational wealth. What am I leaving to my children? What kind of communities do I want my children to come up in? What are the educational opportunities? What's going on with the economy? How does, you know, and then to a broader level, how does foreign policy and all these other public policy issues flow into that? And so when you compare the terrible agenda of Joe Biden and what that's done to families in America, coinciding with the fact that you are seeing a reformation of Black families in America today, which is an absolutely wonderful thing and needs to continue.
You know what's really stupid is that he's sitting here saying Joe Biden has destroyed the Black family with his horrible economic policy. Also, Black people are forming families better than they ever have today under Joe Biden. So which one is it? Is it Joe Biden has obliterated the Black family? Or is it that Joe Biden has produced the environment for where Black people have now been forming families at a better rate since Jimothy Crowington? Like, come on. Are you even thinking about what you're saying? He's not even saying anything. You're right. He's just making his mouth move. So because just so you know, everybody who's on CNN, they have a timer. They can see how long they have to talk. So he's just gonna fill up words until it's time for him to get off. And he had a couple more seconds there until that was the end of the segment. But that wasn't it. That wasn't it. He came back. He came back again for this. All right. One more once again. And to talk the one more once again, and Al Sharpton even had a little talk with him. Al Sharpton had a talk with him. Is it Faith? Is that her name? From MSNBC?
Some recent comments by Florida Congressman Byron Donalds have been condemned by House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, the Congressional Black Caucus, the chairman of the Democratic National Committee, Jamie Harrison, and the president of the NAACP, Derek Johnson, just to name a few.
He had the whole Black Council come out against this man. Come out against him. That's so funny. Everybody was like, yeah, we don't like this guy. We don't like what this guy's up to.
In those comments at an event designed to help Republican outreach.
Byron Donalds, so shitty, he brings the entire Black community together.
To Black voters in Philadelphia earlier this week, Congressman Donalds made what certainly seemed like positive comments about the Jim Crow era. And he claims his critics are missing the context of what he said. So here's the context.
Listen to it. Here we go.
What you posted on your social media. The Florida Republican Congressman Byron Donalds. Congressman, thank you for being here. We played that lengthy segment. That is what you posted on your social media. The part of what you said that people take issue with is this line, which I'm going to read back to you again. You see, during Jim Crow, the Black family was together. During Jim Crow, more Black people were not just conservative. Black people have always been conservative-minded, but Black people voted conservatively. But it is that during Jim Crow, the Black family was together. That's what people have taken issue with. What are they missing?
I hope that they do this. I'm not sure that they will. But what they need to do is say that what he's implicitly saying is that the Jim Crow era was better for Black families than the post-Jim Crow Great Society era of Lyndon B. Johnson. And the Civil Rights Act as well. That's what he's implying, right? Well, that's what he's implying. He's not saying it specifically, but that's what he's implying. The Great Society destroyed the Black families. Under Jim Crow, the Black families were better. You're implicitly saying that Jim Crow is better for Black families. Will you defend that?
Missing.
Frankly, what's really happened is that you have, Democrats and you have the Biden campaign, and some of the media want to twist my words for political purposes. The overarching issue is talking just about Black families and why you're seeing a trend of Black people leaning towards Republicans in this election cycle and probably in election cycles to come. And part of that, and part is that when you're raising families, raising kids, etc., you're now thinking about all of the public policy issues, all of the economic issues, all of the education issues. And that's leading people to have
Yeah, man, they didn't think about that during Jim Crow. Yeah, Black families, they didn't think about all those policy and societal issues back when they were building families under Jim Crow, you see. Much different. Much different. Well, it wasn't as bad or something. That's why they were able to form families better, you see.
Divergence in political thoughts. That was the only point. The stuff that comes up about Jim Crow and twisting my words, saying I was being nostalgic or saying that Jim Crow was good for Black people, that's all political spin. It's a lie. It's gaslighting. And that's truly unfortunate.
So here's the challenge, Congressman. You started out talking about your family, talking about your mom, talking about being raised, and you on your own brought up Jim Crow. In fact, you said Jim Crow 3 times for emphasis. It wasn't the media or the Democrats or gaslighters who brought up Jim Crow. It was you. You brought up Jim Crow. So why did you use Jim Crow specifically as your reference? You did that. No one else did that. You did it.
Oh, I did. We were having a conversation, just talking as, Black people in Philadelphia. But if you're going to use the chronological timeline of America before the Great Society and Lyndon Johnson's time period, you had, unfortunately, the Jim Crow era in America. During that time period, the marriage rates of Black Americans was significantly higher than any other time since then in American history. So it is a divergence if you're talking about marriage rates in the Black community. They have plummeted. And what we've seen recently in America, which is a very good thing we should all celebrate, is that the marriage rates in the Black community are rising again. That's good for Black families. That's definitely good for Black children. It's something I want to see. I'm quite sure you want to see it as well.
Okay, let's talk about that. Jim Crow lasted roughly from 1867 after the Civil War to 1968. Is there a specific period between 1867 and 1968 that you thought was this golden era for Black families, or a time that was good for Black families?
Joy, I never said that. And see, this is where the gaslighting
I'm going to read what you said.
All I was talking about was the marriage rates.
Stop. No,
Joy,
that's not what you said. Let's play what you said. Play what he said. Play what he said.
Families. You're saying I said golden era.
I'm going to play. I'm going to play what you said.
I said that it was better
I'm going to play what you said.
I never said that. I
play what he said.
Play what I said.
Play what he said.
Oh, here. Why was you yapping so far when you finally finish off with the play what I said?
During Jim Crow, the Black family was together. That's right. During Jim Crow, more Black people were not just conservative, because Black people always have been conservative-minded, but more Black people voted conservatively. And then H.E.W., Lyndon Johnson, and then you go down that road, and now we are where we are.
Okay, so now I'm going to go back.
Yeah, so what he's literally saying is that Lyndon B. Johnson destroyed the Black family. The Black family was, but he's going to be like, oh, I never said better off. More marriage to him is better off. He thinks less marriage is worse off. So better marriage, so more marriage has to be better off. And when were they better off? Jim Crow. He's trying to politician weasel, debate bro, weasel his way out of this one. You can't weasel your way out of this one. Just if you really want to do that, just admit it. Just admit, I said that. Yeah, I said it, and I'm gonna stand by it. Don't weasel your way out of it. Just stand by it if those are your real words, because they are your real words. That's what you believe.
You said during Jim Crow, the Black family was together. What was the authority of the Black father in the Black family during Jim Crow?
Well, listen, under Jim Crow, obviously, Black people were under great persecution, unfortunately, by Southern Democrats and the Democrat Party overall in the history of our country. That's the fact. And so
the dang Democrats did this to me.
And so having the Black man in the home was about first protecting the mom and protecting the kids. Incredibly important. It was the leadership in the home, which is incredibly valuable. And I think what we're witnessing, obviously, the last 30 years, definitely through my generation, is Black fathers being at home is incredibly important for the success of Black children going forward. And it's not just a Black thing, that's everybody. Fathers in home help to breed success for kids moving forward. That is a great thing for our country. That's something that should
Let him spin it off to save his ass.
Time. So what I'm talking about is not the golden era of Jim Crow. That's ridiculous. I would never say that.
No, he said golden era of Black fam. She said, well, listen, well, play what she said. The golden era of Black families.
That I'm standing up to, because that's what Hakeem Jeffries, the Biden campaign, Jamie Harrison, and the like are trying to bring up. And unfortunately, the media has followed suit with misleading headlines, and that's wrong.
Now I'm going to talk. Do I have a chance? Good. Now, you talked about the Black father being in the family, being able to protect the family. First, I want to read just for our audience the definition of Jim Crow, just so we all know what we're talking about. Jim Crow laws were a collection of state and local statutes that legalized racial segregation. They existed essentially from the post-Civil War era. They were meant to marginalize African Americans by denying them the right to vote, hold jobs, get an education, and other opportunities. Those who attempted to defy Jim Crow laws often faced arrest, fines, jail sentences, violence, and death. Now I want to talk about something that happened during this era. You said that what you were talking about was the presence of the Black father in the home to protect his wife and family. In 1943, in the state that you represent, in Florida, a young man named Willie James Howard, who was 15 years old, was lynched. During Christmas of 1943, Willie Howard sent cards to all of his coworkers at the Van Priest dime store in Live Oak, Florida. Unlike the other cards, Willie's card to Cynthia Goff, a white store employee, revealed a youthful crush. His greeting expressed hope that white people would someday like Black people and concluded, "I love your name, I love your voice. For SH, sweetheart, you are my choice." After reading the card, Cynthia's father, Phil Goff, brought two friends to the Howard home and demanded to see Willie. Despite his mother's pleading, the men dragged Willie away and then kidnapped Willie's father, James Howard, from work. The men drove the two Howards, I should say, to the embankment of the Suwannee River, bound Willie's hands and feet, stood him at the edge of the water, and told him to either jump or be shot. Willie jumped into the cold water below and drowned while his father was forced to watch at gunpoint. Willie's dead body was pulled from the river the next day. You said that during the Jim Crow era,
he's seething.
The importance of having a Black man in the home was to protect his family and to protect his wife. I actually spoke with somebody who lived through Jim Crow. Her name is Merle Evers Williams. And Merle quoted to me a man named Charles Silverman, who wrote in Crisis in Black and White, that in 1890, the year that the Mississippi Constitution was written, the policy of crushing out the manhood of the Negro citizens was to be carried out with success. So the man in the home during Jim Crow had no rights, could not protect his wife from rape, could not protect his son from lynching. So again, why would you quote that era and say that at that time, the family all being in the home together was something we should think of as a good thing?
Well, first of all, Joy, the story you bring up and you're bringing up is a tragedy. Oh, no. One of the great tragedies of the Jim Crow era. This is why those policies they were disgusting and distasteful. All I was talking about, Joy,
what was the benefit of a man in the family? Again, sir, I'm sorry,
Joy,
I let you talk for a long time. Sorry, talk over you. You've gotten a chance to speak a lot, Congressman. You're going to answer my question now and not filibuster. This is the question you want. This is the question you need.
No, he's definitely filibustering here.
To answer.
That's what I'm trying to answer.
Men,
that's what I'm trying to answer, Joy.
Give me a second. Take a breath. Take a breath. If a Black man could not protect,
her trying to imply that he's an angry Black man. Well, Joy Behar, calm down. But sorry, not Joy Behar. Sorry, I'm racist. Joy Reid, calm down. Calm down, Joy Reid. She's like, take a breath. Slow down. Well, don't get mad at me, Black man, angry Black man. Yo, what's going on at NSNBC?
It's my show. If a Black man, a Black father, could not protect his wife, his son, or himself from lynching and violence, how is him being in the home mean that is an era that was better for the Black family, or that we should think of as a good thing?
That's a much better way to ask that question. But I feel I don't like this question, right? I like that she's cooking him. I don't really like this question that much. They're are problems with this question that still lets him like weasel out of it, right? I still really think that she should bring up the fact that he implicitly is saying that the Jim Crow era was better for black families because they were more together, or that's his like modus operandi for when it comes to his wants for the black family outside of voting for Donald Trump is for marriage to be better. And so any era where marriage was better is better than today, specifically because they were together in and of themselves, no matter what was going on the outside, right? Which is his belief, unless he wants to say something different. And if that's the case, then he absolutely can recant that, and I would like him to recant that if that's the case, or deny that. I'd love for that to be the case, but I'm not sure if he's going to do that. Let's see.
First of all, Joy, I never said that it was better for black people in Jim Crow. I have never said that, and even my own words say that. If you're talking about the importance of black fathers in the home, or frankly, all fathers in the home, it is always for the betterment of children, to have leadership, yes, for safety. So having two people in the home to help provide the economic needs for those children so the family can succeed. That is a wonderful thing. We should always get back to that, not to Jim Crow. And this is the point of the gaslighting and the lying that is occurring with what I said. Don't try to impose the fact that the marriage rates were better in the higher, I want to be clear, higher in the Jim Crow era to mean that I think Jim Crow is great. That is a lie. That is gaslighting. I would never say such a thing, which is why the Jim Crow era was destructive of black people.
Right. Okay. He was making the rounds getting roasted. Absolutely making the rounds. Absolutely making the rounds. Really funny. Yeah, and nobody's even brought up the fact that he was like, nobody's even brought up the fact yet that he was like, black people voted more conservatively during Jim Crow, during that era when a lot of black people weren't even allowed to vote, for one. And even if they did vote, they were voting for Democrats. They were voting for Republicans more usually, but they were not voting for the conservatives in either party very much at all, actually. Because those conservatives were usually racist because they were trying to conserve racism. It's just like the conservatives today, only they were definitely worse. But yeah, they were trying to conserve racism. What does he think the conservatives were trying to conserve back during Jim Crow? What was that? I just want to know. I'm just curious. I'm just curious what he thought that was. What did they conserve during Jim Crow? What do they want to keep in place? It's a curious question. It's a curious question. Very curious question. There's one more here where he got brought on. I believe he spoke to Al Sharpton, and they were having a ball with this man on MSNBC. I'm telling you, they were roasting him. The whole week was just MSNBC hosts roasting Byron Donalds over and over again. It was really funny.
Indeed. Your eyes and ears do not betray you, Simone. That was Republican Congressman Byron Donalds of Florida romanticizing the Jim Crow era last week. His remarks met with swift pushback from Democratic leadership, but the congressman says his words were taken out of context. Last night, Donalds joined our colleague, Reverend Al Sharpton, for a debate on the matter. Take a look.
I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. But look, you were born in Brooklyn. You went down into the South, went to Florida State. You have an interracial marriage. You're the congressman of a district that's not a black district. I mean, how can you even live with yourself acting like Jim Crow was a good era or better era for blacks? What happened to you?
Okay, that's real cute. That's real cute. I did not say that. And I'm not going to sit here and have because right now you're lying about what I said. I did say Jim Crow. I did reference it 3 times.
Okay, wait, chat. Let me know. Let me know, okay? Let me know. We could watch this one, right? Watch the rest of this, or there's some guy. I just found him. He's called LFR Family. He's a YouTuber. who was saying that or we could kind of react to some black YouTuber slobbering on Byron Donalds, and we could see what was going on there. That's some dense rot. Oh, there's rot everywhere, chat. I say react, Andy. Okay, so yeah. So Al Sharpton, Byron Daniels, they traded barbs here. Let's see. Only a 25-minute video. Let's see. This is the one. This is the one with the most. This is the one with the most views right now. From black conservative perspective, we've seen this guy before. I don't really touch on this guy very much, but yeah, he's a big content mill guy. He drops video after video after video after video. A lot of them. This is only 4 days ago, right? He is pumping them out. He's pumping the videos out. He is pumping them out. He does not care, man. He lets it fly.
Against black people. You weren't just talking about the era of Dwight Eisenhower and Harry Truman.
You refer to time periods there, Reverend. That don't make no sense.
I tried to tell you, Byron, there's no point whatsoever in debating or arguing with these clowns, okay? Because
that sounds like you're a cuck. That sounds like you're bad at debating, honestly. There's no point. I promise there's never any point in talking to these people. They're so bad and they're so lame and their views are so stupid and they never listen, and that's why you should never ever talk to them, and I'm never gonna talk to them ever or have them come on and try or criticize my views or push back against them whatsoever. I would never do something like that.
Because they're not interested in the truth. They are not honest actors, okay? One of the things that, again, is extremely frustrating to me, guys, during this whole fake outrage about Byron Donalds and his comments about Jim Crow is that clearly, listening to the video and reading his actual quote, he said nothing about Jim Crow being better for black people, but it has been spun in the mainstream liberal media.
No, he said, once again, I guess the black conservative perspective has a big blind spot here. Once again, he said, black families were more together, and that was better. And the Great Society destroyed that. So the Great Society was worse. So he believes the Great Society was worse for black people worse for black families in that context than Jim Crow. You have to get past that to answer this question. I'm not sure if they ever will, really.
Because they're essentially an arm of the Democrat Party in order to attack Byron Donalds as a black Republican who sold out to Trump. Ultimately, this really is an attack on Trump, and this is part of the reason why I really do think that Byron Donalds should stop doing these interviews. But I understand where he's coming from. He knows that he's correct. He knows that they're lying, and he's doing the interviews in order to defend himself, okay? He wants to defend himself. He's standing up to these propagandists, and I actually commend him for that. I just don't think that there's a point to it anymore, because the liberal media, they're going to continue to say that he said something that he didn't say, and only stupid people would believe the mainstream liberal media and their narrative at this point. So it is what it is, okay? But I'm so serious. The Democrats and this whole situation just proves that they really believe that black people are the dumbest people on the planet, right? Because you have to be a dummy to fall for this propaganda from the mainstream liberal media. And I think this is part of the reason why you're seeing black people move away from the Democrat Party, because it's getting to the point now where it's just offensive, right? These people are reality deniers, okay? They deny the reality of the economy, the reality of the border, the reality of crime, the reality that
there's a whole lot of yapping
is actually a good thing, right? It doesn't matter what era we're in, okay? But that doesn't mean Jim Crow was a good thing. It just means that black families being together is a good thing, period. They just deny all these things, okay? And again, at some point, there is no point to engaging with these individuals because they're not really trying to have an honest conversation, right? But I'm not going to talk about that topic anymore. We beat that topic to death. I'm actually going to talk about a new topic here that Byron Donalds is discussing with Al Sharpton later on in this interview, which is about police reform and the fact that Trump did not support the George Floyd movement, right? And Al Sharpton is going to confront
the George Floyd movement. What's that? What's the hashtag George Floyd movement? What does that mean? This is really funny because a lot of conservatives like to paint Black Lives Matter as just the George Floyd movement, when, you know, people were talking about George Floyd, but also Tamir Rice and Breonna Taylor, and a bunch of other, Ahmaud Arbery as well. There are a bunch of other names in there of Black people who have been who've had their lives taken or destroyed or harmed by society, but he's just like, oh, George Floyd, he's ugly and he was criminal, he was drugs. Okay. Yeah, just shut all of that down, right? Shut all of that down. It's just the George Floyd movement, the George Floydists.
Donald on why Trump didn't want to get on board with the defund the police movement that Democrats were endorsing at the time. And Byron Donalds is going to humiliate Al Sharpton, who clearly does not know what he's talking about in this segment. So without further ado, let's get into it.
Just this week, that he might seek retribution against political enemies of if he's elected president. He also tried to link his legal problems to the injustices African Americans have suffered at the hands of the legal system. Why should Black Americans believe that Trump is serious about criminal justice reform when he only seems concerned about it when it applied to him? You know the record. You're from Brooklyn, what he did around the Central Park case. You know the record that he was president when George Floyd was killed by police. He said nothing. Had protesters move from front of a church, made a speech denouncing the protesters.
I wouldn't even say that. He wasn't moved from in front of a church. He didn't have protesters move from in front of a church. He gassed protesters in front of a church to hold a Bible upside down for a photo shoot.
Has no problem talking about locking up his political opponents or homeless or asylum seekers, but he now wants to act like he's a victim of something. What is your response to that, Congressman?
Okay, so before Byron Donalds gets into this, the obvious rebuttal, okay, to Al Sharpton saying that, well, Trump's not serious about criminal justice reform, which again, let's be honest here.
That is true.
It's a great thing that Trump is not serious about criminal justice reform, because that would mean being progressive on criminal justice reform, and progressive criminal justice reform is the reason why these liberals.
Wait, you fucking dumbass. Wait, aren't you all like, these radical Democrats are letting criminals walk the streets? The only crime these days is being a conservative who loves America. Some black can just kill a bunch of people on the street and nobody cares. These Democratic mayors are just letting the prison open. They're swinging the gates open in Arkham Asylum. The Joker's running rampant, but he's black. He's the bloker. He's going crazy. He's setting off watermelon bombs in the middle of cities. Minneapolis would look like Hiroshima in 2020. Like, what are you talking about? Of course you want criminal justice reform. You guys talk about it constantly. What are you saying? What is going on? Yeah, anybody who wants to change what's going on in politics must be a woke liberal, communist, Joe Bidenist, Stalinist Democrat trying to make crime legal. Yes, of course, you see.
Cities have fallen off of a cliff, right? This is the reason why these cities are full of crime and chaos. This is the reason why these cities are being run by criminals. So it's a good thing that he's not on board with that, but Trump was on board with, I would define as moderate and common sense criminal justice reform when it comes to rolling back some of the harsh penalties that were implemented as a result of Joe Biden's crime bill with the First Step Act, right? So to say that, well, Trump is not serious about criminal justice reform, again, there's more nuances to that, right? Because I think it's a good thing that he doesn't agree with progressive criminal justice reform, but the First Step Act is evidence that Trump is open to some form of criminal justice reform. He's just not open to progressivism.
He's not really serious about criminal justice reform. He doesn't have much to say about criminal justice reform. Donald Trump doesn't have much of a policy platform. Donald Trump never had much of a policy platform. Donald Trump passed one policy when he was in Congress. When he was in office. Like, I feel like a lot of people just kind of forget about this, but Donald Trump did like one thing when he was in office. There was like one bill of his policy platform that he passed. Almost everything that Donald Trump did was either a shitty tweet or using some executive power in a weird way that didn't actually do too much, or just kind of keep moving on as just being a president, just kind of going through the steps as the dumb fuck he is. Like, I know people like, and yes, he's a dumb fuck. He had to, it was reported on multiple times, he had to get his press briefings in like colored picture books, and they had to write his name on every page or else he'd like start to fall asleep. during press briefings. And he literally lost a nuclear proliferation, top secret papers from our nation in foreign countries. Like, yeah, he's a dumb fuck. He is a dumb fuck. Yes, he is a dumb fuck. I don't know what to say. He passed literally one piece of policy during his entire presidency. He didn't do anything. He just doesn't really have policy. People like Donald Trump for vibes. If you look back at the things people say they like about Donald Trump, they'll be like, I had more money. Inflation was lower back then. Inflation was lower back then. He owned the libs. He totally owned the libs. He talked about the caravan. He stopped the caravan. Those caravans all made it to the border anyways, right? And they all sought asylum. Or they'll be just crazy and they'll be like Stephen Miller, and they'll be like, he tortured migrants, and they really like that through the fucking what was it? Family separation policy and everything, right? He was really based. He was really based. Or they'll say things like the tax cuts, right? Or they'll be stupid and then they'll walk into the trap of praising the praising the Trump tax cuts, which also are helping inflation right now, and also the reason why your taxes went up recently is because those tax cuts from the Trump's tax cut plan actually had a sunset period for people, I think, making less than $70,000 because he did so much deficit spending when he was the president, and then he cut taxes. It made it so that the deficit ballooned under Donald Trump. He's just a dumb fuck. He's just a dumb fuck that like totally owns the libs, and that's kind of what they care about, really. Outside of that, I don't know if they care about much.
To the point where it becomes lawless, right? Which is what all of these people support.
Well, first of all, during the Trump presidency, he also signed into law reforms to criminal justice reform, the first step back, which actually helped get a lot of people released who were imprisoned under the '94 crime bill that was authored by Joe Biden. One of the worst pieces of crime legislation that's really impacted a lot of people in the black community.
You and I agree on the '94 crime bill. I marched on it, and Joe Biden has said that it went too far. But Donald,
yeah. So again, why don't you ever hold Joe Biden accountable for the crime bill and the drug bill? Why don't you ever hold Joe Biden accountable for the so-called systemic racism that he's responsible for? Right? Every time these people talk about systemic racism, or they name some past policy, because again, a lot of this stuff is not even on the books anymore they're talking about. Okay, none of these people actually went through this stuff or suffered from any of this stuff that they're boo-hoo-on and cry about. But for example, when they talk about redlining, when they talk about again, the crime bill and stuff like that,
they never went through this stuff. Black people grew up in black homes that were redlined, right? Black kids grew up in homes that were redlined. Like, just because redlining wasn't necessarily legal and still around when they were born, they lived in homes that were redlined. You know that, right? Well, you yourself as a toddler weren't redlined when you went to go buy a home, so obviously it's not that big of a deal. Okay.
All that is a result of Democrats, right? That
result of Democrats. This is so funny because he thinks that like Joe Biden it just like kind of swooped down in Congress and then passed the crime bill just kind of like on a whim, right? When in reality, a whole lot of black people, specifically black more conservative community members, wanted the crime bill to be passed. I feel like a lot of people forget, but the Congressional Black Congress co-signed and helped put together that crime bill. It was those black communities. So it was those black community leaders that screwed over black communities. Yeah, Joe Biden was a part of it, and yeah, Joe Biden is kind of racist dude. But to kind of just like hand wave the idea that black people like Byron Donalds, let's just not be stupid here, okay? Let's not be stupid. Black conservative perspective and Byron Donalds would be for the crime bill. If YouTube was back then And if Byron Donalds was in Congress back then, both of this guy would be making videos about how the crime bill needs to pass to help stop lawlessness in save black communities in this country. Byron Donalds would be in the Congressional Black Caucus pushing for the crime bill to be passed. Let's just not be crazy now. Only people like me and Sharpton on this side of the aisle and further would be against the crime bill being passed. But all of these guys would be for the crime bill being passed if they were there. It's really easy to be like, oh man, this shitty conservative policy really fucked us all over, huh? I can't believe Joe Biden did that to us. Like they wouldn't be there going like cheering on this bill being passed if they had the opportunity to. They're just so silly. The black conservatives are so weird. Such weird creatures. I'm gonna be real. Such weird creatures. Are we back? Apparently Twitch cut again. Sorry, chat. What is this? Here's a little video. It's called Progressive Victory in the Dark. Oh, also, yeah, well, thank you. Nice to see you, Kit. Hope you're doing well. Welcome back.
You can do it, baby. I love you so much. And it's bad news. Bad things are happening. Mom, I'm sorry. Mom, I didn't do it.
Mom, I'm sorry. Yeah, Trump is a comedian a little bit. Trump is a comedian. He is funny sometimes, whether he means to or not. Mom, I'm sorry. Ow. Where was that? I don't know. Trump's been doing some moans this election cycle that's gone kind of crazy. Show vid, please. Well, you haven't seen this video before? Mom, I'm sorry.
Bad news. Bad things are happening. Mom, I'm sorry. Mom, I didn't do it.
Mom, I'm sorry.
Mom, I'm sorry.
Actual clown. He's a genuine clown. The fuck is he doing? Actual clown, dude. My mommy? I mean my wife. My mommy? I mean my wife? Bro, he's pilling with his hands with 3 fingers. Like a scoop. His sweaty Florida paws. His sweaty Floridian paws, man. My mommy? Oh, my girlfriend. What's up, babe? What's up, babe? How you doing? I didn't call you any. I said that you're my girlfriend. Nice to see you. You're looking good. You're looking real good right now. You still gotta do some of your hair. That's besides the point. What's up? I didn't. I said my girlfriend. Nice to see you. Are you still wearing your work shoes? You wear your work shoes for like. What's up? With the rice? Oh, I was yeah, okay. No, you can make rice. Rice is easy, babe. So, oh, so yeah. What I do personally is I like to cut up onion, just like just a bit of onion. Take like a thick slice of onion, and then you can chop it into the little squares, right? Do the round cut, and then do, just like horizontal cuts, and then you can square that if you want, if it's still too big. After that, what I like to do is put a little olive oil in the pan and fry off the onion until it's fragrant. After that, you take washed rice, and you probably just want to make a cup of raw washed rice, okay? And you put it in the pan, and then you just fry that all together with a teaspoon of turmeric, okay? Right? And just for a little bit, just to get a little toastiness on the rice. After that, put double the amount of rice. Put double the amount of rice in chicken stock. So if you have 1 cup of rice, put 2 cups of chicken stock. Sorry, I said a little weird. Whatever amount of rice you use double the amount of chicken stock. I said it weird at first. 2-to-1 ratio of water, chicken stock. It is the chicken bouillon that you know of. It is 1 tablespoon of the chicken paste. The better than bouillon, the cup that I use. I put a liquid. Oh. Yes. No, I didn't. I took that scoop and I put it into a cup of water. Right? Double the amount of rice. So you're making 1 cup of rice. Okay, here. Take 1 cup of rice. Get 2 cups of water. Get 2 scoops, just of the plastic spoon, of that chicken paste. Mix it into the water. After you put the washed rice and onion in the pot, put in that water, and then cover it for 10 minutes on 4. Okay? And there's turmeric in there. And if you want to get fancy, throw in 2 bay leaves. But that's up to you. I like to do the bay leaves. Yes, before you cover it, throw in 2 bay leaves extra if you want. And it should be it should be cooking for about 10 minutes. Don't open it for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, open it, and then you can either, then if it's still too wet, leave it covered and then turn the heat off, and then the rice should soak up the rest of the water. Yeah, that should basically be it. You have to wash a pot? You don't? Oh, we don't have any pots that are clean? I've not seen the sink. You're telling me the sink is full of dishes? And the washing machine is kind of broken. Oh. Well, anyways, 1 cup of rice, turmeric, onion, bay leaf, 2 cups of chicken stock, 10 minutes covered. You got this, babe. Or just look up a video about how to make yellow rice, too. I throw in like a little slice of butter at the end. Personally, but you don't have to do that. Do it if you want. And also, once again, if you get lost, like I said, look up how to make yellow rice. You can find a video explaining it if you get tripped up. You got this, babe. I believe in you. She's staring at me. It's funny because the kitchen is actually right above me. So if she messes up explosion.sfx, she'll fall through the floor like Gibby and just end up right behind me. And she'd be like, "Oh, the rice didn't go too well." Ooh, I don't think I know how to. I don't think this one ended up well. Falls through the floor. Rice is done. That's funny. Rice done. Yeah, she didn't make rice before. Olive oil or butter, either is fine. I like to go crazy, olive oil and butter. I like to use a little bit of olive oil to fry off the rice. Sorry, to fry off the rice and onion at the beginning. And I like to use butter to give it a little glossy look and flavor at the end. But both in moderation. It's probably in total the same amount you would use of one or the other. And I feel like that would end up well, in my personal opinion. That's how I like to make it. It's kind of like pasta. Yeah, a little bit. Daring today, are we? Every day. That's how you make food that we want to eat. Throw some butter on it. It's gonna be stomping the floor. I hope not. Lord, I hope not. I got the news of one of my cousins broke up with her partner, and it made me genuinely sad. They've been together for a long time. He was like family to me. I'm so sorry about that. Oh, that's really unfortunate. Sorry about that, chat. Sorry about that, Kit. That must be really tough. That must be real tough. Chat, do you think I should cover? You know how Majority Report and Pac-Man cover stories? Like, they do. I usually don't cover something if I think it's gonna be like less than 10 minutes that I'm talking about it. Do you think I should cover those more? Like the libertarian segment that we did the other day, or like the the little libertarian audio leak that we heard the other day. Do you think we should cover more of? Just do a bunch more of those. Just start throwing them in. Like news dudes. Yeah, the guys who upload like 17 videos a day. I don't want to be necessarily like that, but I think I can borrow from that a little bit. Good filler, I think so. Yeah, the filler. Maybe we just need a little bit more filler. That might be possible. I used to do a little bit more filler in the streams. I haven't done as much. I kind of changed the way I look at streams, but I think I need to add a bit more filler again. Not 17, but maybe 16. Yeah, maybe we just need a little bit more filler. I think that could kind of go a little crazy. But you know what's gonna go crazy for me? Pee. I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna pee. I'm gonna let my pee out. Oh, chat as well. If you've been keeping up with what my fish were doing in the big tank, right behind this wall, because that's where the big tank is. If you're ever wondering where I keep that bigger tank, if you know that I keep a bigger tank, that big tank. That big tank, I had two of my little fish, two of my little cichlids. They had babies. They had little babies, and it's so cute. The little babies, they're just swimming around. I tried to feed them sometimes, but I have to use a pipette to get it down to them because the parents will like try to nip at me if I try and put my hand anywhere close to their babies. And so I use a pipette to try to feed the babies directly, because the tank is so big I can't just throw food in the tank and then I hope that it'll reach them at some point. So I have to make an effort to get them food. I have to make an effort to get them food. But sometimes if I squeeze too hard, the water flow created by the pipette with the food will blow them away. So I try and give them food, but they're like, oh. It's kind of cute. So they try and nip at the food, but sometimes the water blows them back and they're like, oh. So I have to try and give them little pumps so it doesn't blow them so hard and they can grab the food. try to feed your children. Stop attacking me. Like, honestly, really, genuinely. Fish update. Yeah, it's cute. I'm not sure if they're gonna make it. They might make it. I don't know. Well, I guess we're gonna have to find out, right? Let me see. What am I looking for? Sharks live. Yeah, I think starting to. How's it going along? You spilled the rice? You do hate watching rice. Don't we have more minute rice though? Use the minute rice, dude. She spilled the rice. It's chat, it's already over. Oh, chat, it's already over. LJ Wombology, thank you so much for the tier 1. Joining the frenzy, be incredibly. Pog, hi, nice to have you back. I'm glad that we're starting to see as I'm streaming more consistently again. I'm very happy to see my a lot of you regulars coming back. So I'm very grateful that you all decided to tune into the stream again. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Through that tough time that I had, I'm feeling a lot better than I did before. I'm feeling so much better than I did before, especially today. Especially today, I got so many things that were just kind of weighing on my heart. Kind of got lifted up, and I feel really rejuvenated when it comes to returning to streaming for you guys and everything. Because streaming, right? I'm not gonna sit here and say like actually I am. Streaming is the hardest job maybe to ever exist, if you think about it. So to do such a difficult job, I kind of need to be at my peak, because if not, I could possibly even die, you know? I think it's more life-threatening than fishing for crabs in the middle of the fucking Atlantic, in the middle of the fucking like Alaskan Ocean, you know what I mean, near the Arctic Circle. So yeah, I mean, it's something I got to be at my peak for, and I just haven't been there. Unfortunately, but I'm feeling back. I love rice because I'm nasty and I'm nice. I like fried rice. Shout out to fried rice. You're gonna click start stream and laugh at Trump being a doofus? It's harder than you think. It's harder than you think. There's a reason why not many political losers like me make it to 123,000 subscribers, okay? It's difficult. It's a hard world out there, okay? It's uniquely challenging and demanding. Yeah, after every stream, I do want to end my life. So, it's pretty hard. It's pretty difficult if you think about it. Every job can seem easy until you do it. My real take is that streaming has specific demands depending on what type of streaming you're doing that can make it harder for you. I think what I do is what I do and what I like, the content I want to make is specifically more challenging to do and make and make into an actual successful YouTube channel than like, you know, loading up Overwatch again and playing just a couple games and chilling with chat, right? There are specific demands. I think a lot of people would like really not like streaming. I think they idealize streamers who are able to make it doing something they love, but I feel like a lot of people they just wouldn't love streaming like that. They just wouldn't be able to. It would be difficult for them to stream and make it a viable career option, not because streaming is like the hardest job ever, but because once again it has specific demands. Because in my personal opinion, I just feel like, and I feel this way too, I don't really necessarily want to be my own boss. I know a lot of people idealize the idea of like being your own boss, and there are some like benefits that come from that, right? Because I could kind of just say fuck you to work one day, and it's just like who's gonna stop me, right? Who's gonna stop me, right? But when it comes to getting things done, I feel like if you ask somebody at work if you would have like a good manager that you can work with or no manager and you have to do all the managing yourself, I feel like a lot of people would pick a good manager that you could work with, mostly because a lot of people don't want to like do more work for their job, even though they could. And honestly, I feel the same. I feel the same way, right? I feel the same. If I had to do all the work that my manager had to do, but trade-off is have no manager, I think I would pick having a good manager that's flexible and works with me, and respects me in my job, than have to do all the work myself necessarily. And that's just me. I don't know. I could be just like a unique loser there in that context or something. But I don't know. That's how I kind of think about it. Let me know how you all feel, chat. That's my real opinion. Is it harder than your average job? Nah, probably not necessarily. I think it would be harder to specific people depending on how they like to work. I think your average person wouldn't want to do this shit. I think your average person would be happier in a really good in a very cushy 9-to-5 job, right? Where you could go home at like 3 p.m. sometimes and then take your laptop and do some extra work at home, and then just kind of chill and take home an easy like 80K a year. No stress or nothing really. I think that personally, which might even be a better job than streaming, honestly. They'd be pretty chill 9 to 5 job, easy $80,000 a year. You can go, you take an hour long lunch break, go home at 3 p.m. sometimes. Hardest part of your job is your commute or something, right? You answer phone calls, you sit in a meeting, answer emails. I feel yeah, this cozy as hell. Cozy as hell, right? That's kind of the American dream if you think about it. 4-hour workday, we can make it happen. I'm telling you. Even struggled making streaming a hobby on the side because I sucked finding things to talk about. It's not what really, depending on what you're doing and finding your niche and everything, because it's less because good streamers aren't all I think the best streamers are people who find something that works with them, something that they like to do, really, that they don't have to struggle to kind of get done. They find a niche that perfectly works with them, who they are, what they're interested in, and their skill set as a person. And I feel like probably the biggest thing is finding what that is. You have an idea of what you want to do. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I guess I could be a gaming streamer, but I'm kind of happy that I do what I do. Even though I think this is harder than just being like a guy who just turns on a game and now let's just roll, right? But also, I don't think I'd want to be the type of guy who turns on a game and let's just roll. I don't think I'd be as successful, even though I was kind of trying to do that. I don't think I'd be as successful. I don't think I would have made it here. And I think kind of the proof of that is the fact that I was doing that before I did this. I took a break from uploading videos as a hobby and did this, and this took off way more than that before, and I like what I do. I think I like what I do more than what I did before.
Based and red pilled?
Celine, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. That means a whole lot. Hey Shark, did you know that 80% of all ducks on Earth are kept in farms in China? The Reds have a virtual monopoly on ducks, and Biden has done nothing to end it. Yeah, honestly, this is kind of why I want Donald Trump to win the election, to hopefully bomb the keepers of all of the ducks, to set them free, to get them out of the Chinese cages and let all the ducks free. You know, I have a local pond near me, and they kind of are lacking ducks. I don't have many ducks. And I think it's because Xi Jinping stole my fucking ducks. And as an American, that kind of makes me sick. And Joe Biden just kind of let that happen. And I don't think Donald Trump would let that happen. I think Donald Trump is the type of guy who I would want to support because he's more likely to start a nuclear war over ducks than allow China to rule the world and take my ducks from me. And I think that's just because he's a real red-blooded American. So, I mean, thank you for that really insightful comment and the $10 donation. I really appreciate you for that. Thank you. Free the ducks. Shark spotted. Yeah, there's some, we got some nice sharks today. This is good. This is good shark watching. This is some good shark watching. I'm not gonna lie to you. Hashtag back the quack. That's really funny. Hassan is gonna chill with you guys for a little bit, so I'm gonna be right back. I'm going to go pee and then suck down a little bit more water because my mouth is real dry right now. And then we'll get back to talking about Elon Musk. Elon Musk. All right. See you in a bit. Oh, you guys were jamming in here, man. Without me? We're all having a heck of a time in here, man. What the heck? Yo, chat, okay. I know I got some Splatoon heads in here. Did you see what Japan got and we didn't get it? They got an inflatable reef slider. They got an inflatable reef slider. Like a whole ass inflatable reef slider. I think I'm gonna get one. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. My irresponsible spending impulses are going off like crazy, and I really want one. I really want one to hang up on my wall. Take a look at this thing's kind of crazy. This thing's really crazy. I think I gotta have it. I think I need to have it. Yo, he's straddling that girl. I'm gonna need it. I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna need that lickety split. I'm gonna need that right now, honestly. I'm so mad. Dude, we don't get one. Okay, listen. You can get one on eBay. You can get one on eBay, but they're close to $100. So if you got $100 in disposable income, you can do it. I don't really right now. Well, I shouldn't. But I really want one to hang up on the wall. Like maybe behind here somewhere. You know? Maybe like up, maybe like a little higher up there. Or move some of this around and then hang it up. I do want to hang it up. Or maybe like in front of me. I want to hang it up here to be a part of the stream space. I will say, as a massive Splatoon fan, and it's a shark, so it kind of fits perfectly. We should get a reef slider. Depends on your definition of disposable. We stay be making fiscally destructive purchases. It's on brand. It's really good. It's really cool. I do want one. I do want one bad too. I'm kind of fiending a little bit. Now I know this must be what it feels like to take crack. It must be what it feels like to take crack. Absolutely. Can I get mad at you all a little bit? Can I get mad at you all for a second? Yesterday, I spent some time in the morning reading a really interesting article written by a law professor, and the article was about how they compiled a bunch of data to talk about the idea of political powerlessness, specifically when it comes to how courts define suspect classes, which sounds like a suspect title, but what it just means is a class or demographic that could be easily targeted for discrimination by the court, and sometimes that plays into sentencing, specifically when it comes to like hate crimes or something like that, right? So they compiled a bunch of data specifically about how when two demographics disagree, who's more likely to get their policy position passed, right? And it was a really interesting graph. I thought it was really cool. And after reading through the whole article and the methodology and why the author decided to write it the way that they did, I thought it was interesting, and I wanted to share it with the community. Here's it on Twitter, basically, but it's just how U.S. policy responds to preferences of whites and African Americans. When white and black Americans disagree on policy, white preferences prevail. So it basically shows that. Okay, so let me explain this graph to you a little bit. On the y-axis here is the likelihood of a policy passing 4 years after both groups are asked about whether or not they want a policy change to occur. The x-axis here is the support for the policy change by group. And the two lines on this represent the each specific policy point, the support by that group, and the likelihood of the policy changing 4 years after when they started watching for this change. Let me turn off. Hassan's not here anymore. Right? And so let's take this for an example, okay? This is support for the policy change. When 0% of white people want policy to change, there's also a closer to 0% chance that policy change will actually go into effect. When near 0% of black people, though, want a policy to change, it's much closer to a 50% chance that policy change will actually happen. And also what's interesting is that the line for black people, as the support for the policy change increases, the likelihood that the policy change happens decreases, right? So here at 100% of black people would support this policy, the support for the policy is cut almost in half. So the likelihood of the policy actually being passed is cut almost in half. But for white people, as 100% of white people support a certain policy change, it's much closer to a 70 to 75% chance likelihood that policy change will occur in about 4 years. And so I thought this was really interesting and a really interesting way to talk about this issue, not only when it comes to relations between black and white people, but also when it comes to relations between men and women, because I wanted to add this into our and sort of like the kind of my mental lexicon of arguments and ideas when arguing with people about race and institutional structural discrimination, whether that be misogyny or racism or ageism or whatever the like, right? I thought this was really interesting because not only does this one group, as they support a policy more, the lower likelihood of that policy change going down with like black and white people, it also holds when it comes to men and women. This community note, yeah, I know, I read it earlier. I pulled this up earlier today and I read through it. I think it's referring to the caption for one, which I don't really care about. I read through the article and I thought it was interesting, right? And the author brought up problems with the methodology. This methodology isn't perfect. They purposefully left out policy where black and white people agree, which is biased, which is true, but also it's supposed to be biased. It's supposed to be looking specifically at when black and white people disagree, what happens, right? Yeah, like when two groups disagree in society about a policy change, what happens to that policy change? That's what this is about. So yes, it is true. This community note is important information, which I think is, it's good to have. I don't think that means that these graphs are wrong or incorrect or cannot be used for how they were specifically supposed to be used, right? And the original use for these graphs was to illustrate a way that we could quantify the idea of political powerlessness when judging whether or not a group or demographic should be a suspect group worthy to keep an extra eye on in the judicial system when it comes to their likelihood of being a victim of discrimination, which I it's just fine. It's just fine. There's been other studies similar to this that use slightly different methodologies and everything, right? Which I thought was really interesting because you can say, because if you just use black and white here, there's a lot of things that you can throw out. Because when we talk about like how like black people or like black interests are like looked down upon, discriminated against in our like political system, you could touch on things like, oh, but there's like protections for black people, and that's true. And it's not like things that black people support never get passed. As you see here, that with 100%, there's a 25% chance of that being passed. Obviously, some policy does get passed. It's just much different. It's a just much different curve than the one white people enjoy, right? And then they could bring up the reason why I like this is because it answers some hypothetical questions for me when I cover these types of topics, and I try to make arguments that are sound that you guys can take into the real world. I try to think of things people could say that would be contradictory, or arguments that people would bring up that I can just imagine that somebody would say, right? So for this, what do we think somebody would say if you bring this to them? Okay, just this specifically. They'd probably say something along the lines of, well, black people don't vote as much, and black people are a smaller percentage of the population, so obviously that makes sense. That the things that they want are usually less likely to pass than what white people want when they disagree. Okay, sure, those are valid arguments, right? But then why, when black people, but then you could point to the x-axis here and be like, then why when black people's, but even though when black people support a policy change more, it goes down the likelihood of that policy change actually happening. And then they could possibly point to, well, black people aren't in politics as more, but then that would go for your point, that which would be a form of, which would be you talking about a form of political powerlessness and or discrimination. And then you could pull up the other part of this article. It's not here in this tweet specifically, but in the full article itself, and Vox compiled the data in a visually appealing way. It was even more striking for women, females. I'm not sure if we got any females watching right now, but the females were struggling out here, man. Take a look at this one. This one's nasty. Look at this dramatic curve. All right. So remember, x-axis is support for change. Y-axis is the likelihood of the policy changing. And so if you see here, when 0% of females want a policy to change, there's a 75% chance of that policy changing. That shit's kind of insane. That's kind of crazy, don't you think? That kind of blows my mind. When 100% of females want a policy to change, there's near 10% or lower possibility of that likelihood of that policy changing within the next 4 years of when they're asked that question. But the curve is just insane for men, really. It's just, it starts to become like, it gets close to being like astronomical. It's very interesting. Like this is the first time we've seen like a 0-0. When 0% of men want a policy to change, that shit will not happen. When 0% of women want a policy to change, there's a 75% chance of that happening. When 100% of women want something to change, there's a near 10% chance of it happening. When 100% of men want something to change, there's a near 100% chance of it happening. And I think this goes really well, coupled with the graph with black people, because I think these two work together really well, because all the arguments that get brought up that don't get answered by the black and white graph gets answered perfectly by the female male graph, right? Which I think is which I think is really interesting and really nice, because the arguments when it comes to black people is like, black people aren't as politically active, and black people are a smaller part of the population. Those are the two big arguments that you can bring up. But with women, females, women are more politically active than men. When it comes to like these activist circles, really, and there's more women in society than men. We have a pro women gender ratio in this country. There are more women than men in this country. There are 97 men per 100 women in this country. That was a good community post. I saw that. I thought it was a good community post. I thought it was really interesting. And I did a little write-up and everything. And you know what them shitters had to say in the comments? They were like, water's wet. I know all this shit already. If you were like a leftist, you'd know all this shit. Sky is blue. Who gives a shit? Like, what? Honestly, I was starting to get a little mad. I'm gonna be real. I was starting to get a little mad. I was like, really? Like half the comments were just like, yeah, water's wet, bro. Huh. We already knew this. Huh, I already know everything. Fuck you with your new fuck you with your new ways of displaying information that that are different than what we've seen before. What the hell? Seriously? Yes. I was like, what's wrong with you? Why? It's actually really interesting the way this data is put out, because because even though, yeah, you would expect it, the way how dramatic it is, especially for men and women, and it really, and yes, and we didn't have specific data about this before. We had inferences and we had examples, right? And we could talk, you could make a convincing argument, but there wasn't any data to straight up back up that point necessarily, to straight up back up to back up that point that when Black people like a policy more, it's less likely for that policy to pass. You could say that, but then somebody would be like, proof, and you'd be like, and then you would have to make some arguments about how you just kind of feel that way, right? Or it kind of seems like that way, or you had to pull up an example of that happen, of it not passing, but then it's politics, right? So there's some confounding variable that like thrown in there of something that happened. Oh, actually it was a red wave that year, and then obviously, right, you know, whole bunch of different stuff. But with this, it's just pretty clean cut. It cuts through a lot of stuff, and it's really interesting because these trends both still hold on the state level. They did one for the federal level and state level, but then people in the comments say, we're just like, you know, fuck this shit, dude. I know everything already, man. What the hell? Boring. Water's wet. Who gives a shit? I was like, what's happening? What's going on, man? I knew all this shit already. Okay. I probably tell you things that you already know every day. Then why are you here? Why are you here? Relatedly, a lot of men complain about men's mental health, but nothing ever gets done. It's because they don't care. So this graph would prove that men don't actually care. It is true that they don't actually care, because if they all actually cared and wanted to do something about it, they would do something about it. But also you have to remember that, what do they mean by mental health, right? Like, yeah, they care about men's mental health, but like, what does that mean, right? Like, how do we fix men's mental health? Like, the answers aren't something that you can just like pull up. They're kind of difficult to be able to do, right? They're kind of difficult to be able to get to, because you can just like everybody's household should be richer. Okay, yeah, I agree that everybody's household should be richer. How do we do that then? How do we do that? Sure, how do we do that? Start the women's have equality. So true. Look at my leftist dog. We ain't getting free. Look at my leftist dog. We are not usurping capitalism. We are not amassing a unified working class front. It's a shit part. They think it's gay to care. That's true if they all cared. If they all actually cared and agreed on an idea for how to move forward with that, it would just get done. It would get done overnight, probably. And by that I mean literally overnight. Like, the law would probably be passed and signed into law overnight. Is it gay to give a fuck? Ah, dude, like, some people believe that. It's true. It's real true. Okay, I saw this real interesting video. Okay, it just popped up on my timeline. It's and by interesting, I mean it piqued my interest. This guy has one video. One singular video on his channel, and it was released 6 days ago, and it was about progressive victory. I wanted to take a look at it. I want to take a look. What's his name? Kilo the Giant. Have you all seen this video? Has it popped up for you all? Because it did for me. And I was like, oh, curious. I never saw anybody just make a video about progressive victory. I thought it's like super duper double, triple, quadruple, omega niche. But I guess this video was quadruple omega niche too, so. I don't know if this is copywritten, so I'm just gonna skip it a little bit.
Was organized by.
I met some fine progressive victory people.
That this panel was organized by Progressive Victory and Brianna Wu.
Progressive Victory wants a coalition of streamers.
If you recognized any of these faces so far, then at some point you've probably heard the name.
I haven't. I don't know who these people are. I don't know white people.
Name Progressive Victory. To some of you, Progressive Victory might just be an awesome new online democratic community. Maybe you've even been to one of their events. Some of you may have heard the name, but you have no idea what it is. And to some of you, they might just be the punchline of a joke. Today we're going to take a closer look at the good, the bad, and the ugly of Progressive Victory, including how they may be intentionally keeping you in the dark. This is Progressive Victory, which I'll often refer to as PV in this video. PV is a PAC, a political action committee. We'll talk more about PACs in a second. PV was founded in 2022 by Samuel Drismala, a political professional with a background in social media, online marketing, and as a digital director for politicians like Barack Obama and Senator Cory Booker. Sam's goal was simple.
I'm working with an organization called Progressive Victory that I founded, which works to integrate streamers who do gaming media like Twitch and YouTube streaming to pull their audiences into getting engaged in politics and voting, donating, volunteering their time.
The idea was that online politics creation, specifically on Twitch, represented untapped potential in the way of mobilizing and energizing young voters. So after receiving a $500,000 investment from an unknown Democratic source, Sam founded Progressive Victory PAC on July 26, 2022.
I mean, it's not that much. Shark on white people, spooky. Could be a little spooky. Could be a little scary. My Bender did what this doofus couldn't do, actually talk to Sam. Who? Wait, what? Shinigami Eye is alerting on this creator. Wait, what? What? Like here? What, does this have anything to do with what we're talking about? Talking to Sam? Does Sam come up in this discussion?
Again, PAC stands for Political Action Committee. Now, what that actually means can be kind of complicated.
The founder of PV,
founded by individuals, labor groups, even other politicians, but they're all used for the purpose of directing resources towards influencing the results of an election. Now, to keep things as simple as possible, here are the three main types of PACs. There are traditional PACs, which can donate directly to candidates. Then you have super PACs, which can't donate directly to candidates.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about Sam Cedar. Okay, my bad. What, have you seen this video before? And I didn't know Matt talked to the founder of Progressive Victory. It's curious.
But they can spend as much money as they want on anything else, like canvassing, campaign ads, things like that. And the third main type is hybrid PACs. Now, hybrid PACs can do both of the above two things, but they have to maintain two separate bank accounts. Campaign contributions have to come. Let's
move forward a bit.
And all other independent expenditures and disbursements come from the other bank account. I'm sure some of you have already guessed, Progressive Victory is a hybrid PAC. It's important to note that all PACs are required to disclose all of their donations as well as their disbursements to the Federal Election Commission, which I'll refer to as FEC. This doesn't quite tell the full story though, but we'll get back to that in a little bit. For now, we know the basics. Progressive Victory started in July of 2022, and they aimed to mobilize switchable audiences towards voting in the midterm US elections. And they did. Early on, PV was successfully able to recruit several smaller streamers to their cause. Notably,
I definitely saw some stuff when it comes to Progressive Victory. I haven't really worked with them much. I've had some talks with Progressive Victory, but not too much has happened with that yet. They seem interesting. I've talked about it before. If I think Progressive Victory can help me do something that I personally wanted to do in this space and also this part of the region of the US. I hope so, but we'll see. Once again, like, we'll see. It's a kind of a mess, lots of vibes, little evidence. I mean, how do you get evidence on being a like a PAC, right? Like how many dollars brought in how many votes? Or I mean, if you're PAC and your job is to get people registered to vote, I mean, it seems right, and like send people out and knock on doors and get people ready to vote. I mean, seems to be fine to me. It really depends on what evidence you're really looking for what specific claim they're making, right?
Riverboat Jack, Rogan, Prime Kai. PV actually even had their own Twitch channel. They sometimes did gameplays, fundraising events. At some point later in the year, PV also brought on Vosh. Vosh plays an important role in PV for a few reasons. He's a pretty large streamer mainly, but most of their early influence was achieved through Vosh's community. Moderators, Discord members, for example, White Nervosa, who helped build a lot of PV's early infrastructure, came from Vosh.
I'm curious.
In the initial era of PV, content and streams were produced directly through and in partnership with the PAC. With the bump from Vosh, PV and its streamers actually seem to have a sizable impact on the 2022 midterms.
During that time, we got 5,100 volunteer shift signups and contacted 290,000 voters.
That's not bad.
2022 midterms, Progressive Victory went kind of quiet for a little bit. They stopped streaming on their own channel and reportedly at the start of next year downsized to essential staff only. So that's it for 2022. But Progressive Victory had already caught a glimpse of what they could do with the space. Let's fast forward to June of 2023. Twitch releases an update to their terms of service and community guidelines.
I guess that was Progressive Victory's first election cycle. So now they have another election cycle coming up. Let's see what they do.
The platform no longer allows paid promotion of politicians, political parties, or issues of public debate.
Yeah, they can't do that. Do not issue the following services, including paid promotions of politicians. Yeah, they can't do that. Political parties or issues of public debate. What does this necessarily mean? This was a little curious. So we don't allow just political content in general. Without what that would mean that I'm banned, right? But isn't there like you could just talk about politics. I think this more means like you can't do it's how like a lot of other websites have political like bans on like political ads when it comes to funding a PAC, a PAC like this. When it comes to they can't solicit donations on Twitch anymore. Makes sense. Right? Yeah. That seems like that makes sense there. Twitter had that before Elon removed it because he wanted extra money. Because Twitter's failing. My bad, X.
They had likely been paying streamers to produce branded content for them. And now, this is where Brianna Wu comes in. Brianna Wu joins PV sometime during the summer of 2023.
Okay.
Twitch updates their TOS. Her exact
professional victim. That's okay. I see how this person feels. Voosh, Brianna Wu, professional victim. Okay. So we know how they feel now.
Within the organization is a little bit unclear, but she seems to have been more or less a recruiter. It's around this time that PV dramatically expands its roster of online politics creators. But because streamers could no longer be paid to produce branded political content, these streamers took on the role of consultants with Progressive Victory. We'll talk more about these guys later on, but the important thing to know for now is that looking back on Brianna Wu's tenure with PV, it becomes actually kind of difficult to think of a prominent politics creator that wasn't involved with them in some capacity.
I'm not sure if you would call me prominent, but I was not involved in them with them in any capacity through 2022 or 3 or technically now, right? So hey, there's me. He might not know about, but I'm just some guy, right? I'm a little underground. I can't lie. I'm a little underground. It's kind of funny because I don't really have I wouldn't consider that me having like a really small viewer base or subscriber base. I'm really not that small. I'm not that big. I'm not huge. I'm not a huge content creator. Absolutely not. But I'm definitely not like insignificant. I'm not like I think that'd be way closer to you having like 50,000, like 50,000 and less subs. Not like 50,000 subs is a small amount. In no way, shape, or form is that a small amount of subscribers. If you know, you should be very proud. I was very proud to have that. I'm very proud to have what I have now as well. So thank you all for the support. But when on the landscape now, if you're like a content creator, like 50,000 and below is pretty small. But who's this again at the bottom? Last time I spoke to him, it was about whether or not Dr. Seuss books should have his name on it or something, right? Wick, yeah, Wick is a pretty small content creator. Well, smaller, right? He's like around 12,000 subscribers or something, if I remember correctly. Just curious. I'm not sure why he was talking to short fat otaku though. I don't know what's going on there. I don't really care either. Not a whale, not a guppy, but a shark. Yeah, kind of. I'm just kind of there, you know. I really am just there, and I kind of like it. I said it before. I'll say it again. Being there has been like really nice when it comes to this space. With how much turmoil, because I'm kind of straddling the commentary, political, whatever sphere. Being somebody who's kind of like a little low key under the radar, I don't get talked about that much, is actually really nice. It's actually really nice that you know, things are pretty quiet around here. I'm very happy for that. Very blessed when it comes to that. With what I've seen, streamers who've you know started their work before me and started their work after me. I've learned to love silence, I will say. Unironically, what's with Brianna Wu? I heard of her, but what did she exactly do? What do you mean? What did she exactly do? Like with Progressive Victory, or what is she like doing? Like what's her deal? Sort of vibing in the corner with a cup of good shit. Your glasses, yeah, sitting on the fish tank. Yeah, just it's chill. It's chill. I'll absolutely take chill over, you know. It's just not my personality to do too much. I'd be spooked. I mean, like, what's her deal? These days her deal specifically is the disagreement she has with other people on the left, specifically when it comes to the Israel's war in Gaza. That's if I was going to put it down to one thing, that's what, you know, quote, her deal is right now going on. It's there's some like turning points when it comes to some people in politics. When it came to let's say Charlie Kirk. When it came to Charlie Kirk and a lot of conservatives, actually, the turning point for them to become incredibly radical, like super radical, was COVID. Like after the pandemic and like pandemic rules came about, like social distancing, they went crazy conspiracy mode. They started basically, I guess to put it bluntly, COVID put on conservatives' fight or flight response. And I guess the same thing is happening when it comes to Israel's war in Gaza and Israel's war on Gazans, or the Israel-Hamas war, how some people want to call it. The big problem is that the disagreements and the very charged nature of the discussion makes it so that a lot of people have just become have you know, their fight or flight response just triggers and they just go kind of crazy. I think Brianna was definitely gone a bit wacky with some of the things I've seen her say. But once again, I don't keep up with everything she says very much. And a lot of the stuff that I see her say are screenshots from people who already don't like her. So I don't know. I just don't really pay attention to what's going on over there. I kind of just don't care. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't really care what's going on over there too much. I'm glad the world's opinion is turning on Israel. I think that's a good thing. And unformed why she takes a much more, I'll say, to be as charitable as possible, I'll say she takes a much more pro-Israel stance than I think a lot of people on the progressive left and further are comfortable with. I will say. I'll say that, and then you can make of that what you will. But if you want to make an opinion, read her tweets. You know, read her tweets, and then you can make an opinion about how she thinks and what she thinks, right? So there's that. Charlie Kirk definitely became more radicalized after the pandemic, and I want to talk about that. I think tomorrow. I think that'd be really interesting. But tomorrow. But yeah.
Who left PV sometime around November of 2023 after only about 4 months, but the effects of her involvement with them are still being dealt with to this day. For now, though, we know the history of PV. Presently, PV streamers are advertising canvassing events for key 2024 races, and their impact and influence is felt now more than ever. But before we cover their controversies, let's at least give PV some credit and examine their impact and accomplishments in their first 2 years.
Okay. The good.
What is felt now more than ever.
They say the short part?
Their impact and accomplishments in their first 2 years.
AKA the short part. Okay. Part 1, the good. Anyways, like, good things happen, right?
Progressive Victory actually deserves a fair amount of credit for essentially doing what it is that they set out to do.
Cool, they did good stuff.
And their calendar looks pretty full these days.
Nice.
During the prologue, I said there were some things that we were going to have to come back to.
Okay, let's get to the bad.
For being resourceful in our modern political climate, and it's nice that everyone who works for PV seems to enjoy it. None of that stuff is the problem. The problem is all this other shit.
Here's something that's really interesting that happens in like all sorts of drama. It actually happened recently with the...
Who is this? Who is this woman? I recognize this woman, but I don't know her name. I feel like it starts with an E. Do you all know? Do you know who this person is? Or do you recognize this face? Nopers? Oh nah, man. I know this person. This person's much closer to Destiny's community, if I remember correctly. I've seen this person. I've seen them before. Not so erudite. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Literal child. She's not a child. I believe she's. Oh yeah. Well, there you go. She has Destiny merch. Okay. Well, there you go. Okay, I guess I'm right when I said that. I was correct. I was popping off. Yeah, this is not so erudite. Much more on like the there's two camps of people who've joined Progressive Victory, right? The two biggest political streamers who are out there, Vouch and Destiny. Yeah, so right. So she's on the Destiny side of the people who got involved in Progressive Victory. I don't know, but I feel like Progressive Victory did a little bit of work when it comes to healing the gap, the community gap, between those two jokesters. I hope so, at least. You know, we're just viewers at the end of the day. They got their own problems, but we're just viewers at the end of the day. Me included. I'm just like one of you, for reals.
You guys, I'm sure some of you heard about the Progressive Victory drama where a bunch of people were like worried about like dark money and stuff like that.
No, I didn't hear about that at all, actually.
Dark money influencing the space in ways that we can't see or measure or track could be a problem down the line. That is, I think, the best sort of criticism I got.
Now, that's not something we want to replicate, right? I'm not suggesting the solution for the left is to set up like dark money packs and start funding it. But I think
during the prologue, I said there were some things that we were going to have to come back to. Here we go. The FEC is the government body that's responsible for enforcing campaign finance law in the US. As we covered earlier, one FEC requirement is that PACs publicly disclose all of their expenditures and their disbursements. And additionally, super and hybrid PACs are required to publicly report their donors to the FEC. When looking over PV's reporting on the FEC website, it does appear that they're in compliance with these laws. And just to be clear, I don't think that PV is doing anything illegal. There's just one problem. Dark money is money that is spent to influence the outcomes of elections, and the source of the money is not publicly known. The term itself comes from an important 2010 Supreme Court decision, which is often referred to as Citizens United. The court essentially decided that the First Amendment protects the rights of individuals or groups to independently spend as much money as they want on political campaigns. The Citizens United decision can be viewed as the birthplace of super PACs and dark money. It's also important to note that Citizens...
It is the birth pack of super PACs and dark money. Those things were actually illegal beforehand.
United remains controversial to this day, and even as recently as 2022, a Senate bill was introduced to combat it. That bill failed to pass with a vote of 49 to 49.
Cringe.
So what does any of this have to do with Progressive Victory? Remember the $500,000 investment that Sam used to start PV?
I convinced a.
I thought it was 50,000. Now it's five. I thought it was a $50,000 donation. It was a $500,000 donation. Is that true? I thought he said 50 at the beginning. No, it was 500,000. Okay, a small loan of $500,000. He said 500. Okay. I thought it was the reason why I said that's not that much. Well, actually, I thought it was 5,000. Yeah, the reason why I said it was not that much because I thought it was like. I thought he said a $5,000 donation. I was like, okay, yeah, cool. No, a $500,000 donation. Where the hell did that come from? Somebody's uncle's rich, or somebody has some connections. That part's true.
Foundation who will remain nameless in the progressive space to give me a budget of under $500,000 for the nameless in the progressive. I convinced a foundation who will remain nameless in the progressive space to give me
a foundation who will remain nameless in the progressive space. There aren't many of those. There really aren't many of those. A nameless foundation. I don't even know. That's progressive specifically. Progressives having enough money to cobble together $500,000 to start a little pet project like this is quite curious. I wonder who that is.
$500,000 for the 2022.
I personally like to know.
Try to mobilize some of these audiences.
Do they not want to be known for this? Is that...
They don't like to.
It'd be funny if this devolved into JQing. I'd fall to my knees.
Be known as of yet. Maybe they'll publicize something in the future.
As of the time of
they don't like to be known as of yet. Maybe
they don't like to be known.
As of the time of this video being published,
was it anonymous?
Not publicly known. Additionally, one early member of PV shared with me that they negotiated their contract with Sam's partner, but they declined to disclose who the partner was. PV's very foundation is definitionally dark money, but it's not just the foundation. Let's go back to our consultants. These streamers reportedly are paid to attend weekly Progressive Victory meetings, where things like viewer interests, analytics, and engagement are discussed. The consultants can't share the exact nature of the meetings because of NDA.
I can't talk about what we talk about in the meetings.
But it can be gathered that these meetings are intended for streamers to coordinate content with other members of PV. Many of these consultants also open.
I've heard the same thing. They like talk to PV about, what's going on in the space, it seems.
They solicit donations for PV on their platforms, as well as advertise volunteering for PV to support their political efforts. So, just to recap, Progressive Victory has been paying streamers to attend weekly meetings, the nature of the meetings which is under NDA, and those streamers subsequently have been...
Chat, would you want to be in the dingy, smokes-filled Discord rooms of what the darkest progressive streamers are talking about? Like how to overthrow the world and how many... Oh my gosh, what if it was George Soros? What if we do get Soros bucks? What if the possibility of me getting Soros bucks is so closer than I ever have known, and it's been so close for 2 years. It'd be remarkable if true. Isn't that fairly normal for YouTubers? Like they're still entertainers, correct? Do you mean like NDAs or like these type of contracts or something? I mean, like they make contracts with the much bigger streamers make content creators make contracts with themselves or with like each other. The meetings. I mean, meetings meetings you like go talk about something. Mm-hmm. And like streamer adjacent companies, yeah. They're still companies at the end of the day. I'm still waiting for my Soros check. Honestly, me too.
Been promoting PV's political efforts and soliciting...
Get that bag, Shark? I should be friends with Soros. He seems like he'd be a cool guy.
Donations from their audiences. Now, none of this by itself is actually a problem.
Does he need a black friend? I hope so.
Streamers that they think PV is just circumventing Twitch's TOS by having these meetings.
So what you're saying there is what I'm saying is correct, that they're trying to circumvent the rules by doing these backroom meetings and paying people to attend the meetings.
I mean, you're saying circumvent. I think that's too strong, but sure, whatever.
So, okay, right.
But Twitch's TOS...
Wait, what? What was this discussion about?
There is what I'm saying is correct, that they're trying to circumvent the rules by doing these backroom meetings and paying people to attend the meetings.
Circumvent the rules by paying back. I'm actually not sure. We'd have to look back at those rules again. Wait a second. 1348. That's where we're at. 1348. Where do those Twitch rules come up at? Get a picture of some of the new Twitch rules, rulerinos. Take a little look. Now this got into like the part where he's like the good. Brianna Wu. No, this wasn't it. Oh, where was that? Maybe around the 5-minute mark? Yeah, probably. Probably around here somewhere, right? Here we go. Here we go.
Political parties or issues of public debate.
Oh, it's only there for very, very small amounts of time. Okay, we do not allow the following products or services. Political content, including a paid promotion for politicians, political parties, or paid promotions for political parties or issues of public debate. Okay. Yeah, like, I'm not sure if I would say they're circumventing the rules. I mean, or issues, political content of issues of public debate. I mean, depending on how you're reading the rules, then everything that we would be doing here is TOS. I don't think it is. Per these rules, this seems more about what like politicians and PACs are doing, for like political donations, like political as in like politicians, and like government, not like non-government organizations, who are more like related to like legislatures and getting people elected, stuff like that. Not just talking about things that are happening, really. The rules themselves are very murky and vague. I think I wouldn't say that they're trying to circumvent the, I don't know. Are they doing, like, as far as I know, they're not doing, what is it? Like paid promotions, but I guess you could kind of read this as political parties, like make it a PAC instead, like trying to get people to vote. I'm not sure if you can, this means you can't do get out the vote campaigns on Twitch. That would mean that that having like AOC on Hassan's stream would be against the rules, which I don't think it is, in my personal opinion. I don't think that's the case.
Strong, but sure, whatever.
So, okay, right.
But Twitch's TOS is their problem. That's not my problem. My problem is two very, very big things.
I think a lot of us would agree that dark money and money in politics is nasty and plays a bad role. Nasty and plays a bad role.
Number one, these consultant streamers do not get paid by Progressive Victory PAC. They get paid by a third-party company. Now, originally, I suspected that PV employees were being paid by one of Sam's other projects, like Clever Edge, and online suspected that PV...
Sure, let's read this. No. Let's read this a little bit, huh? Attention. There have been some, there are some facts about Progressive Victory, here's some facts about what Progressive Victory does and doesn't do. Real tired of hearing people wildly speculating, having no idea, and getting it wrong. Questions. Progressive Victory, Brianna Wu's PAC. No, I am equivalent of a vice president. She got a pretty big role, just out of nowhere. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know, she might have some connections or something. I run a large team called Operations. Our lead is Sam, right? Question: Progressive Victory, a PAC that pays streamers to make content? Hell no. That, as far as I know, that is correct. That's not true. They don't pay them to make content. I do not pay anyone to make anything, and I will never ask. We look for people doing good work, and we give them support. We do work with streamers, but that's through our LLC nonprofit, not our PAC. LLC nonprofit, not our PAC. Well, that's something different. Yeah, I don't really know what that is. Does Progressive Victory get involved in live streamer drama? No. Okay.
Number one, these consultant streamers do not get paid by Progressive Victory PAC. They get paid by a third-party company. Now, originally, I suspected that PV employees were being paid by one of Sam's other projects, like Clever Edge, an online consulting firm specializing in digital content development.
Hello.
But after my conversation with a few PV associates, it seems that their compensation comes from Progressive Victory LLC. And the fact that the money is coming from a separate company means PV doesn't technically have to report this spending to the FEC. Remember that dark money is not a legal term, it's an ethical term. It refers to money that's being spent to influence elections that we don't know the source of. Money plays an important role in American politics. It's estimated that campaigns that spend the most money in any given race win the election around 84% of the time. This is why it's important for American citizens to
Thank you, Citizens
aware of where
United.
the money that supports the politicians they vote for is coming from. And money that's affecting the results of elections that the public can't see, or dark money, should be thought of as unethical. And PV consultants being paid to urge their audiences to support PV is affecting the results of elections.
They recruited more than 330 people to show up from
Consultants being paid to urge dark money should be thought of as unethical. And PV consultants being paid to urge their audiences to support PV is affecting the results of elections.
They recruited more than 330 people to show up from various communities.
So just how much money is PV spending that we don't know about? Let's start with their streamer.
Okay. One argument that you could bring up here is that they were not being paid to support. They're not being paid to promote PV. But obviously that's kind of implicit. It's something that you would like. Just, it's more of like a technically correct thing more than like an ethically correct thing. I think the feeling of it is definitely there. I see that.
Slash whatever the fuck. This is counterpoints.
Fuck the shoe pipeline.
For a few reasons. But for now, he's going to
wild to
how
watch.
much the consultants at PV make.
Now, I've heard that it's between $500 and $7,000 depending on the person.
They made an offer, and I was like, why the fuck would you pay me that much? For that amount of money, I would work 20 hours a week, 30 hours a week.
We know that a streamer associated with PV makes somewhere between $500 and $7,000 a month. We also know that Counterpoints considers the money to have been good for about 20 hours a week, or half of a full-time job. The median salary in the US is around $45,000, so let's round down to about $40,000. Half of that is $20,000, which falls within our range of $500 to $7,000 a month at just under $2,000 a month. Even underestimating, there are probably around 15 streamers that are contracted with PV. And that's just the streamers. This doesn't even cover canvassing leaders, state directors, administration, none of which are paid through the PAC directly. So we can't even begin to answer the question of how much money is being spent by PV, or where the money is coming from, making it definitionally dark money. I think I've made it clear why dark money is bad, but I don't even need to. PV has already told you.
Dark money packs.
Dark money.
Dark money.
Dark money groups.
Worried about like dark money and stuff like that.
And when asked about her other PAC, Rebellion PAC, Brianna Wu acted incredulous at the suggestion that she was utilizing dark money.
So I know that someone calling in to say something like this is probably not familiar with the differences in different kinds of PACs or hybrid PAC. I'm going to finish what I'm saying. You actually cannot put quote unquote dark money through the type of PAC that Rebellion PAC is. So this is just bullshit. Fuck off.
Can't put dark money through the type of PAC that we're talking about. So you're saying that all the money is reported on, and who's giving that money? It seems like that's not the case.
So that was the first problem. Here's number two.
I think I mean, if I'm gonna be honest, I think they should report all their they should report on that. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Yeah. I don't even know who Wu is, but she's just a person in the space. I think that's all you really need to know, right? Something dark money bad, ignore all the Republican super. Nah, it's not right. Okay, listen. It's not about like, you know, forget all the bad things Republicans have done. They've done a lot of bad things, right? Democrats are doing a lot of bad things. Dark money is huge in Democratic primaries and general elections, right? It's a problem in politics generally. It's more of a point. Well, I mean, for one, yeah, just because, you know, somebody doing it worse doesn't mean that you could just do it. I think this money should definitely be reported on. I think they should be like made to report that money. It's a government issue, really. Yeah, they just shouldn't be allowed to hide. People who donate like that sum of money just shouldn't be able to hide their names. I think anybody generally left should be able to agree with that.
Yeah, but is that the only time you've received money that at some point was directed by Will?
Sure, directed by Will.
Yeah.
See, that's the only time she's paid me.
Okay.
Directed by Will, like the PV stuff.
Yeah,
well, you said
like the
she doesn't work there
Progressive
anymore,
Victory,
and they're still paying me. So.
Wait, who's paying you?
Progressive Victory.
Oh.
So are you paid by Progressive Victory?
Yes.
And you have been since October of last year?
Yes.
If I'm Really Important wants to go out to the RNC and ask their candidates some questions.
Oh, my question: who's asking these questions? My question is, I didn't know that there's like a whole thing where people who are working with and for Progressive Victory were getting like questioned this hard. Do you guys know? I had no clue. I had no clue that any of these people were getting like really, you know, like that. This is like a big thing. Like people were for talking about this much. I had no clue that any of these conversations had happened at all, actually. Oh, okay. Just waiting for the George Santos part. I hope George Santos becomes a part of PV.
Last year.
I love that guy.
If
Do streamers make money off of PV or something? Progressive Victory pays streamers as quote consultants to like I think technically, legally, Progressive Victory it's explained as Progressive Victory pays streamers to consult Progressive Victory, the PAC. They pay them consulting fees when they speak to Progressive Victory, right? About certain topics. Is what I understand. So these streamers who've signed on with Progressive Victory sign a contract where they do a certain amount of work for Progressive Victory, this consulting work, and Progressive Victory will give them a certain amount of money for that consultant work. We'll pay them a fee for that quote unquote consultant work that they do. Right. So they are getting paid by Progressive Victory, but they pay them through another company, an NGO that's technically not the PAC Progressive Victory. And we're not necessarily sure where that money comes from. Right.
I'm really important wants to go out to the RNC and ask their candidates some questions and go around out there. Yeah, we can just write him a check to go do that content.
In February of 2020.
Yeah, we can just write and ask their candidate. Really important wants to go out to the RNC and ask their candidates some questions and go around out there. Yeah, we can just write him a check to go do that content.
In February of 2024.
Mm-hmm. Right. So they can do that type of stuff as well. So it's kind of I can see people bring up that rubs against what Brianna Wu said earlier, where it's like they're not paying them to do content. I think what they'd explain it legally as they come to Progressive Victory and say, I would like to make X content. Would you help me do it? And Progressive Victory as a PAC whose goal is to push progressive politics would say, I want to support you with making that content. So here's the cash for it. Well, here's the cash for, some stuff that you're going to be doing. Right. I know they do that when it comes to flying out streamers. They fly out because they're going to go do campaigning for Jamal Bowman this election cycle. And they're paying for streamers to go out there to like mobilize their audiences around that area.
Creators of PV came under fire when it became widely known that they'd been receiving payments and attending weekly meetings to discuss content strategy with each other. This was mostly previously unknown amongst wider online politics audiences, despite having been going on since around September of 2023. It's unknown exactly how many creators are compensated by Progressive Victory, or which ones, and for the most part, the creators don't even seem to know themselves.
They're a part of the meeting, and whether or not they're paid and whether or not and to what degree they're paid, I don't specifically know. My suspicion would be a healthy chunk of them are being paid something.
In my opinion, being a political content creator and not telling your audience that you're being paid by a political organization is blatantly deceptive and dishonest. In the days following the news, PV creators took to various streams to defend themselves, but most...
Was this happening? Wait, when did this happen? Am I really out of the loop or something? I had no clue this shit was happening. I'm gonna be real. I'd never heard about this. I had never heard about this before. I've never heard about this. Okay, I didn't know that. Was this a drama or something? Was there like an issue? Was this being talked about pretty well? I also never saw this. No, I don't think you are. I'm not locked in. I'm not locked in like that. Exclamation point PV. I don't have any PV here. I don't work with or for PV. I've spoken to Progressive Victory. I've spoken to people representing Progressive Victory a bit. Like I told you guys I had a conversation with them. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a yapper, but I tell you guys when I talk to certain people when it comes to that. Like I said, Progressive Victory reached out to me. What do you guys think? Well, actually, I brought up working with Progressive Victory, and all of you all were like, "Yeah, go for it. Seems chill." Right? I haven't seen anybody be like, "No, Shark, please don't do it. Don't sell out. Don't sell out, Shark. Don't sell out." I spoke to them. I liked what I heard from them. I would like that for the money to be made known where it comes from. But from what I've heard and what I've read through their contracts, because I've read some of their contracts when I was speaking to one of them, because I was kind of curious, specifically for when it comes to my idea of forming like a Midwestern, like Midwestern sort of like Indiana, Kentucky, Missouri, Tennessee, Illinois front for like progressive, Ohio as well, front for like progressive politics in this region, since almost nobody does anything like this. Yeah, you all seem to be pretty like, yeah, go for it. I'm trying to see what the problem is. It seemed like the problem is, just it seemed like the problem is they don't know where this money comes from. Dark money specifically, which is a real problem. That is a real issue still. I feel that. I get that. Michiganders not allowed. I ain't near Michigan. There's a lot of people doing a lot of things in Michigan. Okay, it's not like Michigan is not a hotbed of political activity already.
Notable among them was Wick and Counterpoints.
This is one of the branding. No, this is one of the indictments that I don't. This is one of the indictments that I don't accept at all.
You didn't know how.
It feels like I understand that you used your
Who are these people?
transcript thing to try to suss this out. I understand that, right? What I'm saying is that there's a lot of people that are having this kind of Mandela effect, right? Either
Joel, I did the research.
The general sentiment from these creators in response to the backlash was that they were not legally or ethically required to disclose their partnership with PV, and that they weren't being paid for their content, but rather for their consulting. Because the streamers were labeled as consultants simply to avoid breaking Twitch TOS, it generated some confusion amongst the streamers, and it didn't seem like anyone knew what their title or role within PV actually was.
I've been sponsored for a while.
Sponsored by Rebellion Pack. I don't know about by Progressive Victory.
I don't know
Sponsored
if
might not be the right term.
A sponsor or a contracted streamer. I don't know the right term.
Which were
none of my content. So sponsor is the wrong word.
Okay.
I'm not sponsored. My content is not sponsored. A better word is consultant, and even that's not perfect.
The fact that these creators didn't think they needed to disclose to their audiences that they were contracted by Progressive Victory is probably because PV confused the shit out of them by trying to come up with a role within the organization for streamers to push progressive agendas without.
Okay, so like I said, I talked to Progressive Victory before. I was not confused about my role. I'm gonna be my role that they propositioned me for. It was not very confusing at all. I'm gonna be really real. I think they just don't. I just think they kind of went in without being super, without explaining themselves well, in my personal opinion. It seemed like that's the big issue, really. Seemed like that's the big issue. Interesting. I think that's a good point to bring up. I think dark money point's good to bring up. But yeah. Just telling you, as somebody who was spoken to, I personally wasn't confused. It seemed like they didn't say it correctly. They didn't know how to say it correctly, it seems. Curious stuff. Oh, that's Arizona. Where's this article? Where's this article? I want to show you this cool article. This isn't it. Where is this? Did I close it? I didn't close it, did I? Am I crazy? No, here, I got it. Yo, I want to talk about Elon Musk really quick while we're here. Last thing we're due for the stream. The only point that the video pointed out. Well, I think that's the main point, like dark money. You should be worried about dark money. Absolutely. It was worth it. I'm glad he brought that to my attention because I didn't know about that. And so I will keep that in mind as I think about working with and work with Progressive Victory in the future. That's something definitely worth keeping in mind. Dark money is important and it should not exist in our political system. Absolutely not. So I feel it. I feel it. I see the vision. I understand, and I'm locked in. I'm almost as locked in as I am. I'm almost as locked in as I am with this Elon Musk segment, as we'll do for the. I meant to do this earlier. I just kind of got, I got wrapped up in what we were talking about. I'm gonna be real with you. Anyways, let's talk about it. We came here for Elon Musk wanting to get everybody pregnant. We haven't talked about Elon Musk in a bit, but he's, just so you know, he's been cringe as always. Something weird about Elon Musk that I always thought of is the fact that he has so many children. Him having so many kids, him thinking that he's gonna like repopulate the earth or something with all of his children has always been a little weird thing to me. Listen, he can impregnate as many consenting adults as he wants. I think the fact that he just wants to do that is really weird, and his reasoning, as far as we've seen for it, is even weirder. The fact that he thinks that people like him are smart. Him and his friends have really big brains, and so the forces that be, them, you know, that he speaks NBNese, they, them, are anti-human, that want the human race to diminish or go away because it'll be better for the environment, something. And so he personally wants to be able to, he thinks that stupid people have too much power in the United States and in the world in general, and he's smart. He has a big brain because he's rich and he does these cool things, and he has SpaceX and he has Boring Company, he has Tesla. He's a smart guy. His brain is big, his neurons are juicy, his gray matter is wrinkled. And so him and his rich friends are all, they're all like, you know, smart. And we need more smart people in the world. So that's why he's trying to impregnate as many women as possible, because he's trying to pass on his big brain smart boy genes onto as many humans as possible. He wants to be like modern day tech bro Genghis Khan, because he thinks his superior genes will help make the world a better place. So that's why he's trying to breed with as many women as possible. And it seems like dating apps and parties are not the only place where he's trying to solicit women into having his baby. It's also all of his businesses, especially SpaceX. Now, one thing that I know is that SpaceX has been, we've known something like this for a while. One of Elon Musk's many baby mamas, just so you know, he has 13 known children right now. 13 known children. We don't know how many he doesn't have. But one of his many baby mamas was one of his secretaries, or somebody who worked under him at SpaceX, actually. He impregnated her. Many women, in fact, he has tried to impregnate. Many of them have been in his businesses. That's why I'm personally very confident in that story that came out where he tried to solicit a woman into giving him like a sexual favor in exchange for a horse. Beat his meat in exchange for a horse, right? He definitely likes to prey, you know, we can say prey on. Some people could say prey on. He definitely likes to proposition the women who work at his businesses for candidates for impregnation or something else sexual. It seems like that's his MO. He do that. Fucking grody. He is a little grody. But Elon Musk, I think, in my personal opinion, his goal is to impregnate as many women as possible, possibly even you. So watch out. Okay? If he deems the woman smart enough, he wants to put a baby in her to help make more powerful babies in the future that will take over the world and defeat the low IQ hordes that are harming our nation. When Elon Musk personally contacted a former SpaceX engineering intern to discuss a role on his executive staff in 2017, the woman spoke with excitement to her friends about a high-profile problem-solving role at the rocket company, a dream for someone a few years out of college. Oh, a few years out of college. That's kind of, oh, this is the type of woman you want to so high? She literally just got here. It's her third day out here. She and Musk had met years earlier during her internship when she was still in college. She approached him with ideas for improving SpaceX. Her approach had led to a date, which led to a kiss and eventually sex, she told friends. A year after the internship, the billionaire had a fresh college graduate flown out to a resort in Sicily before they ended things, according to documents reviewed by the Wall Street Journal. That's kind of crazy. He's trying to, his SpaceX really is a dating service for him, huh? That's okay. Yeah, that's a problem. That is an ethical problem right there. If I've ever seen one. Musk, who was more than 20 years her senior, attempted to restart the relationship, but she rejected his advance. They remained close as she tried to establish herself in a new job. He texted her often and invited her to come over to his Los Angeles mansion at night on multiple occasions. Sometimes she accepted invitations, but friends said she told them at the time, but friends said she told them at the time that his behavior made her job harder. She eventually moved off Musk's executive team. According to friends, she told people familiar with her at the time at SpaceX. The woman left the company in 2019. Her lawyers, who also represent Musk, provided the Journal with 2 affidavits signed by the woman. The affidavits disputed some aspects of the Journal's reporting, but confirmed many others, including that she had a romantic relationship with Musk in the past. She said she invited him to dinner near the end of her summer internship and broke things off the following year. She said at no point during the employment of SpaceX from 2017 to 19 was there any romantic relationship with Musk. Nothing that Elon Musk did towards me during either periods of my employment at SpaceX was predatory or wrongful in any way, the woman said. This situation is definitely ethically perilous to have, like, to be this close to somebody, like, sexually, romantically, with somebody that you're working with and under. That is a very problematic a relationship that they have as boss and employee. Yeah, this is definitely an issue, buddy. So this, just so you know, so this isn't the woman that he impregnated at SpaceX. This is a different woman. So this is number 2 woman that he's trying to, this is the second woman he's trying to, that he tried to sleep with at this company already, which is honestly, I really feel like too many. too many. She is one of several female employees at SpaceX who have told friends, family, or the company itself that Musk has showed an unusual amount of attention or pursued them. One woman at SpaceX, a SpaceX flight attendant, alleged that in 2016 Musk exposed himself to her and offered her to buy a horse in exchange for sex acts. That was beating his meat, just so you know. He wanted a happy ending. Just so you know, if you don't remember the story, basically what happened is that Elon Musk has a personal masseuse on his planes, when on his private jets and in his businesses, and she was one of his personal masseuses on his private jet while she was giving him a near naked massage. I think actually a butt-ass naked massage on the plane. She alleged that he propositioned her to give him a happy ending in exchange for him buying her a horse because she really likes horses. She really likes horses, right? She's one of those equestrian girlies. And so he was like, I heard you like horses. You give me a little, and you might have a little horsey coming your way. Crazy shit. Should be something that should get you kicked out of a company, I think, personally. But, you know, he heads the company. So what are you going to do? I don't think it's a publicly traded company. Give me a little yoinky splinky in your horsey. Oh. Grody ass man. Another woman who left the company in 2013 alleged in exit negotiations with SpaceX human resources and legal executives that Musk had asked her to have his babies. I'm telling you guys, he's trying to impregnate women. He's literally trying to be Genghis Khan. He's tech bro Genghis Khan. He wants to make every woman in Silicon Valley pregnant, and he has to be stopped. He has to be stopped. It's so sick. Tech bro Genghis Khan scares the hell out of me. A fourth woman had a months-long sexual relationship with Musk in 2014 while she directly reported to him. The relationship had ended badly, leading to recriminations over text and email as she left the company and signed an agreement prohibiting her from discussing her work for Musk. Yeah, that's definitely a problem. He's been doing it for 10 years. He's been trying to impregnate girls at SpaceX for 10 years. I think the reason why he goes for women at SpaceX, like I said, specifically his idea of producing big brain, like in his world, intelligent spawn that will go over and have like the entrepreneur genes that he does. And so if these women can like hold their own at SpaceX and prove that they're smart, he wants to produce babies with them because he thinks he's really smart too. Former SpaceX executives, as well as fired SpaceX employees who complained to the National Labor Relations Board of 2022, say a high-level group around Musk fails to apply the company's own rules to the CEO, contributing to a culture of sexism and harassment. This isn't very surprising because Tesla, thank you, baby. This isn't very surprising because Tesla actually has had the same exact thing said about the company. Remember when Tesla had that big problem when it came to racism in the company? The people were writing like "eat a banana monkey" on black people's lockers in the company, and the company just wasn't doing anything about it. They just didn't care, and it ended up in a massive lawsuit from the government for the racial practices that they were engaging in. Yeah, it was really bad. And that's on top of its massive amounts of union busting that all of Elon Musk companies do constantly. And the fact that he's impregnated at least one, I think multiple women who've worked under him at his companies. This guy, there's a pattern of behavior and it's taking advantage of women at his companies that work under him. And it's kind of gross. It's pretty gross. They say there is an understanding that Musk, a charismatic leader with many fans who call him a genius, act with impunity. Elon Musk is SpaceX. SpaceX is Elon Musk. One former engineer recalled an executive saying during the June 2022 meeting after the firings of some of SpaceX employees who criticized Musk and demanded greater accountability at the company. Yeah, this is rife for abusing women. Company's rife. It's perfect. It's a fertile breeding ground for misogyny. It's perfect. A charismatic leader guy who can't keep his dick in his pants. And the entire executive board of yes men who will do whatever he wants. Yep, that's it right there. That's it right there. Wait, the GF brought me the finished food. Chat, take a look. Wow. Hey, that's pretty good. She did a pretty good job. Hey. That rice ain't bad. I would think it needs a little bit more salt, but that's just me. Hey, that's some good food right there. Hey. He wants to revive the Aryan race. You know what's curious is that I'm just saying, what's curious is that he has all these baby mamas. Not one is black. I'm just saying, a little curious. When you have so many baby mamas, they're all the same race. I think they're all right, buddy. I hate Shark. Look at me having a GF. No. I didn't ask her to do this. She just did it. Please, I'm begging you. I would never try to flex my woman on stream. I had no clue she was gonna do this. Please. I mean, please, just cut me some slack. So there's no way Musk isn't a race realist, right? I have no information to say that he definitely is, but I'll say yeah. There's a real non-0% chance, yeah. I've heard there's been countless nasty stories about what this guy's been, countless nasty stories about what this guy's been up to, especially when it pertains to women. He was born in South Africa. It's just making the case for being racist much higher. I touched grass and got a GF. What's your excuse? I am a shitty political streamer, and I was able to acquire a woman. So you kind of have no excuses. I'm gonna be honest with you, or a man. You know, you can go for whoever you want. I'm not like homophobic or anything, and you have no proof that I am. I'm bald. You think that's an excuse in 2024? You're a man. Women have been putting up with women have been loving bald men since the invention of women. That's the craziest thing I've heard of him. Oh, I'm bald. Okay, have ever heard of Northern Lion? Bro's bald as fuck. I think bro's been bald since he popped out of the damn womb. I don't think he ever grew hair. I think bro's baby pictures look like he looks like Caillou, man. He has an amazing wife and little baby girl. Who? He's a gaming streamer. He's bald as fuck. I think he's been bald since he's been like 20. He had that early male pattern baldness, you know? I'm talking, you know when you had guys in your high school who had like a full head of hair, but once they turned like 19, their hairline started to retreat. Like it was calling the cavalry. That was him. Yeah, that's me. Okay, just go to the barber and get your facial hair lined up. You're fine. You're literally fine. You're literally fine. Being bald is not an excuse. I hate to say it, but men can make a lot of excuses for why they have problems dating. Being bald is not an excuse. I don't want to be a hater, but being bald is absolutely not an excuse. Women have been loving bald men since the invention of women. I'm just being dramatic. You know what? I think more men should be a little bit more dramatic. I think when you're at like the tractor store and they don't have the tool that you want, I want to see like Jim Bob fall to his knees. I'm talking about I think guys should be a little bit more dramatic. I think it'd be fun. Get a head tattoo of boo, wah, I'm bald. No woman wants to love me. Yeah, get that tattooed on the back of your head like you're Agent 47. And I think it would kind of go crazy. Fellas, is it gay to be dramatic? Yes, and that's okay. It is June. Everything you do is gay, whether you're gay or not. So that's just kind of how it works. Welcome to Gay Month. Hey bros, welcome to Gay Month. Where the hell did we leave off? I was vibing. Yeah, here we go. Right here. Former SpaceX executives, as well as fired SpaceX employees who complained to the National Labor Relations Board in 2022, say high-level group around Musk fails to apply the company's own rules against the CEO, contributing to a culture of sexism and harassment. They say there's an understanding that Musk... Oh, wait, we went through all of this. Musk, who's one of the richest men in the world, leads companies, including, these companies. SpaceX has won billions of dollars in contracts from NASA, the Pentagon, as well. Tesla, meanwhile, is one of the largest car companies in the entire world. Musk didn't reply for requests for comment. Glenn Shotwell, that's a crazy name. Gwyn? Is that how you pronounce that name? Robot, tell me.
Gwyn
Shotwell. Bro, have you heard of vowels? I don't want to be a hater, but like, did her parents ever hear about vowels? Like, they exist, right? All right. Gwyn Shotwell, SpaceX representative and chief operating officer, COO. Said the journal's reporting doesn't reflect SpaceX's culture. Okay, yeah, obviously. We love Elon. He's so cool and he hasn't impregnated me yet. I wish he did. She says SpaceX fully investigates all complaints of harassment and takes appropriate actions. Other behavior by Musk, including the use of illegal drugs, has raised concerns among some executives and board members at SpaceX and Tesla, according to previous journal reporting. Musk, was this about the one where he was doing like DMT or something? Yeah, where he was like throwing back LSD, cocaine, ecstasy, mushrooms, ketamine. I don't do drugs, okay? The worst drugs I do right now is the Adderall that my psychiatrist prescribed me the other day. I also didn't tell you guys. I got prescribed with Adderall yesterday. It was pretty cool. I'm not sure if they're really working. I'm not sure if I have anybody else who's on Adderall here, but I kind of took them and I was like, yeah, okay. Nothing I kind of felt like I was peaking. I was at my peak, I tweeted that out, but I don't know. Now that I'm just chilling today, I didn't really feel much more focused or anything. I'm not sure necessarily how people feel on Adderall. Like I said, I've never been on it before. I wasn't zooming. I wasn't like, everywhere. I just kind of felt, I don't know. I felt maybe slightly different. That ADHD in your head where the ADHD like voice in your head that goes like, I don't want to do this. I'll do this later. It was still there, but then I'll be like, I don't want to do this. And then I'll just kind of do it anyways. that happened a decent amount today where I felt like the barrier to getting stuff done was lower. It was still there. I don't know. I'll keep it up for like a week or I'll keep it up until I talk to my psychiatrist again. I think I might want to bump it up. Just a little bit, but I don't know. Maybe it is working just fine. Well, that was the case, right? But also I wanted to help me focus more, especially when editing videos. And it was still pretty difficult to keep myself on task throughout the entire thing. So thoughts got quieter. Yep. Yeah. It was a little difficult to keep myself on task. It was where instead of like doing work and then getting off task for like 30 minutes, I'd like do work and get off task for like 5 minutes and then be like, no, I should be working again, and then hop back. I don't know. Maybe that's what it is, and that's what we're going to be doing. Or maybe, I don't know. Maybe it was helping more than I even knew. I don't know, man. This is my first day. This is literally my first day. What's your dosage? I think it's kind of high. I'm going to be honest with you. I think it's kind of high. 25 milligrams is what she hit me with. I'm not sure if that's high. Might just need more time. Yeah, that's why I'm gonna be giving it time to see what it does. I really hope it works. I really like to unlock my full potential. It'd be nice. 25 to life. Literally, that's me. That's literally me right now. I love jail. It's your first day. The meds got to do their thing. That's true, but it is an amphetamine. Amphetamine. So it should do its thing like the second it really hits the brainstem. But like I said, that isn't low. Yeah, it's definitely not low. So like I said, I'm gonna give it to, I'm just telling you how I feel day one. This is just my day one Adderall review. I want to see what it's like tomorrow, especially as me and the GF keep waking up 6 a.m. and going on our walks and everything. It has really helped. It has really helped a whole lot with the way I feel. The day feels brighter, I guess I'll say. And now I get to, and it's helped me make sure I'm here for you all too. So you're gonna be happy about that, right? It's my power level. It's rising. It's rising. An attorney for Musk, Alex Spiro, said at the time Musk is regular and randomly drug testing at SpaceX, and he has never failed, they said. Encounters with Musk. Oh no, not encounters with Musk. This shit seems scary as hell. Can you imagine if you're a woman old enough to give birth and then you see Elon Musk in a dark alleyway? he's just holding out some money and he's like, "You look real good. You want to get pregnant?" He must be so scary, man. He's just at the bar and he looks at a woman. You want to get pregnant? You don't know I'm Elon Musk. You want to get pregnant? I kind of want a horse. Elon Musk, I'll let you impregnate me for a gaming PC. That's the real white man jump scare. That would be kind of, I'd be so scared. You're a woman at SpaceX. You turn a dark corner. You're like, why are the hallway lights out? You hear like walking. From the darkness appears Elon Musk. Hey, you're pretty smart. You want to get pregnant? Hey, I just got your performance review. You want to get pregnant? It's so scary. Right, yeah, as she runs, the hallway only gets longer. Welcome to the SpaceX nightmare. Encounters with Musk. This article is based on conversations with more than 24 people. That's a lot. That's more than 2. Including former employees, people familiar with Musk's interaction with female subordinates, and friends and family of women. And friends and family of the women. The journal also reviewed emails, text messages, and other documents. Since 2017, the era of Me Too has resulted in a pronounced cultural shift that has put more scrutiny on the conducts of executives in the workplace, right? All that type of stuff. Federal and state laws bar supervisors from sexually harassing employees. Some courts have recognized sexual favoritism as a form of harassment, blessing claims of a hostile work environment by employees who alleged that their bosses gave them preferential treatment and colleagues based on some even consensual affairs. A SpaceX policy discourages employees from directly overseeing romantic partners. Yeah, this did from directly overseeing romantic partners. Yeah, this is definitely something that Elon is not abiding by. The women who described the encounters with Musk had jobs that meant they worked closely with him. The college student studying engineering met Elon Musk in the early 2010s during her summer internship at SpaceX. Musk and the woman went out for a meal after she sent him ideas about ways to improve the company. She told her friends. They bonded over Star Wars and kissed. A year later, the chief executive arranged for the woman to meet him at a resort in Sicily where he was attending an exclusive conference sponsored by Google, according to documents. A year later, the woman's passport was in another city at the time, so Musk had arrangement made for a friend of hers to bring it to the woman on the early morning domestic flight. Documents show the woman was then scheduled on a first-class flight to London on a private jet set to Italy. The former intern told friends not to speak with the journal's reports. The former intern told friends not to speak with the journal reporters, and later she said that she didn't want to be part of the article following outreach from the journal. Claire Locke, a Virginia-based law firm that also represents Musk and Tesla, sent the journal legal papers on behalf of the woman, and she demanded to be removed from the article. The affidavits signed by the woman were attached to the letters. The woman said in one of the affidavits that after she broke off relationships with Musk, they remained friends, they said. Okay, cool. Interesting. It basically talks about what we saw before, it seems. Nothing out of the ordinary. Man, look at them. Look at them big blowers. I bet they blow real hard. In 2017, Musk personally contacted the former intern about a full-time job at SpaceX, which would be to find problems at the company and fix them. Oh, she a fixer. She's a fixer. She moved from New York to Los Angeles area to become a member of Musk's executive team. Former employees said that while she attended as an engineer, they found it odd that someone so junior was given such a high-profile role so close to Musk. That's what I was kind of thinking too. How some woman just gets straight out of college and then become like sitting right next to the executive of a company like SpaceX that puts rockets into space. Like, I don't like what she just got here. She like just got here. Even if she was an intern for a while, it just really a little curious. I don't think Musk is fooling anybody. I can fix. Yeah, women be like, I can fix this company. I gotta get you that exact suit, but in green, and then have you like walk past the stream, but green screen you out and make it like, I don't know, like a light show or something. What do you think? Sounds kind of cool. Would you wear one that's green? You know what? I got you, babe. I love you, babe. How you doing? Did the food give you a lot of trouble? It's ass, really? It wasn't as good as the first time? Listen, we'll redo it. We'll redo it. I know you wanted it. I know you wanted something better. We got this next time. You want to make it again this weekend? Sure. Okay. Well, you heard it here first. We're making chicken shawarma again. She's a real big fan of the chicken shawarma. She's a big fan of chicken shawarma. I got a problem. I need you to fix it, college girl. In one of her affidavits, she said, without providing details, Elon tried to rekindle our relationship prior to my employment. I rejected the advance. While there was some initial awkwardness, it was nothing out of the ordinary after rejection. Okay. She was unhappy at SpaceX, had no authority, and trouble getting executives to take her ideas seriously. Yeah, that just sounds like the misogyny that they were talking about. That sounds exactly like the misogyny that they were talking about at the studio. It's really funny how, so he brings on this girl, all right, who he's been sleeping with, to be right up there with changing the company and making it better. But nobody there kind of gives a shit about her opinions because she's a silly woman. And then she leaves. Great work, Elon. She said in one of the affidavits that her feelings about the job and SpaceX were completely unrelated to any romantic or personal interaction with Elon Musk. Okay. She said, oh, she was just a newcomer and everything. She visited Musk at his home multiple times. She arranged, multiple times as she struggled at work to establish herself, according to people familiar with the matter and her friends she confided in. He would text her a lot, one of the friends said. Do a lot. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, this is not an okay relationship. She may be writing in the affidavit that the relationship was okay. I'm gonna tell you, this is not an okay relationship to have at work. This is not good. This should be completely against a work policy. About half a year into her job, the woman received another invitation from Musk to come to his house, according to a text exchange reviewed by the Journal. "Come by," he wrote. When she didn't respond, he peppered her with more texts. "Looks like it's either me or 6 a.m. exercise. Just finished the Model 3 production call. It's def going to be hell for several more months. Are you coming over? If not, I'll probably trank out." Too stressed to sleep naturally. I'll trank out? Who says that? I'm sorry, but I don't want to be like this guy, but I think that sounds like a term that somebody who does hard drugs says. Trank out? Can't stare in chat. Yeah. Wait, can we get a cat stare in chat? Can we get a little bit of cat in chat? That's so funny. The one who does ketamine says that, Shark. Trust. Now, I'm not sure. Listen, I didn't say specifically ketamine. Something happened here. Who says trank out? I'm about to trank out. Babe, would you be worried about me if I took sleeping medicine and I was like, I'm about to trank out right now? She said she'd be worried about me, chat. When she hadn't responded, he wrote, "Probably best if we don't see each other." Oh my gosh, he's a child. Holy crap, he's like a kid. Oh my gosh. You should come over. 6 a.m. or me. Wow. It's really gonna be crazy. I'm totally free right now. You should come over. If you don't, I'm just gonna go to sleep. So you should come over. I don't think we should see each other. I don't even like you, right? Like, you're not even cute. You're not even cute. My thing is, I've never felt like this before. Have you guys ever texted somebody like this? Like, you tried to lure them in with like nicer texts, but then when they didn't respond, you hit them with like a meaner, harsher text? That's never happened to me before. Is this like, this seems like such a weak mentality, right? Like he's like coming after her, like he's trying to take some agency back. He's trying to save face after she just didn't respond to him. It's such a weird guy. What a weird creature. What a weird creature. What a pitiful creature. The woman texted him in the morning. "Oh man, I'm sorry. I already fallen asleep." Right? "Oh no, sorry. I didn't mean to. I crashed last night." Later that day, she shared the text messages with a friend. "Dude, I'm not gonna lie. The fact that I have mild social anxiety resulting from imposter syndrome definitely makes this job harder. And that's definitely exacerbated by Musk's behavior." Okay, well. In the affidavit, she wrote that Musk's behavior had nothing to do with her feelings at the company. And then in the text messages, she's literally like, "This Musk is making it harder for me to do my job." Yeah, okay, buddy. I was wondering about that. The friend responded so badly. Oh, yeah, okay. I see. Do you think he paid her off for that affidavit? It's possible. I mean, if hanging with him stresses you out about work, maybe you might want to let things chill. I don't know. Well, I mean, I think he broke up with me this morning. He broke up with me this morning? If I interpreted that last text, She broke up with me. He broke up with me this morning. Wait a second. What happened to them not actually dating during her time working there? Yeah, okay. I see. I see it. I get it. Elon, you filthy dog. I see it. How many more women does he, how many more, like, after he lost his real wife, how many work wives do you think he has now? How's that work? Well, she's lying in the signed affidavit. Remember, the lawyers that represent her also represent Elon Musk. They're paying for the same lawyers, or basically he's paying for her lawyers, right? And she probably wants to make an amicable break in the company, from the company and him and everything, to not lose work in Silicon Valley, right? That's more likely than not what's going on, because these text messages for how she felt in the moment, that's real. This affidavit, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we see how things are. And she then sent her friend a copy of Musk's string of messages asking her to come over. Why are so many men in my life so weird? She wrote. Oh, this poor woman. The woman in the email provided by her lawyers. The woman said in the email provided by her lawyers that her comment about Elon Musk breaking up with her was a joke. It's a meme. And her text message to her was not referring to a romantic relationship. Which is true. It could be a joke, right? Like we shouldn't see each other, right? It's a joke about them. They're not actually dating, but he's still asking her to come over and stuff, right? They definitely had something more than a working relationship. I'll tell you that much. She said Musk's lack of interest in roles such as hers is what made her job so difficult, and that her background expertise made an already difficult role even more difficult. He's remarried to Riley when she said in one of the affidavits that Musk tested her frequently as she supported him through difficulties, including issues with Tesla and his divorce from actress. Who? Taula Riley? He was married to another woman in 2014? Actually didn't know that, but okay. Oh, I only knew about Grimes. I thought he was only married to the Grimes woman. Friends can break up, I guess. I think she was joking. If she's telling the truth, I think she's joking about a romantic relationship, like a romantic relationship in Musk's head, since he was like hey, you should come. My parents aren't home. Come over. Sending her those type of texts at like 3 a.m. or something, right? On the few occasions when she went to Musk's house, the woman said in the affidavit that they watched TV and just talked. The email said they watched anime and talked about the Tesla Model 3 production ramp up and the technical failure of humanity. Friends that said that she told them that the job wasn't going well because it had gotten awkward with Musk. Eventually, she moved off the executive staff in a role reporting to another engineer. The woman said in one of the affidavits that she requested to move to work in different responsibilities that would work better for her, right? She exited in 2019. Defended by leadership. This is crazy. Civilization is going to crumble. Planning a party? What is this? This is his Bel Air mansion? Oh, this was his Bel Air mansion. What anime? This is important. He's like, hey, have you seen the have you seen the dog scene from Full Metal Alchemist? It's so crazy. Take a look at this. And and then like the little girl and the dog, dude. It's so crazy. Have you watched Full Metal Alchemist? Have you seen the dog scene? That's probably what he was doing. One incident of alleged sexual harassment by workers. Incident of alleged sexual harassment of workers by Musk had surfaced publicly in 2022 Business Insider report. The woman who worked for Musk alleged in 2018 mediation that while Musk showed her his erect penis, offered her a horse, right? He called it utterly untrue, and he said it was actually elongate. But he had used flight attendants in the past, including in 2016 when the woman alleged that Musk's proposition had taken place, according to former SpaceX employees as well as LinkedIn profiles. Shotwell, Musk's number 2 at SpaceX, defended him from the allegations in the company-wide email. Personally, I believe that the allegations are false, not because I work for Elon. That's why, but because I have worked closely with him for 20 years and he has not propositioned me for a horse either. Leave me alone. Leave Musk alone. Musk denies Shotwell's email prompt. Musk denials and Shotwell's emails prompted SpaceX employees to post an internal letter protesting what they viewed as the company's failure to take sexual harassment allegations seriously. This is when they purged the company of a bunch of people who came out against Elon Musk here and wanted him to be investigated by the company. Instead of actually investigating Musk for whether or not that actually happened, they just fired everyone who said anything about it in the company. Disgusting company. That case is still ongoing about those unlawful firings. In the summer of 2013, a woman who reported directly to Musk left the company and later returned with a lawyer. That you hate to see that. She alleged that Musk asked her on multiple occasions to have his baby. I can't do it, man. I can't do it, man. He's so nasty. He actually can't stop himself. Multiple occasions. It's actually the joke that we were talking about earlier. He's just like walking around. She'll just be at her computer and then she'll feel like somebody breathing down her neck, and it's just Elon. You want to have babies? You want to have my babies? I could impregnate you right now. Right now, I can impregnate you. I must impregnate you. I must impregnate you. She let. He's just so. He's so creepy. He's so wild. Musk, who has at least 10 children, has said that the world faces an underpopulation crisis and that people with high IQs need to procreate. He has encouraged some of his employees to have children. He has spoken of the need to colonize Mars to protect humanity's species in the event of a cataclysm on Earth. Sending people to the Red Planet is a long-held ambition by his work at SpaceX. If people don't have more children, civilization is going to crumble. Mark my words. He said in 2021. Musk had children with an employee in 2021. He and Shivlon Zillis, an executive at Musk's Neuralink implant company, share twins. Zillis, who said Musk encouraged her to have children and later offered to be the sperm donor. I can't possibly think of genes I would prefer for my children. Oh, that's a match made in heaven, huh? Oh, that's a heavy statement. That's a heavy thing to say. I hunted for the man who would give my children the best genes. His giga intellect will make my children the smartest kids on earth. No. Stop my ears, please. That's an actual quote. I'm not joking, okay? She said, I can't possibly think of genes I would rather prefer for my children. Zillis quoted as saying in Zillis is quoted as saying in Elon Musk, a biography by this author. But the woman at SpaceX declined Musk's offer for impregnation. She had continued working for Musk after he asked her to have his children, but their relationship deteriorated. Yeah, sexual harassment definitely does that. Besides the baby allegations, Musk had denied the woman a raise and complained about her performance, according with people familiar with the matter. The woman received an exit package with cash and a stock value of more than $1 million, according to a person familiar with the agreement. Yeah, this sucks so bad. He's like a little mini Weinstein, man, where, or like Cuomo, he just can't stop himself from taking advantage of women. This is a 50-year-old man, you know? This is like a 50-year-old man. He is a grown ass man who knows so much better, but still acts so disgustingly, constantly. The same year that woman left SpaceX in 2013, Shotwell met allegations of her own. The executive accused one of her one of her employees of having an affair with her husband, and then allegedly retaliated against the woman, according to the employee's account to friends and family in emails showed them at the time. On her own time, the woman helped Shotwell's husband, Robert, plan a surprise party, a surprise Western-themed 50th birthday party for Shotwell, her boss. Robert sent boxes containing bullhorns and other Western decor and everything, and then she fucked my husband. The woman called Robert to arrange to pick up the boxes while she was away. What a crazy workplace, man. So your call last night was not good. Robert wrote the woman in a November 2013 email, subject line trouble. She accuses us of having an affair. Be prepared when she gets in. The employee was on the plane with her brother when she got the email. I hope you realize this puts me in a very awkward position with my boss and makes me super uncomfortable. He emailed her after the party and thanked her for the help, and that everything is cleared up now. When the woman told human resources executive about the affair accusation, it got back to Shotwell. The woman told a friend. The woman said in a text message that she understood the conversation had been confidential. He told Gwen everything. She told me. The woman texted a friend referring to the human resources. I should be able to go to HR. I should be able to go to HR for such things. Yeah, the HR is for the company, not for you. Sorry about that, but they're gonna fuck you over. Gwen and Roberts didn't respond to requests for comment. Musk lawyers sent a sworn declaration by X's current vice president of human resources that we definitely treat all of this very seriously. In fall of 2014, Musk initiated a sexual relationship with a woman at the time, who by the time was working for him alone. He can't help himself. Musk was still married but separated from Riley. A couple months earlier, Musk had a human resources officer. Musk and a human resources officer had met with the employee. And said that a coming restructuring in Musk's office meant that the woman would have to move to another part of the company and a less visible role if she wanted to stay. Yeah, okay. Taking advantage of all these women for so many years, all through his company. It's nice that this is all packaged up in one article, but it's kind of crazy to see how all this time still nobody has done anything. It's just harass another woman, ask another woman to have your babies, scoot her some money, and push them out the door as soon as possible. Shotwell has 100% sabotaged my future at the company I love, and I'm not safe in any position, she wrote. It's affecting my mental and physical health. In 2014, Musk texted her and asked her to come to his mansion to have some drinks. Okay. Leading up to the invitation, Musk and the woman had become close professionally. They sat within a view of each other in the office and frequently were in frequent contact on work matters. Her friends and family noticed that she lost an unhealthy amount of weight running from Musk, and that they tried to do 17-hour days together, all as Musk has been trying to slowly proposition her into his goal. Let me remind you, is to impregnate any woman that he comes across and thinks has good enough genes to have children with him for his gigabrain offspring to take over the world in the future. Hey, Grimes, but I feel sorry for her so much. Yeah, like another guy who at the end of the day just wanted to get her pregnant, and produce more kids. It just for his weird goal, for his weird goal for the world. I don't know. I'm not gonna say that he never loved these women, but it seemed like his main goal is to just have as many children as possible, not really settle down with a woman at all. Dude, can you imagine if there was a I was gonna say, can you imagine if there was a black like famous person who did something like this? But this Nick Cannon, and Nick Cannon is clowned on constantly for like the excessive amounts of children that he like has. Doesn't he have like, he has like in the teens when it comes to children, right? But with how many kids that he's fathered over time. He just has a breeding fetish. He's just a breeder, man. He's just a breeder. He's just a breeder. He can't help himself. He's breed happy. Missed booty call? Yo, what? Elon, huh? Wait a second. This is the last section. Missed booty call. The woman initially confided in people close to her that she believed that she and Musk were starting a serious relationship and they had a connection. By late December, she was telling her friends that she felt used. Early on, she wanted to keep their relationship private, but as it progressed, she sought more than drinks at his house and sex. When she suggested a dinner out, Musk said he couldn't be seen with her in public, citing ongoing negotiations over a possible divorce from Riley. Oh, and he was cheating on his wife the whole time. He was cheating on his wife with his subordinate at work this whole time. I can't be seen with you in public. She was, I hate to say it, but she was a little booty. Yeah, booty, like IE. That's funny. Wait, did Musk write that? That's in quotes. Yeah, he's pumping out enough kids to make a whole NFL team. They can make a whole NBA team. As tensions mounted, I'm not gonna lie. This girl is a little delusional, thinking that she's gonna make a relationship with this guy who's still married at the time and going through divorce proceedings. As she's his subordinate at work. Like, I mean, come on, she's getting played. This poor woman's getting played. As tensions mounted, Musk assigned Teller, his chief of staff, to handle the woman's exit. Wow. According to people familiar with the matter, in emails the woman shared with others, Musk had shared some of the woman's texts with Teller. According to other people, Musk declined to pay the woman directly in Tesla stock in 2014. She was offered $35,000 for unpaid work, and says saying that she could use it to buy stock instead. She negotiated the offer up to $85,000, deciding taxes and everything. So after she was like, hey, can we actually make this relationship official? Can we go out and, hang out and stuff? He was like, you asking for a little too much. Get out of the company. Get out. He kicked her. He fired her. To get the money, she had to sign an agreement that required her to release Musk from potential legal claims, known and unknown, and keep information about him in the strictest confidence, including the document itself, which seller had received from Tesla, then General Counsel Todd Mason, John Marin. Both of them left their roles. In 2015, 2 days before she left the company, she received a late night text from Musk. Drinks? She didn't see the invitation until the following morning. 11:25 p.m. booty call. Glad I was sleeping, she wrote to a friend. Oh well, there it is. There's the proof. There's the proof in the pudding. The text message to the friend. Hitting up your subordinates for booty calls in the middle of the night. Drinks? Question mark. Musk told her in texts and emails the people she had thrown herself at him while he was in a fragile state over his separation with his then wife. Oh, he's blaming her. You insisted on coming to my house to sleep with me when I was sad and tired, and you wanted me alone. He's actually such a big fuck. I'm so sick of this man. And they never saw each other again. I'm so sick of this guy, dude. I hate this guy. I genuinely hate Elon Musk. I actually hate this guy. I hate him so much. He makes me so sick. Every time I hear about Musk, it's always worse. It always gets worse. Terrible to minorities, his employees. Tesla has the worst employee safety rating of any major car manufacturer in the entire country, and he abuses women at his job and is constantly trying to impregnate them. It's actually just like a bingo sheet of bad things a rich person can do, and if you've thought of it, he's probably done it. He's speed running shittiest billionaire who isn't the shittiest billionaire who doesn't belong in like solitary confinement in a life sentence, you know? Like outside of the like Epstein tier, like billionaires, he's definitely one of the worst. Definitely one of the worst. Bro, you threw yourself at me when I was so vulnerable. You employee, how could you do something like this to me? How could you do this? You're making me sick. Yo, chat, guess what? Something crazy happened. We gotta cover this tomorrow. It's Candace Owens on Piers Morgan. It's Candace Owens on Piers Morgan, dude. And apparently they were like they were yelling at each other. They were trading barbs. I gotta check this. We gotta check this one out. There's no way I can let a video like that slide. Especially as she's been doing basically nothing with her life for a while. Ah, hell nah, man. I got to get locked into that one. The girls are fighting again, and I am locked in. I am so locked in. Okay, so that's what we got going on for tomorrow. I'm so glad I got through that Byron Donald segment. I wanted to finish that up. Truly. I wanted to finish that up. Truly. All right. We got through some good stuff, partners. Yeehaw, partners. What else? I had an abortion segment lined up to talk about sometime. I guess we'll do that sometime. And also, chat, I guess we're gonna be throwing in more smaller segments. You know what? Let's do that for a month. I think that'd be pretty good. Gonna go to bed? Yeah, thanks for watching. I appreciate you. Let's throw in a couple smaller segments. I feel like that might be nice, where where I'm able to cover stuff that might not be too long for me to talk on, but might be interesting nonetheless. A nice little filler in between the larger segments. That could be nice. Sure. And you know what? Also, let's upload those in the main channel. Like usually we upload, I would upload those in the second channel, but what if I just put them on the main channel anyways and just do all that stuff for the main channel? Just make it good content, not not just filler content. And I feel like that'd be nice. Yee. Okay. Main channel needs love. Main channel's getting love. Main channel's getting love, especially if you're a member. You can check some videos early. Okay, everyone. Well, that's it. That's all I got for you tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Elon Musk is a giga creep, and he must be stopped. Someone must stop. Someone must stop him. Someone must do something. That's it for me. Just final note for tonight. Be happy you're not European. Because they're really going through it right now. And it does not look good. It does not look good for our European counterparts, I will say. Who we raiding? I have no clue. Every day I'm thankful that I am not European, especially recently. Things are starting to get a little scary over there on the snow continent for the snow people. Let's raid Doodleburb. Why not? Let's give Doodleburb some love. I haven't raided Doodleburb in so long. All right, everybody. Thanks for watching. I appreciate you. And I hope to have you back on another meme stream. Have a good one.